that you can see his body language has changed, because before it was people direct him on what they want him to do. If Peter B don't just do this thing, we are going to revolt and all these things. And sometimes it would appear to me that the man is a little bit scared, right? He doesn't want to come out from his shell and speak and be the person that he should be, right? So what I deduce from it is that he decided to hold the bull by the horn. It's not a one-off anymore, because what he said during Emeka Ihedioha's birthday is one of those things that sometimes I'll go back on YouTube and I reward him, like, yes, this is good, right? And now the one yesterday, so for every opportunity that he has, he always wants Nigerians to know that we have a problem here, and he will make reference to a lot of things, right? So I don't think that he's comfortable with it. No, I think the problem he had earlier on was the people around him, and I think things have begun to change. In terms of Kwankwaso, I don't even know where to start with. Kwankwaso is neither here nor there. So, with respect to those who believe in him, he makes statements to wait for others to speak, and he wants to be the last person to speak. And that will now take me back to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. Personally, for me, nothing has changed. I'm not sure if it would appear to me that he's comfortable the way things are, because for somebody who has contested the election for a long time, there are some things you want to hear from him. There are some things you want to see. You know, you've been there, you've been a vice president before. What are you scared of? What are you scared of? So I in Peter Obi's for me, as far as I'm concerned, Peter Obi is not comfortable with the way things are. Hence, he started speaking out more. It would appear to me that he don't really care about it anyway. So that's my response. I know some PDP people will be uncomfortable, but you know my position. I don't care how you feel about it. This is my own opinion. Sorry, not you. So I'm not saying I don't care how you feel about it, Mr. Dream. I'm talking about those that will feel uncomfortable with what mindset. So I don't care how you feel about it. If it's my opinion. You know, I'm saying based on the last couple of months, Peter Obi has come up from his shell. He's speaking out more, which is a good thing. But Atiku Abubakar still living in 1999 way of doing things. Hopefully, he will come up from his shell one day. So that's my response, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Ifeoluwa, you're back again. Mr. Ifeoluwa, you are back. Emmanuel.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I would like to speak on. I would first like to speak on the last contributor's statement about electoral reforms, in a sense. And what I would like to say is this: the truth is, in a sense, we have to understand that some of the politicians that we have in this space right now, a lot of them won't speak on electoral reforms because they are benefiting from the problems that is going on in the electoral sector right now. They are benefiting from it. So many of them got into that position due to the anyhowness of the system, of the electoral system. If not, they won't have political careers as of this moment. So many of them do not have good educational and certificates that they are supposed to present. So because of how INEC is, they can be able to present a fake result and they will be allowed to still, go and contest for that election. So many of them have lied about their age, have lied about their origin. They've done so many things, so many illegal things to actually get to that position. So when they've done that for a very, very long time, and we are expecting them to speak up about the electoral reforms. They are not going to speak up because they are benefiting from it currently. Another thing about it is that it's also about the people that are in INEC. Am I saying that the system, the framework, if anybody amongst us look at the framework that INEC has in terms of coordinating an election, you will realize that it makes sense. It's supposed to work. It's supposed to be that any election that is done coordinated properly by INEC should be a free and fair election. But where does the criminality comes in? Through the people. It's not as if the system is bad. Sometimes in some instances, there are systems that are good. The people that coordinate the system that is actually inherently bad. And sometimes there is need, and that's where there is need for enforcement of laws for those that have determined by themselves that they want to disturb that system. That, oh, I want to find my way out of this system. That's why there is punishment for those that disturb the system. And in Nigeria, we have always seen people that disturb the system, they get away with it. You know, Akpabio's case or something related to Akpabio or happened recently in terms of election fraud. We have situations where that we started talking about the fact that someone submitted a certificate that doesn't even reflect his name, and INEC cannot do a full background check to know that, okay, where did this person get this certificate from? You know, and we have situations, we have those kind of situations everywhere in Nigeria. We also have a complacent judiciary that you would ask them to interpret the laws, the electoral laws, and they will interpret it according to the person that is in the position of power at the present moment, not to the letter of the law. You know, so these are the things that happens that makes it difficult for the system to actually work. So the act of trying to look for solution for the electoral process, if you look at the electoral process at this present moment, every one of us, if you go and look at it and say, let me study this electoral process, we would see that the electoral system, if with the right people in positions of power that can be able to do things properly, and they know that if I fail to do this thing according to what is stated in the Electoral Act, I will be punished for it. If the INEC chairman knew that if he would allow himself to be corrupted by these politicians and allow so much criminality in the last election, if he knew that he would get punished for it, he would tell them, Oga, the weight of this punishment will be too much. No matter the money you want to give me, it will be too much for me to bear. Because let me tell you something, if I was in a position of power, I'm a law student, but if I was in a position of power, any form of electoral malpractice or electoral crime is treasonable felony. Direct. There is no election malpractice clinical pay. No, you are committing treason at that moment, because these are the people that, if directly or indirectly, you're a politician or you are an INEC staff or you are an agent or something, the people that you are working for, the politicians that you are working for, or you that is an INEC official that is working, they are working to determine the destiny of nothing less than 1 million people. When we are talking about states or local governments, some local governments have more than 1 million people in them. in terms of the country, you're talking about the destinies of 200 million people plus and counting. We don't even know how much is it. It is. So any form of electoral crime should be seen as treasonable felony, and the punishment should be death. That is one of the first reforms that I would say, okay, anybody that wants to suggest any reform in terms of election, in terms of elections in Nigeria, should view it from that any form of rubbish in our electoral process that is performed by any individual, whether you are an agent, whether you're a politician, whether you are an INEC official, is treasonable felony and should be treated as one of the highest crimes that can be committed against law-abiding citizens of Nigeria. That is the only way, and that is one of the ways that people can start saying that, okay, let's sit up. Election is a very serious thing. And also to talk about, leaving that aside, to talk about the fact that, okay, fighting for we should fight for our votes and everything. I think the problem, one of the issues that Nigerians have is that we separate ourselves from politics when we are talking about politics. There was a day I was having a conversation with someone, and he's an APC member, and he was talking about how, why this is going on in Nigerian politics, and this, that, and Tinubu's role in it, and how Tinubu is playing a perfect political game. And I was like, okay, you're saying Tinubu is playing a perfect political game, this and that. Where do you come in, sir? He wasn't able to tell me anything. He wasn't able to speak because he actually did not include himself in the equation of politics. So that's the reason why when Nigerians get cheated in elections, they don't have the capacity of saying that, this is my life that is going. I voted, this is my franchise, and you are stealing it from me. And sometimes it deals with ignorance, it deals with education, it deals with poverty. Sometimes when some of us are speaking, we speak from a place of privilege. If you speak with normal people, poor people in Nigeria, you would realize that they don't actually know that they are selling their franchise. So sometimes that's where education comes in. And it's not education like, let's start from secondary school or something. No. Political education. People need to be educated that, see, from now on, an opposition that actually teaches people what politics is the opposition that I will follow. And none of the opposition parties have done anything. I would have joined the Obedience is the last year. The Obedient movement is the last year. But like the things I expected from the movement, I've not seen it. And one of it is political education. Teach people what they are supposed to expect from you. And that's what Nigeria lacks, and Nigerian citizens. So that's why you will never see Nigerian citizens going out to go and fight for their franchise. Of course not. They don't understand it. They don't recognize that that's their franchise that is being stolen. They will never understand it or recognize it. It's someone you know how people fight for their property when bullies come and take it from them. Go and watch children. Let the bully come and say he wants to take something from them, and that boy that you want to bully is a very, very crazy boy. He will tell them, better stand down there. We will fight for it to the end. Even if that bully fights them and they lose, there was blood on the floor because they did not want to give up. So Nigerians need to come to it. Nigerians don't have that sense of recognizing the fact that they don't include themselves in political processes. So once we start teaching them how to recognize that, okay, people that are educated, once we start teaching them how to recognize the fact that you are involved in the political system, the political process, and you matter in it. The truth is, the reason why politicians tomorrow will campaign, the truth is the reason why we have miscreants coming online on Twitter to talk against this political party and talk against this political individual, or talk about this against this former governor, or talk about this person, talk about Peter Obi, talk about Somolu, talk about Fashola, talk about Tinubu, talk about this to promote opinion. It's because they still recognize the power of the people that vote, the electorates. They still recognize our power. That is the reason why they are always shifting opinion. They are always doing this. That's the reason why if they want to do something bad, they go in the corner to go and do it. But have you noticed that now they are becoming more brazen? And the reason why they are becoming more brazen is because as problems keep increasing due to their mismanagement of our economy, people don't want to care to listen about politics anymore. I'm still trying to find my daily 2K. You are telling me that this person, political kiniko, and it makes us not to be involved in it again.
Sorry, Mr. Ifeolu, I would have loved for you to continue. I want to. I just want you to know I'm at work as well, so this space will not run for a long time. So if we can kindly round up quickly, so I will pass the mic to some other person. But please round up, then I can respond to what some of the things they say. Are you still there?
Sir?
Yes, I'm saying because of time, if you can kindly round up quickly, please, so I can pass the mic to some other person.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I will round up like this. So, going back to my points, the point I've made. Number one, in terms of electoral reforms must be dealt with in two ways. Yes, thought leaders, political leaders must speak about it, and people involved in the the electoral systems must actually be honest and must have fear, and not put the fear of God in them, in all of us that are involved in the political system, from the highest person, the INEC official, to the candidates, and to all those involved. Number two, we must have political education. Political education. Malam Issa,
he's back again,
and his wife. For Yarisi to Malam Issa to Yachinedu, political education is important and must be valued and highly chased by all opposition members, because the truth is APC will not push for it, because they know that if you are educated politically, you would make the right choices rather than vote for them. Those are my two opinions. In terms of electoral reforms, I will say it again: the people involved must have fear. I'm not saying fear of God. No, put fear in them. Anything that you make a mistake, you get treasonable felony. I have to prove it to the court that, okay, this is the reason why, please don't kill me. This is the reason why I did what I did. Because you are denying a lot of people. Any election in this country involves nothing less than 500,000 people, or 200,000 people, or 100,000 people, or 50,000 people. So there is need for, you are changing a lot of people's destinies and lives by making a mistake. And people and Nigerians do not recognize the fact that they are involved in it more. They are involved in the system more than they give themselves credit to. So that's why political education is needed. We need to politically educate the people so that they can know that they are a very, very important factor, so that they can fight for their rights. No politician will fight for your rights. It will be bad for me to see Peter Obi walking in the streets to fight to vote for to fight for my votes when I can do it myself, because I recognize the fact that my vote actually should count.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ife Oluwa, for your wonderful contribution. I've listened to you. I made a promise to myself I don't want to discuss electoral reforms, but for some reasons rules are there to be broken. So you've actually pointed on a lot of the things you believe that the people need to do. You mentioned voters education and everything, but you voted for Peter Obi last time, right? During the last election. Is he still there with us?
Sir?
Sorry. You voted for Mr. Peter Obi last time during the 2023 election, right?
Yes.
Because the
yes,
reason
I
I'm
did.
asking you this question, a lot of people. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
But I was in Osun State. I'm
Okay.
from Osun State.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter the states you're from. I just wanted to find out who you voted for last time, because you said something, hence I'm asking you this question, that you would have loved to join because you would have loved to join the obedient movement. Now, where I'm driving at here is a lot of people that voted for Peter Obi are not obedient. But if you think that there's something you can offer to them, I am not an obedient. I hope you know. So I'm not here to campaign for them, but I believe there's quite a number of them on the platform listening. If you think there's something you can offer to them and you wanted Peter Obi to succeed, I think, you should find a way to speak to them, see what you can bring up, because you made a lot of important points. I was writing down some of the things that you said. That's how I learn. People think I only join spaces because I want to hear somebody telling how the husband didn't come back from school or whatever that they discussed. But I learned a lot from a lot of people on platforms. That's how I educate myself politically. You said a lot of things. Now, okay. We got to talk about it now. Let me talk about a little bit about electoral reforms. Now, after the 2023 election, there are things that the party in power did, which for me, the opposition have not learned nothing, and they don't want to learn. In Edo State, the INEC electoral body in Edo State, the person in charge of the INEC in Edo State is Nyesom Wike's cousin. He was systematically put there for a reason. When this was happening in the Senate, the opposition were still writing love letters on Twitter. Okay? Now, does that mean you cannot have somebody as your cousin to be the leader of INEC in Edo State, a state like Edo State, which obviously you know that Peter Obi won that state. So for every state that Peter Obi won, they are doing everything to take the state back from him. But they don't want to say it that way. And I will explain a little bit, please, permit me. Now, in Niger State, they put another APC supporter as the INEC, the person in charge of INEC in Niger State. Please go and do your research. Don't take my word for it, because I don't want it to be hearsay. And then let's go back to Akwa Ibom State. The man in charge of INEC in Akwa Ibom State supported APC in 2023. If you can go and do your research on his name and go and look for him on Facebook, where he was talking about how APC will win. That's the man in charge. And the question here is, what has the opposition done about it? When these guys were confirmed, nobody, and I would say it again, you would think that somebody that understands politics, someone, Atiku Abubakar, who has been in politics, should make reference to these things. I have not seen nothing. And you want to go to those states and win an election. It's not going to happen, guys. You would think that Peter Obi will make reference to these things. He hasn't done it. You think that NNPP guy, Kwekwaso, will make reference to it. He hasn't done it. But let me tell you what APC did. Because there will never be, maybe, this is me speaking right now, I am not God. You see, what happened in 2023 is something that I maybe in my generation, maybe the coming generation might witness it. What happened with the obedient movement is 1 in a million years that it will happen, because it was just too organic for Nigerians to find themselves where where you see young people using their school fees, using their little money to go and buy something to support a candidate, Nigerian politician. The closest you can talk about is something closer to this. It's 1993. At SDP and NRC, where a lot of people voted for MK Abiola, the late MK Abiola. But in terms of Peter Obi's movement, it was like a wildfire, and you can't stop it. But let me tell you what they did. and it's very important because you talked about voters' education. They came up with a way to divide the thing that these guys have built, right? And they use the people inside the same movement to destroy it. And you want me to explain to you? People don't see these things. So there's a lot of people from the Southwest. You are a Yoruba person, right? You're from Washington State, Mr. Ifolua. I want somebody to respond. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And you voted for Peter Obi.
Yes, I am.
You vote. Thank
Yes.
you. Now, your brother, permit me to use the word, your brother was contesting Mr. Bola Tinubu, who is somebody, a Yoruba person, but you choose not to. You felt that the right thing to do is to support a candidate you believed in, right? Good. Thank you.
Yes.
But let me tell you what these guys did after the election. They realized that a lot of people from the Southwest voted for Peter Obi. A lot of people from the Southeast, a lot of people from the Middle Belt, a lot of people from the, from every part of Nigeria. I mean, Gombe State, Nasarawa State were fighting like their life depend on it, right? So what they did was to divide the people. And the biggest mistake that this movement made was to allow that. They allowed bigotry to take over. And the thing is, a lot of people didn't say it. When, not only myself, I believe few people were talking about it, people did not see where this thing is heading to. It's not, you might feel uncomfortable about it. As a Yoruba person, there is no way somebody will insult you, insult your family, without you being involved in it, that you feel comfortable. Do you agree with me, sir? Hello? Gosh. Hello, am I still audible? Hello? Okay,
Yes,
thank
you
you.
are.
Now,
You skipped a little,
all right,
but
thank
I
you very
can
much.
hear
Thank
you.
you. So that you'll be comfortable with it. So what they did was to make it look like every Yoruba person was against Peter Obi. And they allowed that to keep moving there. So people were using different handles to start ethnic bigotry, right? Okay. And one would think that's what they did. They used different handles. It was a simple thing. It wasn't a. It's the simplest way of dividing people. Just make them feel comfortable. And a lot of people in that movement did not see it that way, and they started to amplify it. It becomes about who is the better bigotry, who is the bigger bigot. And they started, at a point, they started open spaces about it. And the thing that really, really, I wouldn't use the word kill me because, for me, I saw the people that didn't see where this whole thing is heading to, is that a number of the people who are leaders, permit me to use the word leaders in that movement, were amplifying this stupidity, right? And dividing the people. So now the party in power saw, okay, guys, we have managed, we've succeeded. We will continue. The thing is, both the so-called activists, the so-called lawyers, the so-called educated people, we are amplifying bigotry from some handles, and people were clapping about it. That is the problem. Somebody will come out and say, Igbo people they started the war in 1997 or whatever nonsense they want to come up with a different handle. People will clap for it and people amplify it. And then another person will use a different handle and claim to be a Yoruba person and people amplify it. And the thing is, you would think that this movement would have or should have said, guys, we are not part of this. This has nothing to do with us. We're not going to amplify anything. Come within themselves and say, within ourselves, Mr. Peter Obi is not a bigot, right? We know him very well. We know what he stands for. We know everything. But the people around them, we are amplifying this in as much as that it would appear that they did not tweet about it, but you're retweeting it or you're clapping underneath the person's tweet. You're amplifying the stupidity. People were lawyers, educated people, activists. That is what happened. That is how they destroy what they build. But people didn't say it. When I talk about it, they felt that one is being, if you don't respond to them, they will go about, who are you responding to? You don't know who you're responding to. Somebody is using a different handle to call you names and everything. And then they want you to amplify it. At a point, these guys were so brazen that they started what they call bigotry Olympics. And the same youth that stood together, the same people that did their rally, I mean, in every state, the same people that came together and used their own money are now fighting themselves because I am an Hausa person, you're a Fulani man, you're an Igbo person, you're a Yoruba person, and you think the government is not enjoying this? That is where the problem lies. So I hope that they have listened to you. Maybe they will call you and you become part of them. But that is the biggest problem right now. People amplifying bigotry. It has never happened before, and it will not happen, right? Where a divided people subdue their oppressor. You cannot fight your oppressor when you're divided. It will never happen. It has never happened. Somebody prove me wrong that it has happened before. That is the problem. People amplify bigotry and they made the bigots, both from the APC, the bigots in APC are amplified. They are like the gods, the mini god. The bigots in that supported Peter Obi they amplify them and they become mini god. The bigots that supported Atiku, it's just absolutely madness. That's why this government can get away with everything. So what they did first was to divide the people. If you divide people, there's no way they can speak in one voice. That's why in the Senate, people were doing bigotry online. Right? People were doing bigotry online, and then APC managed to get somebody who supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who supported APC in 2023 to become the INEC rec in Akwa Ibom State, because people were doing bigotry. People were doing bigotry, and the one in Niger State happened. People were doing bigotry, and the one in Edo State happened. That is the problem here. But I think the thing I disliked, I was not happy with Elon Musk. I think after this, my subscription, I think I need to get rid of it because it just doesn't make sense. Because I think the whole idea of paying people for tweeting and paying people for likes and retweet, I think that spoiled Twitter. I like the fact that I had this thing so I can edit my tweet, but I think people use bigotry to build accounts. People use bigotry to do things, and people were very comfortable with it. The only people that have won in this whole thing is the government. Because you don't discuss anything about it's all about bigotry. It's all about this and that. So I hope they have listened to you, those who are from the obedience. I hope that you can be part of them. I hope that you can come in and find a way to see how you can work with them. It's very important because you voted for Peter Obi and you believe in him. So it's very important they looked inwards and bring you in. And the so-called obedient leaders, I think you guys have to learn from yourselves and stop amplifying bigotry. It's very important. Some of you would dislike it. I don't give a toss how you feel about it. You know me, I don't care about your feelings. If you really want to bring people more and do the same thing that you did in 2023, you need to look inwards and find out how you made the mistake that you made. Oh, if we don't respond, we fire them fire by fire. You fight them with this thing, bigotry by bigotry, and you're losing people. You will say, okay, well, so what's my side say? What is he not talking about APC? APC are the power people in power. You are not in power. You're trying to take power from them, guys. You're not in there. They are there already. You're trying to take power from somebody. You must build more than they are building. That's how it works. It's not a rocket science. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. I really need to dash off and continue with my work, but it's been a very interesting conversation. If Oluwa, please do reach out to, I'm not sure who's an obedient here, who's on the speaker section. I think you can join them and bring your expertise to them. And hopefully they would be able to have you. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Ife Oluwa, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you. Your contributions we are also, I really learned from it. And hopefully they can reach out to you. Sorry, who else? Do you want to say something, sir? Okay. Okay. Garba, sorry, who do we have here? We have changed the topic. I don't even know what the topic is all about, right? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? We can hear you.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what the topic is all about now. So I was responding to Mr. Ifeoluwa because I made a promise to myself that I wasn't going to speak about electoral reforms, but he made a very important point about voters' education, and then that was something that I believe a lot of people have not looked to. So, yeah, Gaba, please go ahead.
I don't have much to say. Me too. I'm trying to go back to my seat and continue my work. But this issue of responding as an oppositions of do you call it, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. I think Atiku Abubakar is trying to respond on mostly what is happening from 2023 up to today. But he usually uses Twitter to respond to it. And Twitter, we all know that I can put it this way, maybe just to say that the way this country is going is for the few privileged people that can even afford the data and have the time to listen to it. Because most people are hungry out there and looking for what to do and what to eat. So he has to do more in terms of being what do you call it, an opposition leader like him. He has to do more. I agree with you, mindset that you say that they are not doing much, and the PDP people, whether they agree with us or not, we all know that they are not doing much to tackle this particular administration. Even though I'm not a PDP member or Labour Party member, like I always say, I'm an APC member, a Buhari's for that matter. But then Peter Obi is trying his best. Peter Obi is doing more than Atiku, to be fair to him. He's doing more than Atiku because Peter Obi used to come out to the media, have an interview, voice out. At least, even if you are not hearing English or whatever the language he had an interview with, you can be able to. There are medias, there are some other medias, Hausa media, Yoruba, Igbo, and all other things. They used to, what do you call it, all this BBC and some other things, but particularly in the northern Nigeria, they used to carry the news and translate it to your own language. So that is the better way to pass the information, to show to the leadership of the country, the incumbents, that you are up to whatever they are doing and you are watching them. And that is how opposition is supposed to be. So Atiku should do more, going beyond Twitter. In fact, it's even better to go to Facebook and be analyzing all those things on Twitter. And even the Facebook, man, I'm not okay with it. Come out publicly, be having an interview, TBC, Channels TV, all those people, BBC, having all conferences, international conferences. What do you call it? What do they call it? Press something, something. Gather media and be talking so that it will go around. If whatever language you are speaking, at least Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Europe, at least even if these three languages in the country can be able to hear you by translating through the media that they carry the information, at least they will achieve a lot by tackling this particular administration and doing their work as the opposition party, as the opposition leaders. But to be sincere, he is not doing much. He has to do much more. The person that is doing much more, I can say, I don't care about his political party, where he came from. We are just been saying the truth is Peter Obi. That's the reality. And he has to keep it off and do more. And Atiku too has to realize and checkmate his media team and those people that are advising him. It's not by feeling you are big or something. You just have to come out and voice out and talk to. But at the end of the day, there are serious issues in order to take over from this particular administration. The thing is, I'm an APC member. This particular administration doesn't have that popularity. So they are doing everything that they can to grab the power again in 2027 and even beyond that. We all know who Tinubu is. The pattern of Tinubu politics is that if you you're familiar with Lagos or following the Nigerian politics, whether I've been to Lagos before or you have not, you know that the kind of politics Tinubu played is that we all know, we have seen it now since 1999. Is there a governor that emerged in Lagos that is not Tinubu boy? No. So Tinubu is not looking at it, okay, let me grab this 2027 ticket again to be a two-term president constitutionally. It's not that. Tinubu is planning to be planting his boys to be ruling this country till whatever years you can mention, even though it might come to decline at the end of the day. That is politics for all of us. But if he mentioned that they will be in the presidential villa in the next 60 years, sometime around 2010 or thereabout, mentioned that, but they are not there anymore for the first 12 years or thereabout now. So they have to do more in order to grab this power out of the APC. Like I always mention, I'm not in support of this administration for one reason or the other. Because it's not that I have any problem with Tinubu, like I always said. So it's not that somebody might think that, okay, you are from North, Buhari Pinish, you never complain about Buhari, now Tinubu from Lagos, and you are complaining. It's not like that. It's just that we are being sincere to ourselves. We are not doing well. That's the truth. If Tinubu has to fail today, I will definitely feel it in my heart. And this is a party that I've labored for since 1999. This is if APP, ANPP, CPC to APC, and they do merger in 2014. So I must feel it. But then the truth is they have to, and I don't see any reason. I don't see a way that these people are ready to change. I don't see it because as we have all seen it now, they have started talking about defection here and there, finding a way to win 2027 election. By next year, we are going to primary elections. After primary election, or even before the primary election, we'll all be talking about the general election. So nothing has been done in the country. Subsidy has been removed, tax here and there. Money is being flowing to the government. They claim that they are paying the debt, but then they cannot be paying the debt for the detriment of the citizens. People are dying each and every day. Nothing, no any palliative, no any relief that is being offered to the Nigerians. So that is the reason why I'm not in support of the APC. But I'm still studying the situation of the politics, the merger, the coalition, and whatever, to see who I'm going to vote in 2027 if God spare our life. That's my mindset.
All right, thank you very much, Gabra, for your submission. Are you still able to speak, or are you going back to work now? So I know how to put my questions to you.
No, I will be here for some time.
All right, so thank you very much. So you were with Buhari in 1999 with NMPP, then you joined him when he turned to CPC and APC. You've always been with him. I have a question. I hope if it's safe to do so, please respond. If not, please do let me know that you're not able. After the 2011 election, that your party, the CPC, that then believed that it was rigged. How did you guys handle it? Were you guys able to put yourself together and say, we're going to try again? Because Buhari didn't want to contest anymore, right? After the 2011, it took a lot for him to come back and say, I'm joining APC. How did you guys react to it?
I think, to be fair to Asiwaju, if there is anybody that convinced Buhari day in, day out, I think Asiwaju came into Kaduna almost like on the monthly basis to see Buhari, to be able to convince him to come back to the political space before the 2015 general election. If there is anybody that makes Buhari to come back, to be sincere and to be fair to him, is Asiwaju. That is why I have respect for him. And that is why we all gang behind him to be able to grab the ticket in 2022 from APC primaries. And I'm solidly behind Rupai for standing by his words that Southerners should take over in 2023. 2023, yes, 2023. That Southerners should be able to grab the ticket. I mean, not to take over, because until when the election has cast, then we'll say who win or not. So that is why we are behind Erufai, wherever he said and whatever he decided about the Southerners that they should take over. That is their turn. I know that from the presidential villa to some of the leaders that we have in APC in Northern Nigeria, some of them, they are a faction. In fact, a much number of them, they are behind another person to take over from the Northern Nigeria, which is very unfair. It could have been a serious problem. In fact, even if Buhari mentioned that at that time, I could have lived Buhari for the rest of my life. Not only me, the Kanduje, the Rupai and rest, they could have part ways with Buhari. I don't think there is any person that is respecting Buhari in Northern Nigeria among the politicians like Rupai did. And at that time, I did bring Buhari choose another. They could have part ways. And me too, I could have followed him. I don't care. I'm with Buhari since 2003 up to today. So that is why we are being paired to Tinubu. Not only to Tinubu, we are being paired to, okay, as an APC members, let's take this into southern part of the country. And they did. And after all, they realized that, okay, they are going to vote for Tinubu in the primary election since Buhari refused to choose one person. Buhari sees it that, okay, Osibanjo is good and is loyal to me. Amechi is good. We all see what happened with Amechi between 2013 and 2014 when he declared that he's leaving PDP and all those things. Onkoso and rest, they have paid the price of, joining the merger in 2014. So it's difficult for Buhari to choose one, even though Asuaju worked more than all those people. He is the first person that tried to convince Buhari, and at the end of the day, achieve it. Buhari agrees to run because the potential that Buhari has. It's only Buhari that they will use at that time in northern Nigeria to be able to grab the vote of northerners, and they did. So that is to show you that how politically strategic Tinubu is to some extent. So it's Tinubu and Erufai. The second person I mentioned is Erufai. I convinced Buhari, and Amechi too. Amechi is the third person. I convinced him, okay, yes, you have to go back and do it again. And he did it, and that's become a story now. 8 years has gone. Here we are, Tinubu is. So that is to show you that I don't have any personal issue with Tinubu. I don't hate him. There's no reason for me to hate him or anything politically, but his policies are making people. I have what to eat. I'm not bragging. I have what to eat. Even in this Tinubu administration, I can see some governors now. I can see some ministers. I have that privilege. Alhamdulillah. It's not that I'm bragging. And I can still find a way to have one or two contract or some other things to be able to take care of my life. But the people that are dying from Maiduguri to Lagos, from Port Harcourt to Sokoto, the people that are dying every day, my brother, if you are going through these small communities and be asking people out there, so, it's unfortunate. That is what we are saying. Provide a relief, at least provide a relief to people. You can't you can't ask people to sacrifice with empty stomach. We all go to school now. At least some of us that are in this, most of us that are in this space, we all go to school. I study economics. I think I can't remember the course that is talking about all those martial law after the Second World War, Britain would comprise and all those things. Those strategies that they used to rebuild the Europe, where they affected the most by the World War III. And the strategy that China used to bring their own country to be the second
Gaba.
best country in the world
Gaba.
today.
Gaba,
They did not do it with empty stomach.
Gaba, can you hear me, sir?
So that is the problem.
Gaba.
Yes, you can.
All right. So I asked you a question and you answered the question. Then you started going a little bit deeper from what I wanted to get from you, because I wanted to find out how you just supported Buhari since 1999, and especially 2011 election was the one that brought the cameras back for him. He was like, I'm done with this whole thing, right? But you give a lot of credit to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which is, yeah. But, I think the individual that convinced Buhari, people always say Tinubu convinced Buhari. It's not really Tinubu that convinced Buhari. I mean, you're a Buhari, so I was hoping you would mention this. It's Baba Akande, Baba Bisi Akande. Because if you remember, when this whole thing about coming together started, Baba Bisi Akande was in full front of it because he had talked with Buhari in 2006 of how to dislodge the PDP and what have you and everything. But he made it a thing even when Bola Ahmed Tinubu was consulted about the idea of joining with Buhari. Tinubu refused. If the APC, you're a Buhari, so you should know this. So if there are APC members who want to discuss this, you can come up and take the mic and we can talk about it. But it was Baba Bisi Akande who was frequently coming to Kaduna and meeting up with Buhari then. And when everything was settled, at least he have gotten 60% sure that the grantee that Buhari is willing to join, right? And then Tinubu started coming to Kaduna. So it was Baba. APC will not be APC with it, Baba Bisi Akande. Let's not take that away from him. Now, if you disagree with me, please unmute your mic and respond because we are Buharis. I'm not, right? Garba.
No. You are right. And thank you for reminding me. Bisi Akande, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I got it wrong. Bisi Akande was the first person. It's because that he's not in the political space like some other politicians. So I come to forget about him. Of course, Baba Bisi Akande is the first person that stepped on to convince Buhari. And this first chairman of APC, this Idoman, this gentleman.
Oyegun.
Oyegun,
yep.
Thank you.
Yep, these are.
Bisi Akande
yep.
and John Oyegun. Buhari respected these two gentlemen very well. They are the ones that first step on to convince Buhari, and Tinubu take over from there, and Atiku, Rufai as well. Then Amechi too come and join the business. So at the end of the day, after he agreed with Bisi Akande, they all come together to start to
because in prior to the 2007 election, Bisi Akande reached out to Buhari in 2016 for them to have a merger, but it didn't work out. So they still have that open conversation. But prior to 2015, he was able to convince him and say, come back. So I like to give people credit. This is one thing about me hosting spaces. I just don't like when people don't give people credit. So, so after how do you guys feel after the 2011 election, knowing fully well that Buhari said he wasn't going to contest before Baba Bisi Akande and then Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then they came in to convince him? How did you guys feel when he said he wasn't going to contest again? Quickly.
Well, it was a hard decision for him to take and for us to agree with him. He's somebody that has this kind of principle. Like you hardly, what do you call it? You hardly change him. So nobody is even there to approach him to even tell him to change his mind. So we just have to wait for what God is going to do, because you can't change. It will be very hard to change his mind. It's not possible. And most Northerners, they are not with him. Then very few of those Buharis that is there with him since 2003. Most not even the Sheikh Karau, former Kano State governor, and the rest, all those governors that they won on the APP when he was contesting in 2003 and 7, they left him. So nobody is there in the North to even convince him, because they know how hard to convince him is when he decides on something. And thank God to Baba Bisi Akande for convincing him to contest again, and we're very much happy. And that is why I give much credit to these Yoruba people that come off all the way from Oshun and Lagos to convince Buhari to contest. And I don't regret voting him.
All right.
Some of his shortcomings that he did,
people are going to. You say you don't regret what. Galva, we turned the platform into a Buhari platform. Let me quickly read out some of the things that some people are saying on the timeline. I can't pronounce your name properly. Yes, sir. He said, "My said, please, can you remove Tinubu from BC Akande?" That's a question. No, you. Yes, you can, because it's very important. Before Bola Ahmed Tinubu decided that he was going to work with Buhari in 2015, before they formed the APC, but the way Mr. Galba said it, it would appear that Tinubu decided, went to Kaduna to meet Buhari. So I was trying for us to understand exactly who made it possible. So we cannot, or I cannot, speak on this without saying it was Baba Bisi Akande that started it. So that's the way I would like to say it. But maybe you don't want me to differentiate that they are the same unit, they work together. Yes, but who was the first person that traveled to this thing and convinced this guy? Remember 2016, 2006, he was trying to for this to happen, but it didn't happen. So that's my response, Mr. Ayesoro. Sorry, I'm butchering your name, but if you would like to respond, or you have more information that you would like you want to share with us, please come on the spaces and request for the mic. It's quite interesting to listen to everybody. So you don't regret voting for Buhari? Garba, right?
I don't. He has his shortcomings. I can agree with everybody that I can mention or that I can criticize him. We take the criticism, and he has his shortcomings, and to some extent we are very much angry with him for some of the policies, and that is life. I'm not a blind Buharis. I have to say it when he's wrong, and because he's a human being. And thank God to BC Akande, because that person that he's saying that's removed Tinubu from BC Akande, there is one thing that happened before the Buhari choose the vice presidential candidate. He left to the BC Akande and Co, those of them from Southwest, to choose the presidential candidate. This information is a first-hand information I'm saying. So Tinubu wanted to be the vice president then. For that person that he's saying that to remove Tinubu from BC Akande.
He didn't say, sorry, please. Here, most of my family, let me respond because it's very important we don't misquote people. He's asking a question. He said, please, can you remove Tinubu from BC Akande with a question mark? Well, I think what I understood from what he's trying to say is that BC Akande is Tinubu is BC Akande. I think that's what he's trying to say. Please, let's not misquote him.
Okay, I get it now. So Tinubu wanted to be vice president. And Buhari says, no, they cannot do Muslim ticket. You can't do that to be paired to other religion because of the sensitivity of and the nature of the Nigerian politics. And that issue it happens to become a problem with that coalition of merger at that time. But it was still the BCI candidate that come over and said, okay, we are not going to do it like that, since this is what Buhari said. We have to look for a Christian vice president to give to Buhari, since he refused to accept that. Because of that reason, they cannot be able to leave the issue to go away like that. That they tried to do it previously and they couldn't achieve it. And that time, the interest of Tinubu alone cannot make deal to be something that is rubbish. So they have to agree that the vice president should be a Christian. And Tinubu, at the end of the day, he has to agree that okay, he will step down for anybody that they might choose. And they give him the upper hand to go and bring anybody from Lagos, him and PC Akande, or from the Southwest. And they decided that okay, with the contribution and how mighty Tinubu is, as they see him in the Southwest, they are giving it to him to choose somebody from Lagos, because that is another thing that I give credit to this year. He's a very highly gentleman to the core. Because this thing that I'm telling you is a personal information that we had in Kaduna.
Sorry, Gaba, I have to come in again. I've got a meeting coming up very soon, so I would be ending the spaces. I know a lot of people are enjoying the conversation, but if there's anybody who wants to hold on to the spaces, I guess I'm going for a Zoom meeting. I'm going to a meeting, online meeting, so I might not be able to hold on to the spaces, right? Not that I'm going to end it, but I'm having a meeting coming up very soon. So if there's any person who wants to co-host the spaces and hold it on to till I rejoin again, that will be fine. If not, we can quickly round up and maybe come up some other time to continue the conversation. But before I hand the mic back to you, let me read out what people are saying on the comment section. So we have Stonehenge. He said, there's a conference today in Abuja about electoral reform. Just so it's online now. Thank you. You shall know the truth, said. Mine said the electoral reform meeting is ongoing in Abuja. We take note of your advice and we are working on them. Keep the good work and you will not go unrewarded. Thank you very much for your kind work. Street King said, to liberate Africa, we want facts, not politician games. Okay, so other person posted the result from Sokoto State, and Mox said, I want to contribute, please. Okay, if you're still there, Moss, please request for the mic, and hopefully we'll get somebody who would bring you up. But it's quite interesting to come on spaces, and we started discussing these things and everything. So you are a Buharist. You voted for Buhari. You don't regret voting for Buhari. You voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2023. I've asked you this question before, but I will ask you this question again. Galva, you have Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the plot you have Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you have Mr. Peter Obi, you have Atiku Abubakar, you have Kwankwaso. Who will you vote for if there's an election tomorrow?
I think if there is something, if they are all on the ballot as presidential candidates, for sure, Tinubu is going to win, and I'm not going to vote.
No.
But if Atiku and Peter
Forget
will
about
match,
who's
I will
going
definitely
to.
vote.
Sorry, I'm going to come in, right? Forget about who's going to win. I want to know this. That your vote that you've been casting for Buhari since 2019. Sorry, 2009, 1999. I do apologize, sir. Right? 2003. So you've been giving Buhari your vote since 2003, right? If you have Mr. Peter Obi, you have Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you have Atiku Abubakar, you have Kwankwaso, who will you vote for?
I'll vote for Atiku.
But at the same time, you okay, all right. But you're still not comfortable with the way he's handling things. So why will you vote for somebody who you're not comfortable with? I was going to ask that question, right?
You see, you asked me this question the other space that you heard some weeks ago, and I answer you.
I'll be
told
asking
you
this
I would either
question
vote
every
for
time
Atiku
because I want
Peter
to.
Obi.
Sorry.
Or Peter Obi, and you told me that I have to choose one. So I told you that I choose Atiku, and I give you the reason why I choose Atiku, and I will give you the reason again. Like I told you before, this coalition must happen in order for them to win. And the merger between Atiku and Peter Obi, that is the only way to deliver this country from APC right now, even though I'm an APC member. That's the truth.
Mr. Galva.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, there's no coalition. You're aware of that, right?
No, but we are still hoping for it. Maybe before.
No, but as it stands right now, you and I know there's no coalition. Maybe it will happen in the next 1 minute. So I want to know. I'm doing a research, so I want to know if you have changed your mind. Because for every time you're on the platform, I would continue to ask you this question. So you have not changed from voting for Atiku if there's an election tomorrow, in as much as you're not still comfortable with the way he's handling things, which is the truth, right? In the last couple of months, Peter Obi has come out more to speak rather than tweet, right? What's the statement, the speech at Mr. Emeka Ihedioha's birthday, for me, is one of the best I've seen him. And then this one yesterday, calling out what's happening in Edo State, is something you want to hear from them. But for the man you're going to vote for, it appears that he's more comfortable with tweeting and every other thing. He has to come out more, right? So maybe you can offer them that advice. Maybe they would work with it as well. But it's always a pleasure to have you on the platform. If any other person wants to contribute, it's been fun. It's been fun. I don't want it to look like it's Gaba, the man, the Buhari that doesn't want to change. But Gaba, if one day I will open a space and I want people to ask you a question about Buhari, but let's leave that for now, right? If any other person wants to hold on, go ahead. Your mic is on.
No, leave Buhari alone, I beg. Leave me and Buhari alone. We don't finish our 8 years now. So we are just spectators now.
All right, let me ask you another question. You have answered it before. So within the people that supported Buhari, that supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu because Buhari was supporting him without even coming out, he's an APC member, right? Within your circle, your friends and your family members, are they still in line with you that they are not going to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027?
Most of them, almost 90% of them.
So,
but some still believe in him, especially my immediate brother, the same father, the same mother, still believe in him, and I just leave him. I didn't force him to okay, you have to forget about this guy and all those things. I just leave him. Okay, he's seen the situation in the country, he's seen what is happening and all those things. He can decide by himself at the end of the day. But he's convinced that Tinubu is not doing well and they are not ready to change.
So in your own opinion, there's a lot of people, and 90% is a lot is a big number. So 90% of those that voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who are Buharists, that are not going to vote for him again, right?
Yes.
That's a lot. And apart from your own brother, that's quite interesting. And
one thing I want to say is that if these people doesn't come together and make a merger, there is no way they can defeat Tinubu. And in that case, I'm not going to vote. I can neither vote for Tinubu or not vote for Concourse or Peter Obi that is not going to deliver at the end of the day. Peter Obi alone cannot defeat Tinubu. Atiku alone cannot defeat Tinubu. That's the reality. Concourse, stop talking about Concourse. Concourse can only win Kano State. If they're a Concourse here, they can hear me. They know better. Can only win Kano State and spoil the votes for the rest of the candidates. I don't talk about Concourse. He can't do it. He can't get it. Not now. Maybe in the near future. But we only talk about Peter Obi. That is why I'm insisting on Peter Obi and Atiku should match in order to defeat us. If not, they should forget about it. And I'm not going to my village to vote. That is the reality. And these people are going to bounce back.
I mean, just good luck to you convincing them that they should work together. You can try. You're an APC member, and you're trying to tell the opposition that they have to come together to defeat you guys. That's quite that's an interesting one, right? Isn't it? But yeah, maybe they will. Maybe they choose not to. One cannot force anybody to do what they choose not to do. For me, it is their own decision. So we'll leave it at that. Henry, what is it regarding? You're raising your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mindset. I think when the network was a bit frustrated, you were asking me, I think you were asking me why I tagged you to that speech of Obi. So
Yes.
I
So
think
you tagged me.
2 months ago
Sorry.
we were holding a space.
Sorry. You tagged me to. So why did you tag me to that video? Let's start with that. Henry, please, if you can hear me, can you unmute your mic and speak?
I think 2 months ago, I don't know if I'm correct. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. I can hear you, sir.
Okay, I think okay, thank you. 2 months ago, if I'm not mistaken, you on your space, I was complaining about Obi not, really putting on the fire. And I said a lot of things that I would have loved him to do. So I think that time he hasn't said anything. It's just this tweeting thing. So I was happy to, to hear him say what he said yesterday. So that's why I tagged the tweet.
All right. So for me to confirm that he has listened to you, right? So that's a good thing. At least he's listening. He has listened to your advice. I mean, it's very important that people like yourself and every other person who want the best for Peter Obi, or like Mr. Gaba who want Atiku to succeed, start speaking out more, right? You might be the lone voice, but you have to speak. It's very important. This whole mindset that people have to is one size fit it all. It's not right. You shouldn't. I don't believe in it, right? Because I can say it publicly on this platform that you're one of those individuals who will always, when you have the opportunity to speak on this platform, you always say Peter Obi needs to do more, and a lot of people don't like it. People will go on the timeline and everything. They say, oh, you want him to go and kill himself. If you guys are not willing to serve the country, you should forget about it. Like, he's a billionaire. He should go and enjoy himself. Nigerians need to go and rescue Nigeria. The people are the opposition. And I must give you credit for you to, for what you did, right? Perhaps it might be that he listened to you and he started to speak more. That's why it's very important. You must speak. If you love these guys, if you love them, correct them, tell them where you think they can improve. People will come after you, people will dislike you, people will say things about you. But if you're convinced within yourself that what you're doing is the right thing, don't change because people are not going to like your tweets. Sometimes I remember sometime last year, this is quite funny. I said something about Peter Obi or something. I think, no, it has to do with the election. And one person, I think the next day or something, maybe the next couple of days or something, I tweeted something, and somebody come on underneath the tweet. I don't really read my comment. I said, you see, he's not getting a lot of likes and retweets because of what he said. We told you. And it made me laugh. I'm thinking, you guys think my life revolves around likes and retweets? If you think I'm not going to speak for you to like my tweet or retweet it, if you think that's what matters to you guys, you don't even know what's coming for you. I think for some, yes, it was after I hosted a space and I did say that if you guys don't come together in Edo State, APC will win. And a lot of people from the Obedient were really, 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 really upset, and that they felt that the spaces was for PDP and all kinds of nonsense that they said and everything. And I went back and I tweeted again, if there's an election today, APC will win. The rest they will say is history. So what I'm trying to say, Henry, is please continue to speak out. It's very important, right? Against all odds in Ondo State, you stood, you were there, you make sure you voted for Peter Obi. So you have a right to speak. Some of us that are speaking, we don't even have voters card, right? Some people that you hear come out and dislike you, call you names, they are not in Nigeria. They don't vote because they have a lot of followers. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, sir? Right? Some people that come and speak big English and some big grammars don't have voters card. But somebody like you in Ondo State, you voted for Peter Obi. It's not that you voted for Peter Obi. You stood there and make sure that your vote was recorded and everything. So you have every right to say, sir, I voted for you. I want you to speak up more. It is your right. Right? So do not be discouraged for people disliking you and not liking your tweet. It's just one thing I hope Elon Musk will change this nonsense about paying people for likes and retweets. It destroyed Twitter. It destroyed everything because the moment you have 5,000 likes, it looks like you're making a good point. I don't give a toss about likes and retweets. And I think that's the biggest mistake the opposition made. Some of the individuals that make decisions for them were the people that have a lot of likes and retweets, but they know absolutely nothing about politics. They just tweet something and people will go underneath it and start liking it, and then the person has to become the leader. You don't make somebody a leader because they have a lot of likes and retweets. There's a young man that spoke earlier on, Ife Olua. He voted for Peter Obi in Osun State. He said that he's not an obedient, that he would have loved to be an obedient. I listened to that gentleman. I learned a lot from him. Same with you, Henry. Same with you, Gaba. So it's not about likes and retweets, people that have 5 million followers, and then they have to be leaders. No, look for the best among you and, see how you guys can work together. So, Henry, it doesn't matter how many people you have, your voice counts, and continue to speak out more. Thank you very much, sir. Henry, you raise your hand. Can I go, please? Henry.
Yes, nice that. Thank you. I just wanted to Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you, sir. So what I wanted to say is that going forward, yes, I voted in the last election, but my candidate I'm going to support in 2027 must be able to, point out a plan. It's not going to be like in 2020 when they said this and that. And when I got to the polling unit, there was no party agent. I stood in for party agent. I went on to the collation center where the magic happened. So you must be able to come out with a plan that this is what you're going to do. And as I said, it's only going to be about opposition, who the opposition presents. That's who I'm going to support in 2027. Yes, if you have Bola on the ticket and you have Obi, I will always vote Obi because I feel he's a better candidate. But in 2027, the opposition must, because of there's going to be a lot of vote buying, and that's the problem. Mindset, the vote buying is the issue. A lot of people that even voted Tinubu in the last election, this I warned a lot of people, and the reality is today. So most of them are saying they are not going to vote for him in the next election. So that's where the opposition must be able to tell these people their plan on how they are going to, because a lot of people are defeated. So there must be a plan to these people who are saying, yes, I voted this particular way in the last election, but I'm not going to do it again. So you must be able to tell these people, these are the plan that I'm going to do. Because once I tell them that, okay, since you are not voting this and okay, let's have a conversation now. Since I warned you last time, but since you've made up your mind that this is what you're going to do, okay, can we vote this particular this thing? And either you like it or not, they are in the grassroots now telling the people that both Atiku and Obi are in the APC now. And a lot of them are buying the crap. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And mindset, I agree with you. The time is, in fact, I don't know. Next year that I'm talking about primaries now. So the time is so short. And now I expect in a lot of things, to be honest, I expect a lot of things to have been done. But at least I'm not really seeing anything today. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be, I've been voting for a long time. So I'm not wicked or something. But I
Henry, before,
expect a lot more from the
sorry, I do
opposition.
apologize
But
for
now,
Henry. I do apologize for interjecting. Let me ask you a question. The people that voted for Peter Obi in on those states that right? How many percent of them, how many percent of them do you think are willing to vote again in 2027 election? Give me numbers. Let's out of 10, give me numbers.
yeah, mindset, out of 10, I still believe that 8 of them will still definitely going to vote to be again. And the 2 are not definitely going to vote for another APC. But the problem is those 2 are just saying that their vote is going to count. You know, will Bola allow them? These are the conversations. A lot of people are defeated in the line of that. Will it happen? Will they be able to? So it's very difficult.
Okay, so if they are, what do you think would happen? What do you think one needs to do to convince them? What do you think on top of your head? I mean, you're DM not on the state right now. What do you think you can do to bring in more people? Out of the 10, you have 8. So what can you do to bring the other 2 back and say, guys, we need to go back again in 2027?
Okay, thank you, myself. If I tell them that, okay, since let's vote to be in the next election, the next question is under which party? And if I say under Labour Party, but there's still a lot of things that are going on in the party. As I speak to you, that there's no even visible Labour Party in those states. So it's going to be, there are a lot of questions that I don't even have anything to say. Because when they come to the party, the problem is not the candidate, but the party, the platform.
But
If I say Labour
sorry,
Party, and it's going to be difficult for me.
if I may come in here because of time. So now, if indeed these 10 individuals that you mentioned voted for Peter Obi, because they believe in him, right? I want to believe that if he moves to a different party, they will still vote for him. So their problem now is not Peter Obi. Their problem is the party. Is that what you're trying to say, sir?
100% the party.
Okay. So if Peter Obi was to move from Labour Party and find a different party, this 10 individual will still go with him, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay, that's fine. So the problem the 10 individuals, I mean, it might be more than 10, it might be less than 10, but I'm using 10 because of this conversation, right? Have is they don't know the party that he's going to be part of, right? But if for any reason he was to make his, the party known to you and the other individuals, then they are still going to vote for him. That's a good thing for him. So, and you did say something, sir, please, if you don't mind me. You mentioned the fact that in Ondo State, the Labour Party is no longer. I can see within your party that or within your group, you have the idea of voters. You have a card, a membership card. Have you gotten your membership card? Have you registered?
Yes, myself, I have.
And these other individuals that you mentioned, have you managed to convince them to register?
I think about 5 that I know. Because if you are looking at this 10, the 8 that I talked about, I think
Sorry,
5
eight. The
among them,
eight that you talk
these
about.
people are,
All right. Okay.
yes, these 8. I think the 8, about 4 have this party card. But these 5 are saying that they want to register, but because of these who are going around the party, it's difficult for them.
Okay, that's fine. So you have the task of convincing the other 3 to register. I mean, you're doing a great job. So I hope that the people that you're working with would see and see what they can do to make sure that they don't lose the numbers they got in Ondo State. And you see, there's this thing that we have in mind that this is not going to count. Every vote counts because remember, it's not about winning a state. It's about getting 25% in other states. So people should have that at the back of their mind that you must get these numbers in so and so places. So if you win the election, if you win the numbers in these states, and you think we are not going to focus on those states because it is a southwest state, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to win there. I think it's the wrong way of looking at it. I will want people to look at it from a different angle. You need to get 25%. So the more numbers you get, the better for you as well. So thank you, Henry, for what you're doing for Peter Obi on the state. And thank you very much to Gaba for what you're doing for Atiku in Yobe State, I believe. Yobe, right? He's going to kill me, right? Is it Yobe or Gombe? Yobe, I believe.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from Yobe.
Yeah, you see, my memory still works, in as much as I'm getting too old right now. So you're fighting for Atiku in Yobe State. Henry is fighting for Peter Obi in Osun State. We are getting somewhere. We have Adebayo. Our sweet angel, good afternoon. If I pass the mic to you, that means we're probably going to stay here for a long time. So let me hear from Adebayo. Adebayo, good afternoon. So how are you doing?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon very much. Greetings to everybody on the space. Quickly, what I want to talk about is about the coalition. As of today, there seems not to be any coalition, and it seems no coalition is ever going to be formed for the purpose of 2027 election. From all feelers, it seems there's not going to be any coalition. Anyway, they say that even to one day is a long time in Nigerian politics. But if election were to hold today, I don't think that's going to come up. In the meantime, uh, I believe there is all these internal wranglings in all the Nigerian political parties. Talk of the Labour Party, talk of the PDP, talk of even the ruling party APC, talk of the AAC, even the so-called obedient movement, talk of them, a lot of internal wranglings. So everybody needs to put their houses in order. And
Sorry, it appears we've lost Mr. Adebayo. As we wait for him to come back, I just seen something on the timeline and I would like to read it. Kenny K said, Baba, you two act like one thing. Why not lay your ideas and stop aching my ears about your opinions? We are right. If only they listen to you. Sorry, your opinion, we are right. If they listen to you. How do you come to the conclusion that people will be lost because of the behavior of the obedience? Mr. Kenny K, thank you for your wonderful contribution. I would just say two things or maybe more. I'm not sure if you're making reference to me or you're speaking to, you're responding to Mr. Henry that spoke. So I want to believe that you're making reference to either myself or Henry. So I'm going to respond to you. On this platform, nobody came to your house to ask you to join. If what I said is aching your ear, kindly, respectfully, get out and go somewhere else. It's that simple. If what Mr. Henry said makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to be here and listen to him. He's aching your ear and you're using your data to listen to him or you're listening to me. Nobody is forcing you. I've always said it very clear. I didn't open space and ask you to be part of it. One thing I would not condone is somebody disrespecting my speakers. It's not going to happen. So if what the individual that spoke or myself make you uncomfortable, you go somewhere else and lay your complaints. Nobody forced you to be here. He has the right to speak. You have the right to respond. But using that he's aching your ear, it's just you being, just you being, you're just not being truthful to yourself because you're listening to him or you're listening to me. So I will respectfully ask you to kindly and respectfully leave this platform and go somewhere else and never return back. Thank you. As we continue, Henry, Agaba, Sweet Angel, please go ahead as I try to bring up Mr. Adebayo.
All right. Thank you, Mindset. Good morning, and good morning to everybody here. Mr. Garba, good morning from here.
Good
I
morning.
have a
Good
question.
morning.
Yes, thank you, sir. I listened to you. You were so passionate about Buhari. You stood behind him all these years. Um, from what I got from what you were saying about Mr. Tinubu not sharing palliative, you repeated that word several times, um, and the hardship people are going through. So my question for you is, if Mr. Tinubu distributes this palliative and ignores the insecurity, the hardship, people dying left and right in Nigeria, you will go back and support him since you said you don't have no personal beef or anything against Mr. Tinubu. So if he shares this palliative, are you, Mr. Garba, going to stand behind him in 2027?
Thank you for your question, sweet Angel. That would not be a reason for me to stand with Tinubu. The reason why I mentioned that is that I think first thing first, you have to eat in order to survive. That is what I believe. I'm very mindful of the insecurity that is going on. In fact, I'm from Northeast, even though I'm not staying in Yobe State. But we have seen Boko Haram. We have seen hell. I don't think anything like that happens in this country, even with this banditry that is happening in the Northwest and some other part of the country. So that would not be a reason for me. I think I cannot remember exactly the question that I was asked, and I'm answering in that way. What I'm saying is that in the first instance, the China that we have seen today, madam, they sit down and have something to eat before they make their country to be a greater country today. That is what I'm saying. At least in the first instance, let there be food for people to eat. Let there be a succor. At least let there be a relief. Okay, they remove subsidy, they added tax and all those things. What exactly are they doing now to have to bring a relief for a common Nigerian? Not to be a common Nigerian, for a millionaires that we have in the country. Everybody is crying. What do they have? Let them have something in the first instance. And at the same time, they must tackle insecurity. I think the way I understand this country, the average Nigerian is, their problem is security, one. To have this kind of life that is affordable for them. Like the time of Obasanjo, Jonathan, and Umar Musa Yar'Adua of blessed memory, up to that time. In fact, as well as Buhari's for the rest of my life, I can tell you that Buhari's time that we start to see suffering in this country and people dying here and there, insecurity, no food to eat, and some useless policies that they asked him to implement at that time. I was part of the people that go against them, against the Buhari himself. We have to be sincere to ourselves. People started suffering when Buhari took over in this country. I can frankly tell you, and not only you, and not because we are privileged. Government take care of my education, my father is this and that, all those things. I don't have any problem. But then these people that we are seeing around, for God's sake, let them have something to eat, let them have security, and go and continue with your corruption. You can't take our corruption from this country. You can only minimize it. Even to minimize it is a problem. They can look for your life if you have 1,000 life. So, madam, I'm not voting Tinubu because he's going to bring palliative. And this palliative that you are talking about now, watch out. Between now and December to next year, 2026, if you and I are alive, or some other people that are hearing us now, you are going to see they are going to bring the palliative in any form that they wanted to do it, and they are planning it. They'll bring it. Why are they bringing it? Because of the politics, because they want to buy people. I'm not saying that they are buying people with money. I'm not accusing them of both buying or something like that. No, they will indirectly buy people with those kind of palliatives. And they'll find a way to reduce the, what do you call it, this fuel, what do you call it, the PMS price, in order for the market things to be able to come down, so that people can have something to do. Watch out. If you are alive, you come back and tell me. Even if we are not friends on this particular platform, maybe I might add you later. We'll talk about it in the next 1 year. So why did they bring it? There's no reason that they can tell me as an educated person. There's no reason that they can tell me they brought this thing in order to bring the country back to the normal, the ordinary citizen to their normal lives. They are bringing it because they want people to vote for them. We talk about this thing before 2019 general election, that we advise some of the Buharis, some people that are close to him, the ministers and some of the governors that we are privileged to talk to, that, okay, all this suffering that is going on, try and bring it down. Do you know what Mr. President said then? He said he is doing it for the masses, even though he knows that to some extent they are suffering, but he's not going to open the border. He's not going to do this and that. If they want to vote for him, let them vote for him, because he's afraid to do it now. If he do it at that time, they will think that he's looking for their own vote. And he knows that he's not bragging, that he knows that people love him for the sake of God. People love him. He don't even know how to identify why people love him like that. So he knows that whether or not, even though there is suffering in the land at that time, they will still vote for him. And to some extent, I mean, not enough, I can see that they voted for him, even though some are claiming that Atiku won the election. So don't do it. And I was solely behind him then, because of one reason, that he should not do it. If he has to do it, he has to do it that 2016, when the suffering started to surface in the land. But he couldn't do it. He maintained that he has to.
Oh, we lost Mr. Garba. Oh, Mr. Mindset.
Oh, sorry. We've lost Gava. Sorry, guys. I'm doing 30 things at the same time. So I've listened to him. I listened to the question that you asked him. But before we proceed, let me quickly read out. McCallum say he has a question for Galba. Okay, let McCallum, please, let's wait for Galba to come back on the speaker section so he'll be able to respond. If anybody can see him, please ask him to request for the mic before I read out the question, because it will not be fair that I read out the question and he's not here to respond. But I want to address something, please. It's very important that I do this. The individual that I read out his comment, he said he's making reference to me. As I've made it very clear, I'm not here to claim that I know it all. This morning, this afternoon, I started Spaces. I learned something from the individual that stays in Ocean State. I forgot him, Mr. Ifeoluwa. I've learned something from Sweet Angel. I've learned something from Henry, and I've learned something from Gaba. But you see, there's this attitude and this mindset that the obedient movement have, that nobody can speak ill of obedient. Nobody can correct you guys without the person being cancelled. You guys are messing. You guys are just. It's not me. I'm not the individual that I will. Nobody should. It becomes a commandment. Anybody that speak about your movement, you will come against him. The pencil, the text, they know it. I don't know it all, but that does not mean I cannot speak on my platform. It is not going to happen. So if you're not comfortable listening to the nonsense that I'm saying, listening to my, the gibberish I'm reading, you have a choice. Leave the platform, block me. Right? I didn't tell you that you're not going to win the election, but you cannot stop me in my own view. It will never happen. They have not given birth to the individual. So this whole thing that is an obedient thing, nobody can speak, and you cannot talk about Peter Obi, you cannot correct Peter Obi. You can do it to someone else. You can go to your platforms. You can go to somebody's Twitter Spaces and do that thing and drag the person. That's absolutely nothing that you drag me now that will become a new thing. What are you going to talk about me? I work for APC. I work for PDP. I work for NMPP. Absolutely nothing new. I don't work for Peter Obi. What are you going to say about me? So I shall not. Because it's Peter Obi or the obedient, I will not speak. If you don't want to be part of the conversation, go somewhere else. I will continue to call out where I think Mr. Peter Obi have gotten it wrong. He's a human being. He wants to be the president of Nigeria. If he succeeds to be the president, he'll be my president. So you think I'm not going to speak out? I'm not going to call him out? I'm not going to call Atiku Abubakar. When I talk about Atiku Abubakar, PDP members they feel uncomfortable about it. But there's something about this obedient movement that it is something nobody you dare not talk about the obedient movement, because you guys are obedient. You have something coming for you if you think I'm that kind of individual that you guys would do the nonsense that you do to other people. If you're not comfortable, go somewhere else. I never beg anybody to be part of my conversation. I never beg you to be part of these places. I don't ask you to be part of it. You have your own spaces. Go there and discuss and believe in yourself and discuss. You see on this platform here, everybody has the right to air their view. If you're not comfortable listening to the nonsense that mindset is saying that he thinks he's know it all, who invited you, for crying out loud? Adebayo, please go ahead. Mr. Adebayo, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. The network threw me out the other time. So the election process I quickly want to talk about that time before the network, my MTN network. So they keep shouting 2023 is the INEC that made people the vote is not counting. The vote is not counting. But someone have over 90% of the vote in a particular region of the country. People should spare us all that bull crap for now. Vote counts, and it counts for good in our election process. Every individual should focus. I mean, the aspirant should focus on how to win the minds of the electorate. Come up with good policies. Come up with good manifestos. Come up with ideas that people can buy, people can take to the bank. Come up with good things that you have done in the past that you are meant to do much more in future. Come up with programs for the youth. And for now, like I said, the 2027 election is going to be is going to really run on what the participants have done in the past, what they are doing presently, and what people can, see them doing in future. It's not even going to be about the political parties. Political party will remain the platform anyway, but it's really going to be about individual. I see that, happening. I'm in Lagos. I already see that happening in Lagos. Yes, all these primaries, that all the grassroots work that all the participants, the aspirants are putting into place now. A lot of internal wranglings in all the political parties. That is politics. When it is time for politics, I think everybody should know that there's difference between politics and emotions. Unfortunately, politics don't care about emotions. It is what it is. You may not like me, you may not like what the way I'm putting it, but it is what it is. The issue of like my brother, I can't remember his name, Mr. Garba said.
I think we've lost Mr. What's his name? Mr. Adebayo. So let me quickly now, because I like to read out what people are saying on the platform, and it's very important. So Mr. Stonehead said, laugh out loud, obedient people, they really provoke you, bro. Well, I said to my wife, the people that will vote for Bia will be newbies. I don't care how you people vote for Peter Obi or not. I think there's something you people fail to understand. Somebody's mic is on, please. Can the person, Ogaba, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. And sorry, I do apologize. Mr. Austin Oka said, you may avoid making the conversation about your political belief. I enjoy this platform until you begin to flex ego. Please don't do that. It is my platform, Mr. Austin Oka. If you're not comfortable listening to me, please go somewhere else. I never beg you to be part of this conversation. It is my platform. You may avoid making the conversation about you and your. It is my platform, my political belief. You're not happy with it, go somewhere else. How difficult is that for you? Is that a difficult thing for you guys to do? I want to make it very clear. It is my platform. I run it the way I want to run it. I never ask you to be part of it. Sweet Angel, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mindset. Mr. Garba, my second question again. Um, I think earlier on within the week, you heard Mr. Peter Obi, take the podium and talked about there was this protest in the north when dollar went from some certain price to another price. There was protest, and now things are going haywire, and we're not seeing people protesting. Mr. Garba, are you there?
He's still here. I can see him, but he has not responded. Well, let me see. Maybe he's still on the platform. But hold on to your question. Maybe when he's back, he can be able to respond, because it would not be fair for him not to respond to your question. So, Mr. Galba, if you can hear me, Sweet Angel did ask your question. I think we have Adebayo back. Adebayo, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think
it appears we've lost Mr. Adebayo again. So let's see if we can get someone else who want to contribute. Please, guys, I've said it seven times before. Somebody will say I'm eating their ear. If you're not comfortable, please don't join. Please, it's very important to me. Don't join. You don't have to be here, please. It's very important. All right. Sorry, Sweet Angel, Galba is here, but it's not responding. So I don't know if
Yeah.
you have any other contribution that will continue the spaces.
Sure, Mr. Mindset. I'll be very brief. In the last election, I know I didn't come back to vote, but I did support as a new fresher in the elections, Nigerian elections. I did support Mr. Peter Obi. We, in the grassroots of everything, I did do my best. I'm very open for criticism. You can criticize somebody. There's nothing wrong in it. All the candidates, they are flaws. I think some obedience need to be. Not all obedience have this shallow mind. They're not shallow minded. I am open to hear needs more strength. This is why he needs more media people. This is why he needs more attention. Like I'm saying, he has, uh, making things known. Why Mr. Abubakar is doing the texting now, So people should have an open mind because when you hear others speak about your, you know, uh, whoever you support, and know, okay, this is strength. So, Mr. May said, I'm an obedient, and learn from what other people have to say. And I'm open to hear and correct, have corrections. All obedience are not shallow-minded people or people with closed-minded thoughts.
It's up to you guys. I don't. If you guys want to dislike somebody, that's your. I don't really care about it. The only thing I would not condone is somebody trying to make it look like I force them to be part of the conversation. I open a space. If you don't like what I say and what I'm saying, you think I claim I know it all, you don't have to be here. It's not, nobody force you. I heard that mindset that people think, oh, I like this platform, but you're making it about yourself. I try to make it about myself. You see, it is my platform, for crying out loud. It is my platform. It's not yours. Go somewhere else and listen to whatever you choose to listen to. The thing that will never happen is that you guys are going to make it. You cannot talk about obedience. I will talk about obedience. I will talk about who I want to talk about. It's not going to happen. You guys cannot do it. Go somewhere else, for crying out loud. Mr. Ido, please come. I say, come ahead. I say, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Mine said I'm good. Just 1 minute, please.
I hope you're fine. If you're driving, please make sure.
I just want to pull up.
No, okay, don't
Thank
listen,
you.
Mr. Ido, please. If you can continue driving, I'm not ending the spaces. Let's continue. At least you know that you're safe and to be able to contribute, please. It's very important, right? Mr. Ido, please continue driving. Don't distract yourself. Find a much better place, and we can continue the conversation. Garba, please, are you ready to respond to what Sweet Angel said?
Yeah, like I had her question, but I missed something. Like she mentioned a protest in the north about prices of what? Can you mention the last statement?
Oh, I was referring to what Mr. Peter Obi said within the weekend, where he went to, I think, Adesina's funeral, and he took the podium and he talked about, things that are happening. Just as he's being vocal now, So he made a reference back to when Buhari it took dollar from 1 naira to 186 or 160. I don't know how much it is at that time. But my thing is that we had people protesting at that time. But now, even with the insecurity, hunger, everything going on, we don't have people, protesting. Do you think there's a controlled hunger from these governments? They're like they've subdued people not to protest. So I want to know if this palliative come sharing of rice, people will have energy again to come back and protest. Is that what it is?
No, not really. So you see, that's one difference between Buhari's policies and politics with Suaju Tinubu. This particular set of APC, they happen to be like autocratic people to the extent that to protest is an issue. Yes, during Buhari, there are so many things that happens. People protest. And Buhari never stopped anybody from protesting, except that maybe some of his cabinet members or some other politicians that are with him, they were trying to find a way, and some security agencies, to bring any reason not to allow people to protest. But this one, I don't really know what is happening. What I can tell you that is the hypocrisy of politics. There are some people that are with Tinubu right now from the northern part of the country. There happens to be the kind of people that they are just there for their own selfish interests. To even allow people to protest is a problem. And to even provide people with a basic amenity is a problem. Nothing is going on right now. People are not protesting. If they protest, it will turn out to be a serious issue. They are just grabbing people, taking them to the prison and some other things. Look at what happens during last year's protests. They carry some minor people from Kano State and come and put them in the prisons. It doesn't work that way. And sharing palliatives and some other things, to my own opinion, is not the right thing to do. Find a way to bring down this fuel price, whatever way you can use it. I supported subsidy removal in the first instance. I thought that Tinubu is wise enough and strategic enough to be able to bring things to the better, to be able to bring the economy to a better level. But then they couldn't do anything up to now. So sharing palliatives or whatever is not, in my opinion. Find a way for these Nigerian masses to be able to have access to hospital, to school, to have what they can eat without any complaint. At least 3 square million a day, no matter how bad or how sweet it is. The village people, they don't care of spicing what they are going to eat, like how you do or how I do. At least let them have something to eat to their own desire. It's not a problem. They are not comparing themselves from somebody that is in Abuja and somebody that is in one village in Jigawa or Yobe states. They don't compare themselves with people that are in Abuja. So the only thing that I can say to your question is that I don't know. I don't really know why people are not protesting. I don't really know. I don't know. I can't say. And yesterday I have discussion with someone that I told him that if people doesn't rise up to the occasion to butt out this particular administration, even though I'm still an APC member, nobody should ever come and complain again. And I keep insisting that the question of the mindset that you used to ask me whether I'm voting Atiku or Tinubu or Peter Obi is that I can only vote Atiku on one condition, only one condition. If he can be able to settle with Peter Obi, either him to be a president or Peter Obi to be a president to deputize Peter Obi, or Peter Obi to be the vice president, or Atiku to be the president, Peter Obi to be the vice president, whichever way they will do it, let them do it. Because the way I believe, and I have respect for Peter Obi politically, why? Because this man doesn't have any structure, but he pulled out almost 10 states or thereabout in this country. He's the only person that can pull out the boats for you from southern part of the country. The only person. And let me be sincere and to be true to you. After Buhari left power, there is nobody in this northern part of the country that can pull out what Atiku can do. Nobody. Nobody. I'm telling you the truth. I'm from Yobe State. Since 1999, Yobe State never happens to vote for PDP presidential candidate. Started from Obasanjo down to President Jonathan. But they did in 2023. Almost 80% of their, or more than that, were thereabouts. We are seeing it. We cannot do anything. They voted out our candidates. Tinubu never won Yobe States. That's for the first time since 1999. And mindset mentioned that they lost Maiduguri APC. It's true. I don't want to mention them, but if I have to mention some high-profile people that are in APC, that I discussed with them immediately after 2023 election in Abuja, they told me frankly, and they are from Maiduguri, very high-profile people. They told me frankly they lost Maiduguri to Atiku Abubakar. That means not Eastern said that Tinubu won. So the only condition that Atiku Abubakar I can vote for him, it's not that I have him in mind. It's not that he is my candidate. The only condition that can make him to vote for him is for him to merge with Peter Obi. Either Peter Obi to be a president, he will be vice president, or the other way around. That is the only thing. If they cannot match together, because they are the only two that can pull out vote from the south and the north and win election before 10 or 11 p.m. on the day of the election. That is the reality, and you can mark this thing. That is the only way. That is my only reason for me to vote Atiku Abubakar. If not, I will not vote for him. And I cannot vote for Peter Obi because Peter Obi alone cannot deliver. Atiku alone cannot deliver. That's my reason. Madam, make I pray.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, Galva. So you only vote for them if both of them were to work together. But as it stands right now, there is no coalition. So it looks like Galva is not going to vote if there's an election tomorrow. So that's people losing one vote. He went out to pray, but there's another question here for him from. Let me find out. Sorry, I was gonna. Okay, let's give him time. Hopefully, he will rejoin. Let's give him about 10 or 15 minutes when he rejoins. Then I can read out the question for the question that Mr. Mekalu asked, as we hope to have others join. Mr. Idowu, I'm not sure if you're in a much better place to speak.
Yeah,
I can
can you
hear
hear
you.
me now?
Please, sir, are you driving?
Oh,
Please, is it
yeah,
safe?
but
Is it safe for you?
yeah, it's very safe. I have
Please,
my
please,
hands
I
free
would
on.
have, I would
Yeah,
have recommend that you get home and.
I
Okay,
have my
okay,
hands
please
free
go
on
ahead.
mindset.
Go ahead.
All right, actually, mindset. I want to talk about this issue of protest and everything that you've been talking about. So for me,
No.
I
Don't
think
misquote me. I've never talked about protests. So okay.
no, not you, mindset. It's just a reaction to a few conversations that I've had here, right? So when we talk about protest, there is this idea that somebody is stopping people from protesting. I think it's just bullshit. I just think people are not ready to protest. It's not about anybody in power. I don't think there is any government. See, even if our darling Peter Obi is president, I'm not sure it's going to be convenient with people gathering, protesting against his agenda or something. So it's never done. Like nobody will be okay with people protesting. So this idea that somebody is not allowing, nobody will allow you to protest. But it is your right to protest. Okay, it is your singular right. Okay, to protest against anything you do not like. So this idea of I'm look, and that's why the Supreme Court in his wisdom said that you don't even need a permission, you don't even need a permit to congregate and protest. So this idea of is one Buhari or one Tinubu, those people you are talking about, they protested. So if you allow them deny you the right to hear your own thoughts on issues, that is your problem. That is not their problem. It is not their problem. Okay? And Mr. Peter Obi, yeah, I support Mr. Peter Obi, but at times I think there is a certain responsibility that comes with leadership. Okay, and that responsibility, if you are a leader, you must put it on your shoulders. Okay, so this idea of saying where are the people that protest? Because when I listened to that thing, I was just like, what is he talking about? Is he not a citizen? Or because he's not a presidential candidate, he thinks he's above leading people protests? No, that's showing leadership. If you think your people are denied certain rights, you owe it to them to go out there and then you even offer protection to them. That's what you don't know. Because the moment they fire one singular canister of tear gas at you, the headlines change. The international media changes the entire story and narrative. Okay, but this idea of you put out people to say they should go and do something when you're also a part of that. I understand you may not be hungry. Okay, you may not lack basic amenities, but the people that you care about, they lack those things and they need leadership to take action. Okay, I am a strong supporter of Peter Obi. I still support him and I'll still support him in the next election. But at times we need to say these things. The way they handle the National Assembly, some of us, we are not happy. There were certain promises that were made after the election. Oh, we will do this National Assembly something training. We will do this. We will do that. We will do. What happened? How did we let go of even if there were just 4 members in that National Assembly, okay, that are Labour Party people, they should be able to register their dissent against many things that are happening on in that National Assembly. But what are we seeing? So for me, anybody that say, oh, don't talk about Peter Obi or don't talk about, see, I'm obedient. If you like, drag me. That's your business. Okay? You are not the one that asked me to support Peter Obi. Some of us have been supporting him since his days in the PDP. So what's this noise all about? He's a leader. He will be the president of this country one day, and we will drag him. I can lead protest against him. So what are we talking about? If he's my father, I will drag him. So please, I don't want us to see, we are in a democracy. So many of you, okay, the very same things you're complaining about is what you are perpetrating also. So we just need to be careful. This is a democracy and we must treat it as so. Okay, so my message to you, if you are out there and you are concerned about something, please go out and register your grievances against this government. Don't wait for nobody. I say to you, I don't even think my Lord Jesus Christ we say go and protest. I don't even think so. So that's my submission,
All right,
myself.
thank you very much, Mr. Idowu. I don't know when you joined. There was this individual, Mr. Ife Oluwa. He's from Osun State. Were you here when he spoke?
No, myself, I was not here.
So, you are obedient. He voted for Peter Obi, but he's not. He made some important points here. So I was trying to direct him to somebody who is an obedient. I mean, I remember your promotion state. So if he's still on this platform, I think he has to, you guys need to find a way to connect, because he made a very important point about the voter educations and everything. So I believe that since he's from your state and both of you voted for Peter Obi, and you guys can work together and see how you can encourage more people to come on board and deliver for him if he was to run again or whatever happens in 2027. But if I'm able to come across his handle, I would send that to you if that's okay with you, sir.
All right, thank you, Master. And really, Master, I have to say that, see, convincing people to support Peter Obi or something is very easy. I won't lie to you, especially even in a state like our home state. It's very easy, I won't lie to you, okay? Because the alternatives, okay, the alternatives are not that promising, okay? So for me, I just want a coalition to happen. That's all I'm waiting for, yeah.
Okay, no, he supported Peter Obi, but the only thing is, he said, he used the word, he said he's not an obedient, and he gave references, he responded at the reasons why he's not an obedient. When I talk about this, people feel uncomfortable about it, and this is me. I'm not going to stop talking about it, right? If one criticize your candidate, you learn something from it. Okay, nobody's holy. All right. If somebody feels that Peter Obi has not done something right because the person said it, and you know that the person is making their own submission and is their own point, and you feel uncomfortable about it, then tell them what you think they are doing wrong. But this whole mindset that nobody should talk about him, nobody should criticize him and all the thing, it is a problem I work for other people. It's not going to work for me, right? I have a lot of friends, not even acquaintances. I have a lot of friends in the PDP. I will be on this platform. I will criticize Atiku Abubakar. The other day, it was myself and Umar Sani, who is very, very close to me. He felt that the way I talk about PDP is not happy about it. That I feel that PDP has failed. I use the word PDP is dead. He felt uncomfortable about it. Not only him, a lot of the PDP members feel uncomfortable, but that does not mean I'm not going to speak my truth. It's not going to happen. So this whole attitude of you think you know it, I absolutely know nothing. I've said it several of times, and I tweeted about it. One of my favorite quotes is from Socrates. I know that I know nothing, but the thing that will never happen is somebody coming to my platform and telling me how I should run the platform. You can make a suggestion, but telling me I cannot criticize, it's not going to happen. This is not an obedient platform. It's not a PDP platform. It's not an APC platform. Every individual who wants to speak will speak. Every Nigerian will speak, whether you're APC, your PDP, your LP. As long as I'm able to see you and you adhere with the rule of this platform, you will speak. If you are not comfortable, get out. I'm still waiting for people who would like to contribute. But Mr. Ido, I heard what you said about protest. For me, this is my own opinion. You probably might disagree with me. I think his speech was good, and I will give you reasons why I think his speech was good. Knowing Peter Obi very well, he's not the kind that like to speak more. He liked to put out tweets because he would appear this is his neck way of doing things. But in the last couple of days, or in the last couple of months, he has come out of his shell. He started to speak more. And when he made reference to the Edo election, I think for me, that is just telling people that, guys, INEC is corrupt without him saying it. So I think the speech is good. Yes, I can understand where you're coming from in the sense that in terms of leading the protests and everything, but we must at least, applaud him for speaking out. Mr. Atiku Abubakar, who has been in politics since 1998, not even 99, sorry, since 1993, right, has not come out to speak the way Mr. Peter Obi has spoken in the last couple of days, right? So, yes, Atiku led a protest after the election, but that was before Mr. Peter Obi, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was sworn in as the president. So we must commend him. The only thing I hope that you guys who voted for him will do is just encourage him to do more, right? Atiku has to get off his back ass and do something about speaking up more. The way they have handled the whole thing, I will continue to say it, is his media team are not doing him a favor. That's my own opinion. And if anybody's not comfortable with it, I don't have to apologize to the person. Mr. Ido, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so mindset. I'm not actually saying that maybe he wasn't saying things in that speech that I like, but I'm just relating it with people that are saying, oh, people are stopping them from protesting and everything. I just had to bring that up to say that, see, what happens to this idea that because maybe it's Peter Obi or something, then that now shields him away from leading the protest or from doing. No. That's all I'm debating. That's number one. Then secondly, you see, when we look at elections and leadership, for me, what I really want to see is I want to see a situation where um, the people are emboldened, okay, to challenge their oppressors. You see, because if what politicians don't know is that if things break down, if the common people that normally should look up to leadership, if they see that leadership as part of their problem and they turn against the elite, even you will be consumed, whether you are in opposition or you are, it is a class issue. It will turn to is we versus them. So people don't know. Even you that you are just driving your little Benz up and down, you are part of the aggressors to the people. So we shouldn't wait till things degenerate into that level where the common people are not even seeing succor from any angle, whether it's opposition or those in power. So if you are in opposition, people used to say, oh, Shebi, we are not in government. No. You have a responsibility because you are a government in waiting. Whether you like it or not, one day you may be in power. So, but if something happens now and we turn into Somalia, who do you want to govern? So we all share that responsibility to hold those in power responsible. But even us who are in opposition, our responsibility is even much more to raise people's awareness, to poke people's consciousness, to ensure that people are encouraged to face their fears. That's our work, that's our duty. And I want to see him do more. I commend him. He's been speaking up. In fact, before now, if you check my timeline, you will see me calling him out every time. Me, I don't believe in this idea that I can't call out my leader. Then why is he my leader if I cannot call him out? It doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so that's the angle I'm coming from mindset. Not, I understand and I appreciate all he's been doing, and I'm sure he's going to do more because he needs to do more. These governments need to go. Everything that we need to do is what we'll do. Thank you, mindset.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ido. I commend you for speaking out. I commend you for standing for what you believe in. Yes, if you're going to cast your vote to somebody, or you're going to use your hard-earned money to helped and raise some fundings and bring volunteer and everything, you have every right to call the person out. It is what it is. People will feel uncomfortable about it, but you have every right to tell them what you think they are not doing right. So let me quickly read out what is going on the timeline. Frankie says, even the unborn soul knows that that Tinubu never won the 2023 election, and he will not win the 2027 election, even with Reagan. That's quite interesting. So Frankie believes that Tinubu is not going to win. We don't know. We don't know. Let's see what happens between now and the 2027. I'm still doing my research, which I believe when I finish, I would make my findings known. A lot of people will be uncomfortable with it, but that means that mean I will not continue to do what I'm doing. It's not going to happen. So, guys, we don't have any more speakers, so it would appear that nobody else. I can see one other person requesting for the mic. I was going to ask you a question, but I think I've asked you that question already. So, sorry, Gaba, you're back, right?
Yes, I'm
all
back.
right, please. Yes, sorry. There's a question here for you from Mr. Mekalu, I believe. Let me read it out for you if you want to respond to it, please. It says, I said, please, I have a question for Mr. Galba on his view on personal opinion on Mr. Peter Obi as an individual and his conduct as a public figure and Nigerian businessman and politician post-2023 general election. Sorry, so your question is his view. Okay, so Gaba, you got the question, right?
So what did you want me to say? I don't really get.
Okay, let me read that out again. So I forgot about it. What is your view? I'm paraphrasing, please. This is not the way he posted it out, so I'm paraphrasing. Hope that's okay. So what is your view of Mr. Peter Obi post-election, before he contested for 2023 election, as a businessman, as an individual? What is your view of him before he contested the election? I think that's what Mr. Mekalum was trying to find out from you.
I don't know much about Peter Obi. I only knew that he was a governor in Anambra State, and after then he left office. So I'm not following him. I don't know anything about him after then, until 2019 when he comes out as a vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar. So I don't know much about him. I don't follow them. Then I was just a Buharist as I am. Then we are just running the what you call it, the administration of Muhammadu Buhari then. So I don't follow anything that has to do with Peter Obi. But from the way I'm seeing his manifesto after that 2023 election, I think he's good. He's the kind of politician that can take over the country in the near time. Who knows, 2027 or beyond that. And that is why I'm emphasizing that Atiku and Peter Obi must work together. It's a very simple arithmetic that we all know. Very simple permutation. They have to work together in order to get it right. Whosoever will be the president among them. That is their own decision. We are waiting for. I think somebody mentioned it.
But
they have to. We are on the same page with the person. They have to. If they don't, they should forget about it. And I'm not going to vote for anybody. I cannot vote for APC again. I can't.
All right. So I'm going to ask you a question. If you serve to respond, please do. If not, if you choose not to, that will be fine. Now, a lot of people are talking about them coming together to work. You're aware that if they are going to work together, right, it's only one of them that will be the vice. Atiku will never be the vice again. You're aware of that. So, because the problem, the question here, not the problem, the concern from a lot of people who believe that Peter Obi should be the candidate is, if they are going to work together, it would appear to them that Atiku will want to be the president, because he can never be the vice president again. You're aware of that, right? So you can see where they're coming from, Mr. Garba. So are you saying that working together, that you want Atiku to say, okay, I'm not going to contest, but I want Peter Obi to contest and I'm going to support him? Would that make you to still go out and vote for Mr. Garba?
Yes, I can still vote for them. Can still vote for whosoever they are going to pick from the north
Okay.
and give it to
Okay.
Peter Obi as vice presidential candidate. Can still vote for them.
Oh, okay. That's fine. So that's okay. So the most important thing for you is just for them to work together, and then the article would then drop his whole thing and then focus on Peter Obi and then give him all the support. That's a wonderful thing for those who are supporting Peter Obi and believe that he's right. That's
I'm sorry, I want to advise if you can give me a minute, 2 minutes. I want to advise that.
you want to advise
I'm hearing
to
some
me.
of the obedience. No, not
Okay.
you. I want to advise some of the obedience. Some, let them not quote me wrong. Some of the obedience, a substantial number of them, they are being emotional about these politics of this country. Maybe because they are just started. I didn't say they have just joined politics. Some of them have been in politics for a long time. But the movements, they just started the movement, let's say 2023 or before 2023 general election. They are just being emotional. They should calm down, please. I can see the way they are responding to some of them, the way they are throwing questions or the way they are throwing, comments on the section and whatever. They should calm down. We are Buharis since 2003. And you even asked me earlier that how did we feel that we have been losing election over the time and 2011 election when he.
Sorry, Galva, that was from me. I do apologize. I mistakenly. Galva. Hello? Hello?
I'm with you.
That was from me. I do apologize. I mistakenly I wanted to approve somebody and I mistakenly click on the mute. So I do apologize, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So they should stop being emotional. Some will be obedient to some. I didn't say all. They stop being emotional in politics. At the end of the day, Peter Obi might come and betray you. Atiku might come and betray you. Buhari might come and betray you. These are politicians. So because they have just started the movements before 2023 or thereabouts, that is why maybe some of them are being too emotional. They can say whatever they will say. They think that if not Peter Obi, it will never happen. See me now. I don't know anything about Peter Obi until he surfaced as a politician, presidential or vice presidential candidate. I only knew that he was a president, he was a governor then in Anambra State. I'm a Buharis, and you can imagine today I can tell you that okay, I can still go for Peter Obi to vote for him. But I have some of Peter Obi's followers. I have a friend from Enugu State. I have from I think Edo State and Lagos. That they told me that if not Peter Obi, never. I say it will never work like that. It will never work like that. They don't say that they should stop being emotional. Please, I'm advising them. Politics is not like that. And it's not about emotional. Let them just come together and work and find a solution to the country. If not, they should all forget about it. You and I know. If they don't know, you and I know. And they will see if they are alive. They should stop being emotional. They should just come and work together, save the country. That's my take.
All right, thank you. I hope they're listening to you. I say you and I know. I don't know. I mean, I try not to claim to know it all. So good luck to everyone. If they decide that it's not Peter Obi and nothing else, good luck to them. You cannot force them. You can take a horse to the stream, but you cannot force the horse to drink. So it is their decision. One cannot force them. My thing here is just to gather the data that I'm looking for, and I will come up with my findings at the end of the day. Sorry, let me read out what. Okay, he said in May 2023. Yeah, that's what I said. So we have Mr. DMark75. He said, yes, we run a presidential system. We are a party that won a presidential election takes it all. So talking about merger between Atiku and Obi as the only basis to dislodge APC, and none is ready to yield for the other, can they agree to have a shared 4-year period of presidency between them? I don't know. I wish I have the answer. I don't know. It's left for them to decide if they want to. If they are supporters, I think is the right thing for them to do. They can do it. Politics is not all about emotion. It's a game of strategy and numbers. Before, if I talk right now, they will say you're making the platform about yourself, but it is what it is. 2011, Baba Bisi Akande realized that PDP has to go. Yeah, they have to go. Parliament Tinubu felt that, nah, I'm not going to work for Buhari. Tinubu don't want to work for Buhari. That's the truth about it. But after everything, after name callings and things, they found a way to work together. Here we are. We have APC and everything, and they're still the government in power. So you've got to let emotions out of the way sometimes and look at the reality, you know. But if people want to dwell on their emotions and that's what worked for them, good luck to everyone. I cannot force anybody to do what they choose not to do. So, Mr. Garba, it's only myself and you on the platform. I can see 3 other requests, but I'm not able to bring them up as speakers. So, Mr. Garba, so I will continue the spaces with you then, since you're still here. So, after 2011, Buhari joined the election. 2019 election was quite a difficult one for the Buharists because Atiku Abubakar did very well. And, you know, it was not a free and fair election, right? Hello, Garba, are you still there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so because the PDP then felt that Atiku Abubakar won that election, okay? But then Buhari said he was going to congratulate himself. Here we are. Now, as it stands right now, if Buhari is to come out and say, I will support Bola Ahmed Tinubu, not only yourself, your 8 other friends, would they say, because Buhari has spoken, we are going to respect his view, or the same APC members who have made up their mind, Buhari would never, ever convince them not to vote for Bola Tinubu?
No, not really. It can never be the same. It can never be the same again. Because if Buhari has to say that he has spoken that Tinubu all the way 2027, he has his opinion as an individual voter and go and vote for him. But he has to tell us what exactly Tinubu did. He has to convince us. Maybe if there are some reasons to convince us that Tinubu did well in his first term, maybe some might find it reasonable enough to go and vote for him again.
What about you? Can Buhari convince you and say, Garba, I know that things are not the way you expected it, but I want you, somebody who has supported me since 2003, I want you to cast your vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. What will you do?
No, seriously, I can only betray him if I told him that I would vote for the APC. And my main problem is not that Tinubu. I don't have personal problem with Tinubu, but then the policies are not okay. At least I have everything that I needed in life, at least to some extent. But then the people are, I don't even know how to explain it. People are dying. Let them do something. They don't have anything to do in the past 4 years, and you told me to vote for him again.
So
I can
what you're
only
trying to
answer
say,
him,
sorry,
but I
what you're
cannot vote
saying
for him.
is, as it stands right now, let's say there's an election tomorrow, Buhari cannot still convince you to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
In fact, that would be the worst case for him to tell me to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu tomorrow.
Wow.
Because this is the first, this is the second year. We are in May now. By 29 May, we're in second year. Nothing happens. Nothing's happened. If they claim that they are doing some economic whatever policies, they are setting refineries, they are setting petroleum sector and some other things, that is their own English and paper something. But then what so-called did they bring to people up to now from the day he removed out the subsidy that caused all this economic up and down? What are they doing about the dollar rates? the exchange rate and whatever. What exactly are they doing about
why
it?
I'm asking you this question? So I spoke with a few days ago. I spoke with some Buharists as well, some in Kasina, and I spoke some of them in Kaduna as well. So we had a meeting, and I wanted to know where they're leaning. And I can tell you, some of them still have that thing that, yes, things are not going well, but he's still Buhari. Permit me to use the word. They reverend him. They feel that they're still going to respect him because his opinion matters. He's been somebody that they believed in, right? So they are still going to listen to him, right? These are some groups in the north from Katsina and Kaduna State that I had meetings with, because this is part of my research. So I'm quite not. I can say 55% of them. So the other 45% made it very clear that they are not going to vote for him. That nobody will convince them. They are in the same position as you. So I'm trying to find out: is it that he's losing that steam? Is it that people are not ready to? Because Buhari in the north is just something else. It's either Buhari or nothing. So what makes you think he cannot convince you anymore?
You see, the politics of this northern Nigeria is like this. The men called Buharis, and they used to be Buharis, they are what they call talakawas. Buharis, talakawas or Buharis, talakawas, I cannot precisely remember. All those people, some of them, most of them that maybe you had meeting with them in Katsina and Kaduna states. Those are the Buharis. So some of them are they just started going with Buhari maybe prior to that 2015 general election or thereabout. Some, I didn't say all. And maybe they have something to eat. That is my emphasis. That is what I'm still emphasizing mindset. They have something to eat. People that keep dying every day. Marriage is being broken day in, day out because a husband cannot provide what people can eat. We cannot be productive country anymore. They don't. That is one thing I love Peter Obi. He emphasized much more on being productive, stand-alone country, than being a kind of country that will be importing day in, day out. I expected Tinubu at least this Sakanyi of his tenure. He could have changed one or two things. But up to now, this is May, almost a quarter of the year. We don't see anything. Does that mean that he never called Buhari to advise him on one or two things? Or the Buhari himself on his own, he never called him to advise him. He just leave him to do whatever he wants to do. And at the end of the day, he could come and ask people to vote for him again, again in 2027. Does Buhari is it that he doesn't have conscience or what? What cost him, what almost nearly cost us 2019 election, even though some people are saying that we didn't win the 2019 election, it was PDP, Atiku and Obi ticket then. Even though I didn't believe it. What cost of 2019 election is this kind of policies that makes people dying, doesn't have what they are going to eat on a daily basis. Not even what people are eating 3 times in a day prior to Buhari tenure. Emergence in 2015. Between 2015 to 2019, people hardly eat twice a day. And these kind of things cause a lot of Buharis backtrack and forget about him, go and vote for Atiku. We experience that kind of problem in the north and some other part of the country, where he has the vast majority of voters, the Buhari himself.
Sorry.
So this thing has been repeating itself, and you cannot do anything.
Sorry,
and at the end of the day, you tell us to vote for Tinubu again.
Okay, so what I'm getting here is that you yourself and maybe some of your family members or your friends have made up your mind that you're not going to vote for Tinubu, whatever happens. But let me quickly read out a question here that Take has for you, and then I will ask my own question if that's okay with you, sir. He mentioned your name, Mr. Abu. He said, but Tinubu promised to continue where Buhari stopped, and he's doing well. Why not vote for Tinubu again? I think he's trying to be sarcastic about it. So if you want to respond quickly, then I can ask my question again, please.
I don't think Tinubu continue from where Buhari stopped. Tinubu come up with his own policies. It's just the way politicians used to speak. I will continue from where my predecessors stopped. That is what they are saying all the time. Some of them pick some of the things and continue from where they stop. Okay, I'm asking now, if they are if it is a continuity something, you remove subsidy. Okay, we follow you and agree with you. I agree with him by removing subsidy. As an economist, I do my analysis and say, okay, let the subsidy go. Let them take it away. But they should be sure that they can find a way to stabilize the economy, because there are serious consequences that might follow back. As vulnerable as Nigeria is, we don't even have a direction in the first place. Not before Buhari, not even after Buhari. The country doesn't have a direction economically. That's the bitter truth. Then he comes into power. Okay, people are buying small things that they can be able to feed their families. It happens to be normal. People cannot eat. People cannot buy gari to eat. Gari, where Northerners doesn't care about it. Maybe you can only buy it with granite and put milk, either powder milk or whatever, to take it. Maybe after some 2-3 months, you might feel like, okay, where is gari? Where is granite? Let me, as something that you just feel like, okay, let me have something sweet in my mouth and put it. But the people cannot buy it anymore. And the case is not only Northern Nigeria, it's everywhere, every angle in the country. What is the continuity here? We were here when Buhari was giving empower. At least that I know a lot of people that make it in life with 30,000 empower, 30,000 naira that empower money, or thereabout they are giving them. I might see it as nothing. Yes, with my own level, 30,000 naira is nothing. I might see that nothing. You might see it too, and some other people that are hearing us now, it's nothing. But then 10,000 naira that you can give to market woman can be able to turn it around to make it something else, to be able to pay the school fees of their children, either in the southern part of the country or especially the southerners, whereby you will see a lot of women in it. I live in Lagos.
Mr. Garba.
They are very good in terms of business, both the women and the men, especially the women. I commended the women when I was in Lagos. So 10,000 is something that they can turn around. You stop trader money, market money, farmers, whatever, uncle borrowers, all those things. What do you call it? Empower, whatever. People doesn't have anything to say they are benefiting from this particular administration.
Mr. Garba, I have to come in again, right? I do apologize for interjecting again. So there's quite a lot of people who would like to be part of this conversation, and they've listened to you and they would like to ask questions as well, right? And I thank you for responding to some of those questions. Now, do you agree that Buhari, as a president in Nigeria, failed in doing what people like yourself and every other person who believed in him were hoping for? Because 2015 election, he was coming in with this mindset, with this whole thing that he's coming to fight corruption. But unfortunately, it appears that during his term as the president, we have more corruption, and I can make reference to a lot of things. So do you agree that a lot of people are not comfortable? Because based on the people that I spoke to, those are one of the things that they are not even thinking, they are holding on to. It's just that he didn't do well for us. He didn't carry most of the things that we hoped that he would do, as somebody who was a former military person and who has this whole thing about anti-corruption, that he didn't do it. So do you who have decided that he cannot convince you, agree that he failed as a president? But before you respond to that question, I have Mr. Lighthouse. He's asking if we can add somebody as a co-host to bring other people up. I would have loved to do that, but the difficult thing here is the one I added the other time. The complaint was that the individual blocked a lot of people, and then the moment I made him a co-host, a lot of people were kicked out of the spaces. So that's the problem. So I'm not sure how many people Gaba have blocked. Gaba, how many people have you blocked?
Blocked as what?
On Spaces, have you blocked anybody on Twitter?
I don't know. Today?
No. In general, do you block a lot of people? Because there are people who want to be part of the conversation. So I'm hoping that if I make you a co-host, maybe perhaps that would actually help for them to come up, if that's okay with you. If not, I will continue the Spaces with you because you're the only person I can see. The other individuals, I'm not able to see them. So Mr. Lighthouse is requesting if we can make somebody a co-host to bring people up. So hence I asked that question. All right, Kaba is not responding, but Mr. Lighthouse, I tried.
I don't really block much people like that.
Okay.
But I'm afraid to be a co-host because I might have a trip to Abuja in the next few minutes.
Oh, okay.
So the network might not be favorable for me to be here and to be adding people. Maybe some of them, they should off their network and on it again, like you said in the other space, to add it again, so that maybe you can be able to see them and add one person to be
okay. Before you started with your traveling, let me ask this question before I lose you on the Spaces. Then the moment you leave, that I will end the Spaces because there's no other person to be. So do you agree with me and other people who believe that Buhari failed because he came in as a president who will fight corruption? Do you agree that he failed in terms of fighting corruption?
I don't really agree that he fails in terms of fighting corruption. Yes, he fails in some other sides, including the corruption, fights. But I don't agree that he fails. I think he did his best, but at some points, it doesn't appear to be doing well anymore. So in the scale of 10, maybe I can give him 5/10. But I don't agree he totally failed.
You didn't
because he did his best to recover a lot of money.
Okay. So do you also agree that in terms of insecurity that he failed from protecting the people? Because during his time, there was a lot of insecurity in every part of Nigeria. Do you agree to that?
Insecurity as I think it is. He did his best, but at the end of the day, it is more like a failure.
Okay, I'm happy you agree.
We didn't achieve as the way it's supposed to achieve. Even with being the president that buy much more of equipment and fighting materials to the military than ever before in this from 1999 to date. I cannot say that he did something. Even though I'm very much close to General Brotai, but I can still say that I'm not okay with the security situation as he left office.
All right, that's fine. At least we are getting somewhere right now. You agree that he failed, because the whole mantra of 2015 is he's going to fight corruption, and Professor Yomi Osibajo is going to look at the economy and everything. But it wasn't what a lot of people was hoping for. But thank you very much. Let's see if we can get other speakers to come up as before you will leave the Spaces. But before you leave, sir, you said something that you don't know much about Mr. Peter Obi, and you started hearing about him. And one of the things that you mentioned is that you love him talking about from production to, sorry, I'm trying to paraphrase, I'm trying to quote you the way you said from, I forgot that, there's a way he normally says it, from
consumption to
from production to, yeah. Now you have really like the fact that that's what he's focusing on, right? Hello.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's one message. Another thing that I would want you to do is, you agree that most governors in Nigeria, after they finish, there's always an EFCC coming after them. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Peter Obi is one of those governors that EFCC did not invite. They have not found anything against him. So in terms of corruption, not only consumption to this, and so I want you to have that at the back of your mind, right? That this individual, go and do your research, and next time you come on this basis, you can disagree with me on that, because it's very important that people like yourself and every other person who did not vote for him last election, if for any reason he decided to run, would see a man who has proven to Nigerians that he has no corruption around him. Okay, so that's another thing I want you to consider if you truly want to find somebody who's not corrupt. I'm not saying the other candidates are corrupt, because you did say you don't know much about him, right? And for those who would misquote me, I'm not here to sell Peter Obi. I'm only trying here for Mr. Garba to see that there is more to this man than, other things about him, right? So Garba, Mr. Garba.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So when you speak to your friends and families who have not made up their minds, who are still considering that if there's not going to be a coalition, that they will not vote because you don't believe that either of them will win, I want you to mention these two things that I've said about this individual. Maybe perhaps they would consider to give him the support, because he needs the support from people in Yobe states and people like yourself and every other person, to see if we can move Nigeria forward, right? I know the PDP members will be upset. They will say, mindset, I told you, mindset is selling Peter Obi. I'm not selling anybody. I'm just doing what I know how to do. This is me being myself. So, Mr. Galva, thank you very, very much. You've been amazing. It's been, interesting listening to you. I really enjoyed these spaces. I really enjoyed today's spaces. Unfortunately, we don't have any.
I think you can add me to the co-host to add people, but if you need it, I can add people then before
Which flights you're not using APs, are you?
Sorry?
You're saying you're flying to Abuja, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to miss your flight.
No, it's not a flight.
Oh, okay.
It's a train.
Okay, you're using the train. Okay. All right. For those, let's see how many people are requesting for the mic. If we have enough, if not, we probably don't need to bring somebody up. Can you see an individual called Lighthouse? I can only see 2 requests, so we don't really have much people anyway who are requesting. But let me read out what Mr. Ziki said. He said, in 2019, the major political parties, PDP and APC, gave their ticket to the North because they believe the North need to complete their 8 years. That's an interesting one. So let me ask you a question. In 2023, one of the reasons that people like yourself voted for Tinubu is because you wanted a Southerner to take over from the North. Am I right, sir?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, the South has done only 4 years. Okay? 1 minute. When I hit hard. I don't miss my targets. The reason I'm asking you this question, because you did say that when I asked you who will you vote for, you said Atiku, but Atiku is a Northerner. So how do you now convince me that you're not voting because you see a Northerner and then you see a Southerner who's supposed to complete their 8 years? You believe that in the South you complete their 8 years? Do you believe that or not?
Okay. One, let me answer the question in 3 pieces. One, if I don't have a conscience in the first place, I could have not queue behind a Rupai and Co. that call for Southern candidates in 2020 before 2023 general election. One, that is it. I could have go for Atiku. I'm very close to people. If it is for the benefits, for my own personal benefits, I can choose Atiku better than Shuaju, but that is not the case for me. That's not the kind of politics I'm playing. 1, 2, saying that I'm voting for Atiku, and I emphasize that before I go to Frey, that I can only vote for Atiku or Peter Obi if they merge together. One is presidential candidate, one is vice president. Because I believe that they are the ones that are going to pull the votes, both from the South and the North. and they can deliver successfully without any problem.
Yeah, but Mr. Gaba, sorry, Mr. Gaba, I have to come in. Mr. Gaba, sorry, I have to interject. So you're saying that means that Atiku Abubakar should be the candidate, because Atiku Abubakar will never, ever be a vice president again. I want you to understand that, right? So if you're saying the only way you can vote is for both of them to work together, you are saying that you want Atiku Abubakar to be the presidential candidate and Mr. Peter Obi to be the vice. That's what you're trying to say, right?
No. I'm not trying to say that. I don't know what is in Atiku's mind, but we can believe that the way we are reading the politics is that Atiku can never be the vice president to anybody so far. So that is the decision for him, maybe, or the decision of some of his close allies. But then the kind of this coalition that they are trying to come together to form one strong party to be able to defeat this incumbent is that it's not about Atiku's opinion alone. At the end of the day, the way I'm reading the politics is that people are just tired of this administration to the extent that, to this our party, to the extent that they just want anybody, if they can do the coalition, whosoever at the end of the day will emerge, they will vote for. If Atiku likes, he should not go for the vice presidential candidate. If the calculation and some permutation or whatever shows that Peter Obi should be the president for us to deliver, or for fairness or for other reason, or the party politicians that are going to decide at the end of the day. If Atiku refuses to, Atiku is just one person. Example, okay, if he refuses to and they throw him away at the end of the day, pick Europa, you come join to Peter Obi as vice presidential candidate. Northerners will massively go and vote for Europa. I'm telling you this. So whether he likes or not, let him decide by himself. We are not after him right now. People are not after him, to be precise, the masses and some other voters. We are after people that they can come and try their luck again, be it a southerner or a northerner. I'm not talking, this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of people that I'm hearing. To the extent that people are telling me in this particular side of the country, the northern part, that they don't care Peter Obi or whosoever. They have given their own vote to Tinubu, and they did everything in this northern part of the country to deliver Tinubu. At the end of the day, they bought from Kogi State, Niger State, and some part of the North Central, and some little part of the Northwest. They are the ones that deliver Tinubu. But what are they seeing today? So let them come together. I'm not choosing Atiku to be the presidential candidate. I'm not.
So,
either Atiku or whosoever, let them go. Right. And I'm not trying to push out the southern candidates just because maybe I see Atiku from North or Kwankwaso to be able to emerge, which I didn't do it when Buhari was in power.
Right,
I did otherwise before 2023 general election.
Let me come in here. So you know that Peter will be run with Dati Baba Ahmed, right? He's a northerner. Yeah. So let's say there's an election tomorrow and you still have that same ticket. You have Mr. Peter Obi as the presidential candidate, and you have Mr. Dati Baba Ahmed, and you have the likes of Atiku backing that ticket, right? Or they choose not to back that ticket. Will you still vote for them?
Dati Baba Ahmed. I cannot vote Dati Obi tickets. I don't like Dati Baba Ahmed to be the vice president.
Why don't you want him to? Why don't you like him?
Dati Baba Ahmed cannot even deliver his own local government. Like I told you the other time, Hakim Baba Ahmed, his brother, who just resigned from the vice president's office as political advisor whatsoever. I'm so close to his son. In fact, he was my classmate in the university. We are very close. And I never talk anything about him, even though he has been criticizing Buhari from 2006 up to today. But Dati Baba Ahmed, his case is on. It's a different case that I don't. In fact, this is the first thing that I see as a mistake by Peter Obi picking Dati Baba Ahmed. But that's the first time for Peter Obi to be the presidential candidate. I don't know what is reason.
What is the reason of the party? What is it about Dati Baba Ahmed? Okay, you cannot.
Yes, I cannot say much about him.
Okay, that's fine.
It doesn't have to be like I hate him or something that I don't have to say in the public. I have to say it. But Dati Baba Ahmed, I'm not going for that particular thing.
As I've always said on this platform, if it's not safe to discuss some things, please don't discuss some things if it's not safe for you to do so. Because I remember the last spaces that we hosted, you said you weren't going to talk about Hakim Baba Ahmed, and I allow it. And then, so you have your reasons not to, why you think he shouldn't be the candidate. But I just want you to have this at the back of your mind. If the ticket that you're hoping for is for Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi to work together, what that means is you want a situation whereby Atiku Abubakar will be the president and Peter Obi will be the vice, because it will not turn in the other way around. Let's not lie to ourselves, right? Because Atiku Abubakar will never be a vice president again, because, only if they choose to change the constitution. So if that's the ticket you're hoping for, that's what you're going to get, right? And if you really, truly, and you want to say, this man that I've heard about, Peter Obi, I want to support him, I want to, you've got to look at it and try to wiggle yourself and try to give him room, because I want to believe that for somebody like him who chose Dati Baba Ahmed, you have your reason why you think that he's not going to provide. That's the reason behind it, because that he want to, that he decided to choose for him today. So the whole idea of them working together is only going to be one way or the other way. Or maybe Atiku will not contest and then give his support to Peter Obi, which you obviously said to us here that you will support. Thank you very much, Mr. Gaba. I've really enjoyed this space. I've missed work, but I really enjoyed this space because I'm getting the best from you. I'm trying to see if I can make you a co-host, because please, guys, if you're requesting for the mic, put your comment on the comment section. Let me know how many persons are requesting for the mic before I can decide to make Mr. Mr. Gawa, a co-host. Adebayo, you're back again. We lost you for a minute. You're back. Mr. Adebayo. All right, Mr. Adebayo, if you can hear me, can you please unmute your mic and speak? Mr. Galba, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure why Mr. Adebayo is not responding, but he's a speaker. You can see him as a speaker on the platform, can't you? Okay. So we have let me quickly bring you Mr. Gaba. You said you're happy to be the co-host. Please, guys, Mr. Gaba have decided to help us to be a co-host. Let me see if he can help to bring the other individuals stand there us to come up to speak. Mr. Adebayo, are you still with us? Adebayo is not responding. So Gaba, please help me out. We have Lighthouse requesting. We have Teke. These are the two individuals that I can see on the comment section that say they are requesting for the mic. So Gaba, I'm going to ask you another question. So as we continue, since you see you and I here. Now, there's this thing, I think you might have an idea of what is going on behind the scene, since you're very close to some politicians. There is this thing, I've had it, and it's still not out yet. It's still depending what happens, right? This whole idea of bringing Goodluck Jonathan back. If Goodluck Jonathan was to come back and run for presidency, will you vote for him?
Myself. Yeah. Goodluck Jonathan. Wow.
See, I'm trying to find out what the Buharis are thinking right now, because with my research, I'm looking at numbers from here. So, I need to know if we have a Goodluck Jonathan as a candidate, will you vote for him against Bola Ahmed Tinubu that you said you're not going to vote for?
Yeah, if he is a consensus candidate, why not? I can vote for him. Maybe they might say that, okay, we don't have to bring another northerner to start afresh after southern part of the country. They just reach there 4 years. And if Goodluck is okay for them, to do another 4 years. Then they return it to the northern part of the country, and they decided on that. And I'm okay with the tickets, the spice, and some other things. I can go on. Like I told you the other day that I'm still studying the coalition. I did left Buhari, I did left Tinubu up to now. I did left the party. I'm just one person, so I'm just studying on my own. I'm just seeing how the politics is going in the country now. So I don't really decide on some certain people. Even the Rufai is fighting, leaving to SDP and some other things. I'm just looking at him and say anything. We're just going to see what we're going to happen. So good luck, it's okay for them. And they
Right.
choose a very good vice president for him from the northern part of the country, which people agree with it. It's up to the people to vote for them. And
No,
I'm giving
forget
them my
about the
vote.
people. Forget about the people. I'm talking about you, Gab. Forget
Yeah,
about the people.
I'm giving them my vote too.
Okay, you're gonna give them your vote now. In
Definitely,
your
if people are okay with the ticket, then there's no problem.
even if people
It's
are
about the numbers.
absolutely, absolutely. I know you don't want to waste your number, but I wanted to know what I'm trying to go into your mind and see where you're leaning to. So I'm I'm actually in your mind right now, trying to get the best, for my research. Now, in your state, you guys voted against Goodluck Jonathan, right? In 2015,
Yes.
massively. How do you convince not only yourself and convince other people from Yobe State and other friends that you have from other part of the northern part of Nigeria that this man that you guys campaign massively against is a much, much better candidate than the man that helped your candidate win the 2015 election?
Is that?
Okay. I'm saying, how do you convince people around you that good? I'm saying if there is good luck Jonathan on the ballot, right? Now you campaigned against him, right? So he's
Yeah.
going to be him and against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. How do you convince yourself and convince people around you that this individual that we campaigned against, right, is much, much better than the man that we voted for in 2023 and that's helped our candidates win the election? Don't you think that people would think, okay, Tinubu helped Buhari, but now the North are paying back Tinubu with the coins, voting the same man that they all removed? Don't you think so?
Yeah, it's the circumstances that bring all those things. So if there is need, you change your mind to vote it for someone that you think that is not doing well. And the only problem of Goodluck Jonathan then was he's not that active enough to be the president, even though he was the president then. He just left things that is happening to be happening without checkmating the problem. At the end of the day, they even sat down in Abuja and shared the what do you call it, arms money that they're supposed to buy to give it to the military. So all those things.
That wasn't true. That wasn't true.
Okay,
The
that's
whole
like that. Okay, okay. Let me put it as an allegation. There was an allegation
absolutely.
that they share the arms money something. Bafara come out to say that they only give him 500 million out of the money, and I can testify that one clearly, even though it's still an allegation. Shekarau said that they share the money in the what do you call it, Tankoyakase house in Kano State. Tankoyakase confessed that they only give him 400 million naira out of the money and all those things, but I will leave it as an allegation. So I'm talking about the weakness, the weak part of the Goodluck Jonathan that made him lose the election that time. If not, people can still vote for him, even though Yobe State people are not going to vote for PDP even at that time, whether they end the insecurity or whatever. They are not traditionally APC and ANPP and all those things. They don't care. So is that insecurity, particularly the Boko Haram problem that caused Goodluck Jonathan uh, to lose in the whole part of the northern part of the country? It's not that he's not a good man. I can testify that I'm not a PDP person. Since then, when he was in power, we were in Abuja, I mentioned that, okay, this man is a gentleman, he's a good man. And a lot of people testify that. But then the people that surround him, that they are the ones that cause all the problem. and they just leave it like that. And at the end of the day, they just left him. They have been decamping to APC. Some of them, they didn't decamp, but they are there with him and they sabotage him. At the end of the day,
Absolutely.
he lost the election. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm.
So I mean, I'm not trying to say there was nothing like Boko Haram. There was Boko Haram then, but I think I know, because you're very close to what was going on then. You know that some of these things were not as they were amplified by the media, right? And you are aware that during the time prior to this election, that the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, wrote a letter to the present vice president right now to tell him about there's an intel of Boko Haram coming to schools. Are you guys in APC knew about it, right?
Yeah, about the letter.
Yes, of course. The letter is not here, so you can go and do the research about it, because
No. I'm just asking.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
you guys know, and the vice president now, Chitima, did not work on that. So the insecurity was amplified to make Jonathan looks bad and everything. But before we continue, as a co-host, please help me out and bring as many people as possible. There are people saying they're requesting for the mic. Lightheart said, I'm requesting. Captain Jamil said, Uncle Mike said, no one give us mic. And Take say, I'm requesting for the mic. Please, are you able to see these individuals?
No.
That's the other. Guys, it's not me. Please, it's not me. It's just, let's see who else will like.
I can only invite them. Those people that you mentioned, can I invite them to speak?
Please, if you can see them, my biggest problem here is I can see, so it shows request, but I'm not able to see them. That's the problem I'm facing here. But if you can see the individual that I mentioned, you can send them the mic and see if you can bring them up. As Adebayo is still here, but he's not responding. Only if we can get any other person who is still happy to help me to bring people up. Anybody who wants to help out, as long as you have not blocked a lot of people, I don't want someone to complain that they have been kicked out.
Yeah, then we can add him so that he can help us as well, because I cannot see anybody.
All right, guys.
Only see listeners.
You can only see listeners, yeah? All right. Mr. Adebayo, are you back now?
Yeah, I'm busy with other things as well, but I can help out with calls, and so that I can bring up more people. And I will speak maybe in the next 10 minutes. I will have the time to speak then.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope you have not blocked a lot of people, right? Have you blocked? Have people upset you? Say things that are very unkind to you, and
I only block one person in my whole lifetime. Only one person. If that is not going to be an issue.
Okay. All right. So I'm quite happy to make you a co-host. Hopefully you can be able to bring them up. Okay. So guys, those people requesting for the mic, let me tell you guys what we can do right now to help out. Okay. Please, guys, if you don't mind, if it's okay with you, can you follow the two co-hosts that we have? Can you follow Mr. Adebayo and follow Galba as well, please? It would help to bring you up. After the conversation, you can unfollow them if you're not happy with their content. But the whole reason for you to follow them this afternoon is to give you the opportunity to contribute. Please, I hope that helps, right? Please follow those guys, and any other person who is requesting for the mic. Mr. Adebayo, can you see Teke? Can you see Lighthouse? Can you see Captain Jamil? These are the three individuals that I've mentioned that they're requesting. So, all right, let's continue as we hope that
I'm going through.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. So we have Tina here. Tina, good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mindsets. I've been listening into the conversation about the way forward 2027. And honestly, my own take is on the article's part. And for everything that I just noticed, I've just thought about it in a lot of time about what will feel what will convince a Nigerian about Atiku presently right now? I think he has taken his chances so many times and presenting himself in several elections. But one thing that just stand on the biases of the power shifts when it comes to the northern and the southern power calculation. You see, northerners will tell you after the advent of democracy in 1999 that they have only been in power for just 10 years. Why Southwest have held on to power? I think if anything goes by now, it's going to become at least 16 years that Southwest has been in power with Southwest and the South. I think it's been a total of 16 years or so. And in just conclusion of what I think, because of the forces rising up in the North, I just feel if anything is going to go by, if he's not going to have his chance in this particular 2027 election, it will be difficult and it will be an uphill task for him to come back in 2031, because by that time you have so many young and formidable Northerners who are actually vying for that particular post. They've been eyeing it, they've been testing their popularity. There are several names in several quarters, like we all know from Kano, some names from Castina, even from Jigawa, several names popping up, and they are also putting up their shots. Even at some point, I think this man Saraki was even trying to give himself a shot. Kwankwaso, Sule Lamido, Tambowal, there are different names, and those guys will just feel like, look, to their own contentment, they are just see themselves putting their power like, look, you've had your own several chances. They want to take their chances as well. So, in my own calculation, I just feel if he even gets the consensus to become the coalition leader and the candidates, it just kind to change the balance a little bit, because then the idea about power calculus, it goes to the north and the south, that means it doesn't exist anymore. Definitely it won't exist anymore, because the calculation in that particular thought will change, because he is going to try to run again in 2031, because he's going to spend this 8 years. That's what he wants to do. And by that time, you'll see how the disregard will go for that particular idea that power should go to the north and it should go to the south. And then that is one of the things that will come into discussions if there is going to be a coalition that is going to materialize. And in terms of Peter Obi also as a candidate, I believe what speaks for him is the popularity, is his competence, and also his transparency to as we as a whole lot of us see him. You understand? There are some things that will also play in his own favor, because at least to an extent, he has a voting bloc. So that's one of the things that will come into the table in terms of that particular calculation, if he's going to go to Peter Obi. And then when it comes to Jonathan, like somebody actually talked about Jonathan, I just feel maybe that discussion is just being held in certain quarters, but there's no way me in this day and age will go and stand by the door of Goodluck Jonathan and come and beg him to become a president. If he's so much interested in it, he would have built up the polity. He would have been speaking up, showing his intention, making his presence felt. He would have been in different quarters and trying to let people know that he wants to vie for the presidency. I think maybe the reason why some people are calling out the name of Jonathan is because he is actually feeling a lot of biases. If you look at the bias that if you are going to look for a candidate that is going to be term limited, it fits into that bias. And if you look at the bias, like trying to satisfy people from South and letting them have this shot as presidency for a good number of years in double digits, it fits into their bias because they have their man who has have a feel at the presidency twice. It fits that bias. And if that coalition is formed with somebody like that, it fits the bias of people from the south is also knowing that if this man is going to be term limited and somebody from the north spend 8 years, then definitely in that consensus, they will easily say, okay, it should be term limited. You should come back to the southeast, because nobody from south will want to come out again and say you haven't had your chances. So maybe the biases is what is making a lot of people feel Jonathan can come into the conversations. But at the end of the day, it's a hard nut to crack. And in my own bias, I have my own bias and my own sentiment as well. Me, I will see somebody like Atiku and tell him, look at yourself like a father of the nation. Look at yourself as a father of the leader of the party that want the best for this nation, and put your full backing against this same man that has supported you before in 2019. These guys have literally supported you several times and given you the shot at presidency, though you didn't win it. But if it is not time for you to um, shelve your ego, back them the way they've been backing you, why not form a coalition and let this man that has been your vice running candidate before, let him lead the ticket, and then somebody from the north can back him up as a vice. So I think is a lot of hard nut to crack, and it's not really clear at this moment. There's a lot that is going on that is not really making it clear. Several court cases, several conversations, but I just feel in the best interest of the people, that is what I feel that should be happening going forward. Nigerians are tired of the economic hardship. They are tired that we don't have a direction, because when there's direction, we actually know what we're actually doing, because we have a certain government in power who is actually saying A, but at the end of the day, they are doing the other parts. It's just so frustrating that a lot of Nigerians can't continue to keep up with this particular government that is not transparent and is not upholding to the rule of law. So 2027 is going to be a very, very tough one, but I just feel one of the most important responsibilities on the people to actually come out to demand for fair elections. I think more of the responsibility is on the people, as much as it's on this leader. I think if the people need to show that they really want it, to show convincing they really want it, to show their displeasure at this particular government, that they have had enough and they are tired, that no matter what comes, even if the coalition is not trying to form a leader, or there's no very clear idea about who is going to be the leader, but they should be with people showing up that we have had enough. No matter what happens, we are not going forward with this APC government in 2027. That would be the right mindset. And I think the fear of the people in the mind of the politician is the best way people can do for the politics that is going on. So if they are very, very afraid of the people and afraid of the backlash that will happen in 2027, it will put the people in good standing. That is my own opinion. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Tina, I hope that's okay with you too, because that's the name I can see on top there, for your wonderful submission. Please, the co-host, I've got a lot of people on my DM here saying they are not being they've been requesting for the mic. Can you guys help out, please, to see if you can bring them up? Hello.
I cannot say anybody. Adebayo, I don't know if you can see some of those people that are requesting for the mic. Okay, I tried to add Captain Jamil. I think he's here.
Okay, all right. So Captain is here, right? Captain, you raise your hand.
So what are the names? Let me check again if I can.
All right, let me mention them again. So we have Lighthouse.
Oh, yeah.
We have TK. Those are the two I can see who indicated on the comment section that they are requesting. So, but I can see we have about 9 people requesting. So if they can, I'm not sure what Captain did.
I'm trying to bring someone up, but I don't know what's really going on. It's not coming up. It's only one person's request that I can see.
Okay. All right. Please do your best to see if you can bring them up.
I don't know.
Let's find
If
out
the
how.
host can refresh the space, maybe it's going to change.
If I refresh this space right now, we are going to lose everything, because it would actually cause a lot of problem than good. So I think we probably need to manage it. Since we have Captain here, perhaps we'll find out from him how he was able to come up. Captain, you were struggling. How were you able to come up?
Good afternoon, Uncle Mindset. I didn't do anything special. All I did was follow. I followed Garba, and I don't know. I don't know what happened. But the thing is, I don't know why your spaces in particular always have this problem. I think you would have to check it out for real, because you're always having this problem all the time. Please do.
Yeah, I don't know why, because a lot of people on my DM that I cannot see them. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of iPhone, but you guys made me change to iPhone. And okay, let me change my network to a different thing. Let's see if this will help. I hope it's not going to crisis spaces. That's the thing. If it crisis the spaces, that's on
It's
you
mine, so
guys.
it's mine. So I think it's better anybody that wants to come up should follow the co-host and host. It's mine, honestly.
I think what I did
Yeah,
To bring
Hello,
Captain Jamil
hello.
on is that he followed me and I follow him back. In fact, I've been following him for some time. So he followed me now, and I added him. I tried to check whether he's there for the request people, but I cannot see him. Then I don't know. I cannot remember what I use. So I enter something. Then I saw
mhm.
some of the names that are following me. Then I type his name. Then I
Ah,
go to his name. Then I saw add him to as a speaker. Then I added him. Then he comes up. So I'm trying to add it Harry. I saw his request, but it's not. I don't know. I don't know. Adebayo, if you
no,
can
what,
help.
Henry
what,
should
what,
just
what?
refresh. Henry should refresh
Uh-huh.
his page
All
so
right.
that he can come up.
Okay. All right.
Refreshing
Let's
page,
continue the conversation.
it might crash the this, maybe
It's okay. Don't
probably.
worry. I'm not going to change. Let's stick to the one I'm using right now because if I leave here,
Mm.
we might have a problem. But I understand where Captain is coming from. It's something I have to deal with. For every time I'm hosting spaces because we've been following each other for a long time, and not only him, Teke and I have been following each other for a long time as well. Um, it appears that it's from my end that I'm not able to see people. That is my own end. So I must admit and apologize because it's happening every now and then. But let's continue the conversation. Adebayo, are you free to speak, or I can pass the mic to Captain? Because I wanted to respond to what Mr. Tina said. Mr. Tina said about the I forgot the word that he used, but it would appear that he's trying to make reference that people are so trying to. Sorry, Mr. Tina, let me know misquote you, sir. What did you say about Good Luck Jonathan? That there was
I
a
said
word
I
you
said
used
it
here.
fit into the biases of a lot of people.
Absolutely,
Mm.
absolutely. Thank you. So now, it's more about calculation than bias, right? This is the only thing I can tell you on
Yes,
this platform. But I can.
yes,
Sorry,
yes,
sir.
yes, because he has not come out to declare any intention.
Yes. So I cannot speak more than this on this platform, but from what I'm hearing, it's more about calculation. But let's continue the conversation. Mr. Captain, I said Mr. Captain. Captain, are you still with us?
I'm very much here, sir.
So you've listened to the conversation and you listened to what Mr. Gaba said and who he voted for. He felt that he's not going to vote for Buhari. Sorry, he's not going to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right? He's a Buharist. Do you see that from the north? Have you seen any other person from the north who is saying, guys, even if Buhari was to come out to tell me to vote right now, I'm not going to vote for him as much as I voted for him 2015, 2019, and I supported his candidate in 2023. Do you have any individuals around you or family members or friends?
So no, I did not follow the conversation because I've been in a plane for a bit. I just literally, onboarded. However, I can still answer the question without even listening to what he has said. The truth is, I don't think at this day and age, Buhari can control the minds of the Northerners as much as he used to. I think we have matured much more than we was a few years ago. So a lot of Northerners more aware, and there's much more information now that people can actually uh, make up their minds as to who exactly they would follow without having any political godfather coming out to say, okay, swing this way or swing that way. Yes, I totally understand that we still have majority of the northerners that still live in urban areas that would, listen to what a leader would say. However, it's not as potent as it used to be before. So um, I don't want to. I never say never in politics because I think the average citizen right now is very open to negotiations. So those negotiations can be monetary or food or whatever. If he feels, okay, I'm not going to enjoy whatever the outcome of these elections are, let me take what I can get right now, and then, I'd suffer for the rest of, the tenure, then that's fine. Um, Answering your question, like you said, I really don't think there's one leader that is going to come outside and be like, okay, everybody vote A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then we all will follow. I think it's better than it used to be.
All right. So you think that Buhari's class is no longer there? Buhari, I mean, without saying it, but that's what you're trying to, right?
Like I said, not as potent as it used to be. That's just what I wanted to say. Not as potent as it used to be. For example, back in the days, you would have religious scholars and traditional rulers, dictate where people are gonna swing. Like almost everybody would swing that way. Like I said, I'm sure that we still have people in urban areas that would still listen to these people and swing that way. However, a lot of people now understand that there's power in negotiation, so they will swing if there is something that they're gonna get out of the whatever the thing is. So, but let's see, man. Let's see. I think a lot of people are getting more politically mature, especially the so-called illiterates, like we call them. I think they are getting very, very mature politically. I think so.
All right. Thank you very much, Captain, for your wonderful submission. Let's pass the mic to Mr. Adebayo. You said we should give you 10 minutes. It's more than 10 minutes. Are you free now to speak? Adebayo, are you still with us? Please, somebody help
Yes,
me out. Am I still audible?
I'm with you. I'm trying to get back to the conversation, and I'm trying to engage Mr. Garba. Wow. What I quickly wanted to ask is, we are only talking about Atiku and Buhari in the north, and north is quite vast. We have the northeast, we have the northwest, and because of northeast especially, don't you think we need to consider the current vice president Shetima, or do you want to say is of no electoral value? You cannot pull the vote, you cannot pull the crowd. What is the perspective of the common man in the northeast when it comes to Shetima? I would like to know.
Is the question for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The thing is, the way the politics is going right now, I don't think Kashim Shettima can be able to pull out votes from the Northeast. He didn't do it in 2023, even when Buhari was there, and some other big wins from the northern part of the country, politicians. They didn't do it, and they cannot do it now. I don't think so. I am not underrating Kashim Shettima, but then Kashim Shettima cannot be able to he cannot be able to deliver Northeast for them. That is the reality on ground. Even that 2023 election still emphasize, like what mindsets mentioned some hours ago, that APC didn't win Maiduguri. They didn't win Maiduguri. That's the truth. Atiku won. And that's the bitter truth. Maiduguri gave back to Yobe. So we all know the politics of Maiduguri. Atiku won the election. And a lot of people that are very close to Kashim Shettima, they compares to me. So Kashim Shettima doesn't have that political power to boost voters, or to boost, what do you call it, to pull out a substantial vote for Tinubu in 2027 general election. If at all he is still the vice president for them. I don't think so. With due respect to him, I don't think so.
Coming back
So
to
Galba, okay,
okay,
go ahead, sir, go ahead.
coming back to the Northwest, I think Buhari is still a very, very formidable force to reckon with. Because even though in the last election, Tinubu did not win as much as is expected because of influence of Buhari, but I think a lot of things have changed. Are we saying that even with the combination of Atiku and Peter Obi, they will be able to make an inroad which will be sizable enough to take that region at the election, at the poll? And added to that, because everything is about calculations and permutations, alignment and realignment for them now. Now, not too long ago, Buhari came out to declare his unflinching support for the APC party, the APC. Sorry, I don't want anybody to get me wrong. I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate for this time. I'm trying to play the devil's advocate because we hardly see anybody speaking on behalf of the APC. So I'm looking at the permutations that the influence of Tinubu himself and Buhari this time around, they may take the large proportion of the total vote in the Northwest, leaving only the North Central as the battleground. And also added to that is all the realignment going on and internal wranglings in all the political parties, and a lot are moving into the ruling party. 2 years is still a long way to go, but right now, I think, and I stand to be corrected, that the calculation, contrary to the elite position that you and the last speaker, what was his name again? That the position that the elite, the few elites, I want to put that, are taking. I think the majority, from what I have observed in my own little uh, data I've collected in the Northwest, is contrary to what the position you are giving us here. And I want you to, if you can make some clarity about what is really happening in the Northwest, especially.
Is that for Garba or for me?
That's for Garba. Garba.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not from Northwest, but then I'm living in Kaduna, between Kaduna and Abuja. And what I know about the politics of this part of the country is, you see, like what Captain mentioned about Buhari, the Buhari of 2003, 2007, 2011 is the same for the masses. They have been trying to make him a president, vote for him if he can win the election until 2015. After 2015 general election, 1 year, 2 years in office, some have started to leave because they have not seen what they expected to see. Towards the 2019 general election, like I mentioned some few hours ago in this same space, that this kind of policies and some failure of our own party and the Mr. President himself, the Buhari, then it caused us to have to go hard in a very hard way to be able to convince voters to vote for Buhari in 2019 again. and we lose a substantial number of voters to Atiku. That's for sure. After 2019 general election, 2023 general election, you cannot say the Buhari of 2017-18 is the same, and even 2019 is the same in 2022 or 2023. There's serious problem, insecurity, hunger in the land, some unfavorable policies, Naira swap, and whatever. And that Naira swap by Emefiele, agreed by Buhari himself, it costs APC a lot. And I think if there is any serious policy that makes Yobe State people to vote out APC, which they never did it before since 1999, is that particular Naira whatever policy swap. So there are a lot of issues to mention to be able to determine whether the Northwest can still go for APC or not. I can bet you I'm not from Katsina State. I doubt, only God knows tomorrow, if the Korada, the present governor, could be able to answer Masari and others and co, and including Buhari himself, will be able to deliver Katsina State to Tinubu in 2027, if at all God spare our lives, including the Tinubu himself, to contest again. I don't think so. For Zamfara State, I don't think so. They will never vote for APC. You watch and see, unless one or two things changes. What it is for Sokoto states as well, I have a doubt. I cannot say much about them. Kebbi State as well. It depends on whether people they learn their lesson, or whether they are really hungry, they are still hungry, or whether they are still suffering or not. They will decide for themselves. What I believe now in this politics of this country right now is that no any politician that is with the masses. There are some few of them. We can't say 100% they are not with the masses. Some few of them, whether they are active politicians or not. But the ones that we are seeing visibly, they want to contest here and there, and most of them, they are not there for the masses. Most of them, some of them are there for the masses. So the fight is for the masses against the incumbents to change with whosoever they want to vote for, irrespective of the party the person came from. So with regard to Kano, in my analysis of Northwest, Kano is undecided. It depends on where Concoso heading to at the end of the day. But that one too, it has challenge, because a number of Concosia that I spoke with, whom are my friends, they told me that they can only vote for who Concoso choose as a governor, but they can never vote for APC if Concoso move to APC. APC in the sense that the APC presidential candidate, whosoever is the presidential candidate of APC, even if it is not Tinubu, whosoever will be, they will never follow him. They can only follow him in gubernatorial election. That is what their decision are. A substantial number of them, very few of them I can mention, because the population of Kano is much. So in Kaduna State, APC should not think of Kaduna State. That's the truth. And that's what I see. That's my opinion, what I understand with Kaduna politics. We are here, Erupai, with all what Erupai did to try to bring the Southern candidate and try to bring the APC candidate and whatever. We see that they weakly help Kaduna State in presidential election. But I can give you an assurance that maybe Jigawa State, they are core APC people. They can vote for APC. Kano is undecided until we see what will happen at the end of the day. Sokoto and Kebbi states likely going to vote for against the APC, Zamfara state as well, and even Katsina with the mighty Buhari and others that they have there. They may not deliver, because in the case of Katsina and some other northwestern part of the country, they were hitting with two, swords. Hitting by insecurity, hitting by hunger at the same time. Maybe from part of the country, they don't experience that much insecurity, kidnapping, and Boko Haram and whatever. Like where I came from now, Boko Haram are trying to resurgence, complaining here and there from the Yobe State governor and the Zulus himself. So we are going to be hit twice with Boko Haram and the poverty and the hunger that is going on in the land. Which one are you going to tackle? Nowhere to hide, nowhere to go at the end of the day. So I don't see any reason for Katsina people, Kebbi, Zamfara, and whatsoever to tell me that they are going to vote. But I'm not campaigning against APC. I'm being realistic. I'm still in the party and I cannot live for PDP or whatsoever. But I can vote for my choice. At the end of the day, the question is, are you going to vote if Buhari says go and vote as a Buharis, or the group of Buharis that came out today, the Tanko Almakura and the rest, to say that they are still with Tinubu? They can say they are still with Tinubu. That is their own something. They have only one box. If they are still with Tinubu, most of them lost their states to Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi in the last general election. Even Almakura himself, he contested for senator in 2023 and he lost. They lost the state entirely at the end of the day to Peter Obi.
All right.
So I don't think anybody, like what Captain Jamil said, anybody will decide for anybody again, not anymore. Not the village people that you think that they never go to school. Some of them, they don't even have the school building in their areas. So don't think that you can go and still convince them to vote for this and that. All those days that they used to die for Buhari and whatsoever, Buhari is still alive and Buhari cannot control them up until now. I have respect for Buhari. I'm still Buhari's and I can be Buhari's forever. That is his own opinion to go and back Tinubu or back whosoever he wants to back. At the end of the day, he has only one vote. So let him go and do whatever he wants to do. But I still have that respect for him and I still with him politically, but I cannot go for whatever he chooses.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Garba and Adebayo and Captain, for your questions. Now, I keep hearing unless something change, right? That's from you, Mr. Garba. Captain, I know you did raise your hand. I'm not sure if you wanted to respond to Adebayo.
Yes,
Captain. Okay, go ahead quickly so I can ask him the question.
yes. Adebayo did ask what the fever is. Sorry, what's going? Yes, what the fever is like in the northwest. Not sounding biased or being predictor of or doomsday prophet. The truth is the people from the northwest, I would say precisely, because they don't feel the direct impact of governance. Right? They have a very stern uh, position when it comes to supporting a candidate. So, back in the days, you would have maybe some major projects going on, or something happens and then people bring stuff back home, etc. But now it doesn't happen as often, and they're being ravaged by insecurity. Now, the fact that they're being ravaged by insecurity and they feel like their lives and properties are not protected, they sort of kind of feel like they're on their own. So, if you want me to follow you, what exactly are you going to do in return? So, if this current administration does not fix certain things, just like Garbutt kept saying, until something changes. I want to say one of the things that can change is insecurity and the cost of living. Trust me, not a lot of us will be able to predict the way the votes are going to swing. However, if you remember, I still spoke about the negotiating power. So it's very possible that, once the polity gets to the level where people can negotiate, yes, it's very possible that you might get some of the things that you're looking for out of, you know, that move. If not, going with what's going on right now and the people that I have personally spoken to, it's it's comme ci comme ça, sir. Comme ci comme ça.
That's quite interesting because on one hand, then one would look at it and say, Captain, you mentioned insecurity. Then then one would look at it that, sorry guys, the people are here, so there's going to be noise in my background. I hope you guys are okay with it. So one would look at it and say, but during the time of Buhari, there was insecurity. So if the North are complaining right now that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has not really looked after them and everything, and there's insecurity, then where do we say when in the time of Buhari there was insecurity? I mean, in the time of Buhari, there were some children in schools that were kidnapped, right? So how do you respond to that, Captain?
Okay, so let's in this comparison, right? During Buhari's time, there was insecurity. Yes, I totally agree. However, do not forget that there's still sentiments, right? Because Buhari is from the north, he would definitely have that sentiment. For example, they say monkey no fine, but a mama like him. Or who go talk say mama food no sweet. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, yes, there was insecurity, and the people could still sort of kind of feel something was being done, or certain things were happening, as opposed to now. They're not feeling the same as even when Jonathan was president. When Jonathan was president, if you remember, before the election, 6 months before the elections, they hired mercenaries and the Nigerian troops. They did what they could do, and had some sanity. And during Buhari's time, in as much as the expectations that we did put on Buhari's head as a former general, people thought he was just gonna come and he was gonna end everything. So yes, on that note, people were disappointed, but certain things were still done, and people could still feel. Can't you see I'm on? I don't want to know. Sorry, my little angel has taken my train of thought. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Uncle Mindset. I can't remember what I wanted to say. Aman.
So I do understand. This is what happens to me as well. But as we wait for you to come back, Mr. Adebayo, I hope you've listened to Galva and you listened to Captain. Do you still want to respond? If not, I'll pass the mic to I am Paul. Mr. Adebayo.
I will definitely respond, but let's still allow the conversation to go. So let Mr. Paul
That's
go. Then
yeah. Actually, my name is Paul. I'm here to. I'm not really here to emphasize on the word, but I'm actually here because I have a
Sorry,
in.
Paul, sorry, we can't hear you. There's noise in your background. Please find a more suitable place to speak because there's this noise in your background, please. Okay, let me pass the mic to
Okay,
Lighthouse.
can you hear
Lighthouse,
me
please
now?
go ahead, sir.
Like, is it clear now?
Sorry, Lighthouse, do you want to go ahead?
If uh, if it is okay now, I can go ahead. Wow.
Please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, mindset. I think this is the first time this year I've been on your space. I would say Happy New Year to you. Then Mr. Garba, good afternoon, good evening, Bayo and Captain. I I'm looking at the area of that coalition, and the way Atiku is pushing this this stuff. It doesn't look as if he will step aside for anyone to become the president. Just like Graba said that, okay, if he can allow what this man that defected from APC to SDP, what is his name again?
El-Rufai.
Yes, El-Rufai to be this vice president. But I doubt, I seriously have my doubt if him Atiku we accept that kind of decision. But if he doesn't accept, I'm also seeing that this election might be won by APC too, because definitely the South need the vote of the North need the vote of the South. If we want to get rid of APC, and that was the same that was the same step APC took in getting rid of this PDP from ACN to, I think, ACN to AC. Is it ACN to AC? Then they merged to, how what they call this APC. So if you guys that are closer to Atiku, I don't know how you're close, if actually you're close to him, or you have someone that is close to him, you guys, can advise him. Yeah, you can serve as a godfather. You understand? Nigerians, we respect you for that decision. Okay, bring these two guys together, Obi and Erifai. You see, believe me, if you have Obi and Erifai in a ticket, APC, even with them buying the judiciary, buying the INEC, they cannot go away with it. But whereby we don't have this kind of agreement, and we're just saying everybody on your own, do your own way. I doubt if any political party will defeat APC. I doubt. I seriously have my doubt. So my question to you, Gaba, is can you, with the way you've spoken, I believe you have that capacity to really mobilize Northerners. I mean, the Northern youths to maybe appeal to those who are close to Atiku Abubakar. Oh, yes, we know. It's the turn of I don't know. Me, I don't believe all this turn, start turn, not turn, all this turn. I just believe I need a working system. I need a country that works for everyone. So if you guys and from this, I've not seen any candidate for me. I I may be biased on this, but for me, I've not seen a candidate that will be better than Peter Obi. I've not seen. I'm here to say. So if you guys in your own power could, mobilize Northern youth, visit Atiku Abubakar, talk to him, encourage him, cheer him up. Okay, boss, wherever you guys can call him, appeal to him. Oh, this coalition you guys are doing is fine. We are in support of it, but let's give Peter Obi a chance. Why don't you bring Aerofire to his ticket? That would be a better coalition. And that ticket, come 2027, nobody will stop. Just mark my word, nobody will stop it. So this is what I have to say. Please, Grabber, you can respond if you can, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me quickly respond. It's time for prayer for me in the next 2 or 3 minutes. You see, this northern politics, this part of the country is very vast to the extent that convincing people it will be very hard. Yes, some of the people can agree with us and do as you mentioned. It's your own personal opinion, and I am with that opinion that if they give Peter Obi and bring one credible candidate, vice presidential candidate from the other and join with him, at the end of the day, I might decide to vote for them. I will vote for them for sure. But then you can convince people in the north now. Some might listen to you, some might not listen to you. Do you know? Let me say the bitter truth about the politics of this country. You see, religion and sentiments that brings by these politicians. Prior to this, in 1993, there's something like that. We see how I was 3 years, I was 4 years then or 5 years thereabouts. I don't know what is going on. But we all had the story of what happens. People voted for Abiola irrespective of whatever. But then uh, after 1999, people start to bring religion and sentiments and sectional and whatever issue to divide people. And this thing works and it's still happening to the extent that to control it is a problem. It's a very big challenge for whosoever as a politician to control the issue. But people are getting wiser, like what Captain Jamil mentioned earlier. People are gradually getting wiser. Politicians succeeded in dividing people through religion and some other tools before. To some extent, it's still working. Only because we have a substantial number of illiterate in the country. Like you and I that go to school, we are at least exposed to some extent. Nobody can come and convince me because this one is a Christian, this one is a Muslim, and whatsoever. That is why when they are shouting Muslim, 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 Muslim ticket in 2023, I
Sorry,
don't
sorry,
care. The
Gaba.
only thing I care about.
Sorry, Gaba. I might need to come in here, please, sir. If you don't mind.
Mm.
Can you go for your prayer because there's noise in your background? At least you can go for your prayer. We're still gonna be here.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Please,
Thank you for
thank you
reminding
very
me.
much. Please,
But I'm
It's
coming
very,
back for your question. Thank you.
no problem, sir. No problem. Thank you very much. It's very important. We allow you to do that. So we still have Mr. Lighthouse. Please, I know you do. You understand the reason I stopped him. So he'll be able to respond to your question because you wanted him to appeal to Mr. Atiku Abubakar for him not to contest again. It's been a very interesting conversation. Adebayo, do you still have more questions, or you're comfortable with the response, Mr. Adebayo? It would appear that we've lost Mr. Adebayo as well. Captain, you raise your hand.
Yes, sir. So I don't want it to look like I don't have to go and pray. But the thing is, I already prayed. Like I told you, I was in the plane, and those that understand. So my praise is already done for now.
All right, guys, that's fine. So very soon I will leave you guys because my stomach wants to pray. All right, so everybody's praying. My stomach is praying. Is asking for. He really wants to go and pray. We literally turned the whole thing into a space. But it's been a very interesting conversation, and I've learned a lot as we continue. Mr. Adebayo, as the co-host, is not responding, and I believe we have Mr. Hash 2A. I cannot pronounce your name properly. The man that has Barack Obama and Trump on his. You know yourself. Can you? Sorry for tweeting. That's what you have. Good evening. How are you doing, sir?
Good evening, Mr. Mindset. I just
Good.
want to touch to what Lighthouse said, and Garba was trying to explain something to him, but Garba did not hit the nail on the head. The thing is that in the north, what comes first is Islam, and Tinubu understands this very well. So Tinubu is holding a very important card. A Christian cannot defeat Tinubu with a Muslim ticket. It's like a crime to vote a disbeliever when you saw two Muslims. The normal notion is
Sorry,
that
sorry, sorry, sorry,
even
sir.
a
Sorry,
bad
sorry.
Muslim is better than a disbeliever.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Can I come in, please? Are you from the north? Are you a Muslim as well?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay. Which part of the north are you speaking from, please? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm not a Muslim from the north.
Okay. You're from where? Which state are you speaking from?
I'm from Enugu State.
Okay. And you're a Muslim from Enugu State. That's fine. So okay, go ahead with your submission, then we can.
So this is what Garba was trying to paint, that the religion, people using religion as a blockade. Do you understand? Blocking people from wanting to mix, blocking people from making choices. The choice is Islam is the central point of whatever you are going to do. So when you see Atiku and Tinubu contesting now, it's now a choice. You want to choose, maybe you choose between a northern Muslim or you choose between two Muslims. It's why you can't even see them saying Shetima is Kanuri is from Bonu. It doesn't mean he will win Bonu. What is important is what the people have. You have to first of all, what is central, what is more important, the foundation is Islam. Obi, if he was a Muslim, he would do well in the north because you won't be able to disparage him saying this person is a Muslim, is a Christian. You only have to use his tribe against him or try to make him look like he's not Muslim enough, of which many people will not take that because what is central to everybody is that this person confesses the faith and he's a Muslim. In the north, they are not interested in all this zoning. Like in Enugu State or Anambra, you say Dunu Kofia has not ruled, Nnewi has not ruled. It's not important in this part of the world, in
All right,
Nigeria. What is important, as
let me
long as
ask you.
you're a Muslim,
All right,
you are fine. Every other
so-
thing can be
sorry,
added to you. Your competence,
let me come
your
in here because you,
achievements, every other thing can
eh,
be added to you. But what
Mr.
is important is you
Can you
have
mute your
to.
mic? Can you speak? Can you wait for a minute, please? It's a conversation that we're having because you're touching a very important place that I'm now. I want to make sure that the listeners are listening to you. Then we have to be able to carry along. You are a Muslim from Enugu State, am I right, sir?
Yes,
Okay, and your faith means a lot to you, right?
yes.
All right. As a Muslim from Enugu State, I'm going by what you said. We have Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a Muslim from the southwest and has a vice president who is a Muslim as well. Then we have Atiku Abubakar, who is a Muslim, and Obi, who is a Christian, and he chose a Muslim. If this scenario plays out again, I know Okowa might not be there because it moved, but if this scenario plays, you as a Muslim that believe in your faith, who will you vote for?
If I have, I might not vote for anybody. I can vote for Atiku. I can vote beyond my religion. I'm talking about what Garba was trying to
Not
explain.
I.
I'm saying
One
he
minute.
did not hit the nail on the head
One
of
minute.
how it is in the north.
Can you hold on for a minute, sir, please? It's very important, right? Now, Gaba is coming back to explain. You're knowing his thought, right? Now we are going to allow him, but I wanted to find out from you, as a Muslim, as a good Muslim from Enugu State, if you have the opportunity to vote for Mr. Peter Obi, who is a Christian. Now he has a Muslim vice president who is capable as well. Then you have Atiku Abubakar, who is a Muslim, and he has a Christian vice president who is capable. And we have Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a Muslim and has a Muslim vice presidential candidate who is capable as well. Who would you vote for? I want to know.
I'm indifferent to all the candidates, Mr. Mindset.
Okay, so because you made a very important point, you said in this part of the country, the religion matters, and somebody who is part of that religion, now you have not given us an answer who you will vote for, because I was hoping to hear from you whether you will lean towards your religion or you will say it doesn't matter to me, I'm going to vote for somebody even if the person is not from a religion, right? I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from, sir.
Yes, that is what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't matter to me. I'm talking about Garba was trying to
Forget about
explain,
Galba. No, you're
and
not Galba.
he didn't hit that point.
Let him come back and explain. I forget about, because he did say that he's going out for prayers. And remember, I stopped him, right? I stopped him. I say he should go for his prayer. When Galba returns, and then he will say what he needs to say. If he didn't hit that nail, I hope you have a better hammer that you're going to hit that nail. But I wanted to find out from you, Mr. Nyesom Wike. Um, who will you vote for? You have to have a candidate, right? Or who did you vote for in the last election, sir?
I did not vote for anybody, but I campaigned online for Tinubu.
All right. So if you have the opportunity again, looking at the way things are going in
No, if
Nigeria,
I don't support Tinubu right now. I don't support Tinubu right now. If there is a coalition that would take Tinubu away, I would I will gladly support it. I will give it the best of my materials to support it.
Okay, so you're much happy to get some people who will remove this particular individual
Yeah,
that you vote.
yes,
1 minute,
yes.
sir. Now, 1 minute. I really like the way you respond to questions. So now, why would you want to do that? What is it about Tinubu that made you change your mind?
Because he did not come in to do what we believe. You understand? As a Lagosian, I believe that I'm going to see something. I don't know how to explain it. I believe I will see a bit of I believe I will see a bit of liberalism coming into Nigeria. Do you understand? I did not believe I would see religious divides and all that come standing again in Nigeria. But this is the card that he's on. Do you understand? This is the card that he's on, and he has seen that this is a very, very vital card. In APC too, if you look at it, the people who hold the key positions in the Southwest, the people who are the outlook, the political outlook in the South, they are the Muslims. He understands this thing very well.
So you want us to believe that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is still playing the same cards, not only the
Yes,
time. 1 minute. May I land, please? Please, thank you. So you want us to believe that it's not only that he played this card during the election, that even now that he's the president, the people that he have in his cabinet or around him are all Muslims. Am I right, sir?
no, I'm not saying the people around him in his cabinet are all Muslims. I'm saying Bola Tinubu understands this factor that I am talking about about the North and the voting pattern. And when you see him even in the circle of the Southwest, if you notice the people who are key, central to the politics in the Southwest are also the Muslims because he knows the alignment he's in.
Okay, let me bring up Mr. Please do hold your thought for a minute, if you don't mind muting your mic for 1 minute. Let me bring up Mr. Adebayo. He's an APC member, and he's Bola Ahmed Tinubu supporter. Mr. Adebayo, can you hear me, sir? Mr. Adebayo, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
I
so
can hear you, sir. A
okay,
point
thank you
of
very much.
correction quickly. I'm not APC member, maybe supporter. I'm
Okay,
not a
all right.
card carrying member. I'm not a member.
I do apologize. I withdraw that statement. So, Mr. Adebayo, who is a supporter of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So let's continue. So you've listened to. So how do you want me to address you, please? I don't want to get your name right. #2A real. Can I call you Mr. Yeson Wike, because that's the picture on your this thing. Okay, you listen to our very good friend from Enugu State, who is a Muslim, saying that the problem here is the politics that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is playing is more religions, and then the people around. Not sorry, I don't want to misquote him. That some of the individuals that work with him are Muslims and they are Yoruba Muslims. Do you agree to that, sir? Mr.
I
Adebayo.
totally disagree. I totally disagree on that particular point because maybe he has not been following the Tinubu's cabinet properly, especially from the southwest. Let me start with the present and CBN, Minister of Natural Resources. All those they are not Muslims. So
Mindset, I did not say
even the
Tinubu's
finance.
cabinet is
No.
no Muslim. I said the people in his political structure who play the
Okay.
vital
All right.
roles.
Okay. Hold your thought for a minute. So I do apologize. I withdraw that statement. So he said the people in his political role, right? Am I right, sir? Not his cabinet. Is that okay? Can he continue to respond, sir?
Yes, that is okay. You
Uh,
can continue to
all right.
respond.
Thank you very much. Mr. Adebayo, I do apologize. Please go ahead, sir. Mr. Adebayo.
Okay, I heard him now. And again, that is very, very incorrect because I'm in Lagos. Taking it from the GAC comprises of both the Muslims and the Christian. And those are his most potent political circle members. So where the issue of religion, Muslim, Christian is coming from, I don't really understand. So maybe H2A need to ask properly. Let us not only work with the sentiment of that I think or this is what I believe. No, I'm telling you as a matter of fact that our president is the most liberal person when it comes to religion. Take it again that his wife is a Christian, is a pastor. The wife of Mr. President is a pastor. So he's not the type that works with religiosity. No, that is incorrect.
All right, thank
No,
you very
Mr.
much.
Adebayo, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Tinubu is he don't work with Christians or he don't like Christians. I'm aware that Remi Tinubu is a senior evangelist from Redeemed Cali. I'm talking about when you are under pressure, and it's just like Erufai now. If left alone to Erufai is not interested in religion. He's a straightforward person. He will want you and him to do politics based on who is intelligent, who is more forward in ideas, and he don't do all that. But if he find himself in that situation in Kaduna, then you see how he now moved the state to a place where they started doing Muslim ticket in Kaduna State, because that is a situation that he found himself. And if you see the presidential election also, you see the way the vote went. You see that people don't move based on what you tell them in the north. Or they move based on the way this thing has caused a problem for Jonathan now. Why are we doing as if we are not in this
No, no,
nonsense?
no, no. One
When
minute, one
Jonathan
minute,
took
1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. Let me come in here. Can you mute your mic for a minute, please? Now, Bola Ahmed Tinubu has the Muslim ticket, right? Mr. Peter Obi have a Christian Muslim ticket. Atiku Abubakar has a Muslim Christian ticket. Now, some of the places, if I'm going with your logic now, what you've said, there will be no way on this planet Earth that Mr. Peter Obi would have won Nasarawa State. Are you aware that Mr. Peter Obi won Nasarawa State? Are you aware of that?
yes.
Okay. Now you have a number of Muslims then, and then you have Christians, right? Now, Mr. Peter Obi won Plateau State. You know that, right?
Yes.
Good. Now, so if we are going with that logic that it has to be that way, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in as much as INEC announced, can you mute your mic, please? It's interfering. Announced that he won Meduguri and the rest of them. Don't take my word for it. Mr. Garba is here. He can tell you that he didn't win those places. Those things were rigged, right? So let me go back to another question, because I can see, for me, I'm trying to see where you're coming from, but I think we are making inroad now. You mentioned Erufai. If you have an Erufai and you have Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you have Mr. Peter Obi, you have Mr. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and you have the opportunity to vote for, who will you vote for?
I will vote for Nasir El-Rufai.
Okay, why will you vote for Nasir El-Rufai? Give us in a minute.
Because he's youth and policy driven.
So what do you not say to those who feel that when he was in Kaduna State, he was the first person that came up with the whole idea of Muslim ticket? I mean, if we're going back, we can go back to 1993 when we have King Gibe and Abiola, but let's come back to the now that from 1999. So what do you say to those that felt that he did not give Christians opportunity in Kaduna State?
Now it brings me back to the reason why I took the mic, Mr. Mindset. I said this is what Garba is trying to explain, but did not hit the nail on the head. Like, people follow. This is what is the foundation of. And when I said the North, I really am particular about the Northwest. Then we can come to the Northeast. The North Central is more. is more diverse in sense. You understand? That's why you can really see Peter Obi winning Abuja. People don't care about all this, most of these things in Abuja. When you come, you mix. Is more like a Lagos mindset. Any place that is urban in Nigeria that has an urban setting, you will see Peter Obi doing well there. Any place that has an urban setting, that's why you see him doing in places like Ikoyi, Bodilon, Lagos Island, Lagos, any places that have an urban population. Peter Obi, if Nigeria was an urban place, Peter Obi will win the election.
A lot of people will disagree with you, even though people might feel that I'm trying to make it look like it. I'm trying to campaign for him. No, he did very well, even though Nigeria was never, and everywhere in Nigeria is not an urban place, right? So he did very well for himself. He did very well for his party. There are people who would argue that he actually won that election. Okay, so let's look at it from that angle again. Don't want us to digress this conversation into religion. I want to understand where people are leaning and understand why people should vote
So
for.
when we're talking about the North works in this way. It's just like in NATO now. United States functions like a central command in NATO. You know, when you want to make something a whole, a central command has to exist that everybody takes kind of they follow this central command from. That's what the United States does in NATO. Is like a central command. Now in the north, the central command of northern politics is in the northwest. That's what keeps everything together in the northwest. That is like the central command of northern politics. And the northwest have this born to rule mentality too. That's when you hear born to rule mentality, it's mostly from that part. They have this born to rule mentality. They don't like power going away from the region. And they don't do this Kaduna has ruled, Katsina has ruled. This, they don't do all that. What they're just interested in is that you are a person of faith. When you're a person of faith, every other thing can be added to you. Competence, is good, he's doing this, his charity, every other good thing can now be added to you. But what is important is that you have to, because if you are not like that, politics of religion will be used against you.
That's interesting. Okay.
Nobody would just sit down and now be advising Muslims after you've taught them this and that. You now start advising them that they should vote a Christian over a Muslim.
All right.
It's
What,
like,
1 minute.
and that's why you heard Ganduje in 2023. Ganduje was like, what is better than a Muslim in Atiku? What is
Okay.
better than him is two Muslims.
All right. That's fine. Let's not make it about religion. And sorry,
Mindset.
somebody's mic is on. Somebody's mic
Yeah,
is on. Please.
it's me. I just wanted to ask him one question. Like, if he's saying
But
the North don't vote a Christian over a Muslim, so how did they vote for Jonathan in 2011?
okay, let's please, Tina, I know he would like to respond to that. Please, I don't want us to digress, and now it becomes Muslim against Christian. Before you know it, they would turn my spaces into a bigotry space. I'm very, very mindful. Not that I'm running away from the conversation, but let's not digress. Let me, because other Muslims will feel like what you're saying is not factual, because you are a Muslim, but you're not from the north central. Sorry, you're not from the northwest that you mentioned. And there's a question here for you. They ask if you have ever lived in the northwest and the northern Nigeria before, which I believe you might have. But let's continue the conversation, Mr. Hash 2A. I mean, give us another name so we can address you with this. It sounds much easier. How do you want me to address you?
You can say 2A. You can say 2A.
Okay, 2A, Mr. 2A, thank you very much for the wonderful contribution. Captain, I saw you raising your hand earlier on. Please, let's not go back to whether the Muslims or not Muslim. I mean, but if anyone thinks there's something that he or she needs to add to make life a little bit easier for us, please, let's continue the conversation. Who else wants to speak?
Yeah, no. Can I carry on, Uncle Mindset?
Yes, as long as we are not driving back to what would derail the conversation, I'm okay with it.
No, there's just a little clarity as to the emphasis on religion. I just wanted to clarify something. It's very liberal, really. So when people have that notion that the North actually prioritizes religion over things, the truth is, or the context is, because religion actually plays a vital role when it comes to leadership and it speaks about justice. People believe that if somebody is practicing Islam, he would sort of kind of toe that line. So why the North is very keen on that is because that is what they know, you know. In Islam, it says, go into the world and seek knowledge. So you can go in and read the Bible and read the Torah and understand what those religions are. However, a lot of people don't do that, so they really don't understand what those religions actually stand for or what they say. So they know what they know and they know what Islam says. Hence, they would prefer, it's not like it's a do or die thing. Just like somebody said, Jonathan came out and they followed him. If somebody has that behavior or somebody has that persona of somebody who can be just or is going to practice or is going to deliver, then sure, they definitely will follow. So it's not, religion per se. Like, if it's not a Muslim, then no, we would not vote you. If that was the case, then Muslims would never vote. Once somebody who's is not a Muslim is on the ballot or on the ticket, nobody is gonna do anything. They're just gonna let him be. That's all I wanted to say, really.
All right, thank you very much. Let's continue the conversation. Mr. LJ, I don't know if it's a Mr. Okay, Mr. LJ, good evening. How are you doing? Mr. LJ, you raise your hand, sir. All right, he's not responding. Please, somebody help me out. Am I still audible? Hello?
Sure.
Okay, let's continue with the conversation. Mr. LJ, you still raising your hand? Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mindset, permit me, I put a title to the space if it is okay, or I take it
No,
down.
no, 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 no. Please, if you don't mind, 2007 alignment coalition measure. No. Sorry, if you don't mind, please. I don't really do it because that's not what I'm discussing. I started the conversation with something else. Yeah, please, if you don't mind removing the title, if that's okay. Thank you very much, sir. But I do appreciate you. Mr. LJ, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
So I want to emphasize on what Captain just said. The North actually is not about religion. It's not about that because in 1999, the North voted for Obasanjo. Jonathan came, we voted for him. So the North is all about your capacity. What do you have? What can you prove to the Nigerians? So that is all the North is all about. For example, during this past election, with due respect, the Northern Christians did not bring somebody that has capacity, somebody that has something to show. That's why, to my own perception, that's why Mr. President chose Kashim Shettima because of what he did to Borno State, how he brought down to by 70% Boko Haram insurgency. So a lot of that, Kashim Shettima, and during that time, former governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduji. So they have the capacity, but he later chose Kashim Shettima to be his running mate. Had it been the Northern Christians had brought somebody with capacity, somebody with something to show to Nigeria, I'm sure still Nigeria would have Northern Nigeria would have voted for that same APC party. So that's just what I wanted to add.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. But you said something I would like to react to, please. You said that one of the reasons that okay, Mr. John Tecker, please let me help you out here. we are not doing this here. Please, you don't derail our conversation. So I do apologize, sir. So you said that one of the reasons that Bola Ahmed Tinubu and decided to go with Kasim Shettima is because of what he did in Borno State. Am I right, sir?
Yes, sir. You are right, sir.
All right. So if we are going with that, how do you reconcile the fact that when he was the governor, that's when the issue of Chibok girls happened? How do you explain that to me and those listening?
Well, the issue of Chibok, sir. Personally, I lived in Borno for almost 23 years. I graduated from University of Maiduguri. I did my secondary school there and what have you. So the issue of Chibok girls is more of politically oriented issue than the Boko Haram itself. It's not really the issue of Boko Haram. It is somewhat like politically motivated to derail people from, well, how can I put it? It's just a politically motivated something, not actually because of religion that Chibok girl thing that happens.
So you're saying to me and every other person listening to you that the Chibok girl thing that happened in Borno State is more political.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the fact that Nyesom Wike wrote a letter to Kashim Shettima and informed him that there's an intel that Boko Haram are planning to invade a school. What you're trying for me to understand here is these guys were aware of it and they choose not to do anything.
Um, they are aware of it, but when Chibok girls stuff happened, if I'm not mistaken, Borno State was under state of emergency and security wise, so there is nothing Kashim Shettima can do about it.
Okay, the reason I'm asking you this question because he made it us to believe that the reason Bola Ahmed Tinubu chose him was because of what he did. So one cannot, if we're being honest to ourselves, cannot play politics with the life of his people. Do you agree?
I agree with you 100%, sir.
So why would somebody who played politics, in your own words, with the life of his people, be seen as somebody who has what it takes
No,
than other people?
he did not play politics. He did not. It's somewhat like some powers above him did that. It's not the governor that did that. The governor really tried his best, sir, during that Chibok girls period. He did a lot, but he was overpowered, sir.
No, but the letter came to him from Nyesom Wike as the minister then, and he chose not to do anything about it. So are you saying that Kashin Setima did not receive that letter?
He received, but the security situation of the state was not in his hand. Borno State was under state of emergency when that happened.
All right. Okay. Let's. I would have loved to go a little bit deeper with this issue, but let's not derail the conversation before people will get upset and say mindset is derailing from what we are here to discuss. Mr. Adebayo, you've listened to. Sorry, Mr. Alger. I hope I got your name right. Do you have any other comments, or you're good so we can continue? Okay, Mr. Elder, who did you vote for last election, please?
Well, to be sincere with you, I voted for Bola Tinubu.
So if there's an opportunity for you to vote for, if you have the same candidate lining up in the
investment, bringing shop, different people, great investors. Kaduna was one of the top 5 states generating revenue in Nigeria. But at the moment, Kaduna is nowhere to be found. The cities are
Okay.
dirty, everything. So all these things are like qualities you need in a leader that can perform, not somebody that can do. If you cannot, if you talk and you can't do anything, it's bad.
But you are aware that El-Rufai, I mean, in as much as you say that he cannot convince you, that El-Rufai supported this present administration. He was one of the first individuals in the north who was championing for the power to go to the south, right? So you are not saying that the man that El-Rufai supported have disappointed you. The man that the person that you look up to have to
Like
perform have disappointed you.
like 2A said, most people believe, okay, the framework he did in Lagos, he's going to bring something like that in Nigeria. People were like, okay, hoping for, okay, maybe he's going to do well. But at the moment, Tinubu is not giving us what you vote. So when somebody is not giving what you want, you tend to kick him and look for a better candidate.
Do you think, before I pass, sorry, it would appear that it's only myself and you on this space, but the last question, sir. Do you think that if El-Rufai was part of his cabinet, that things would have changed?
Like I listened to El-Rufai's manifesto when he came to the Senate about when he was given Minister of Power. I listened to his manifesto. It was a good roadmap he had for the electricity, but I don't know. El-Rufai, people don't like him because he's a straightforward person. He will tell you if it's black, it's black. If he doesn't fuck with you, he'll tell you I don't fuck with you. And
Okay, let's be very mindful of the language, please, sir, if that's okay.
Okay, sorry. Most Nigeria, like I always tell, we always say there's cabals in Nigeria. People don't want some sectors to work, like the power sector, the petroleum sector. There are cabals everywhere. So I feel most of all these things are part of things that hinder him from people not wanting those things to work, and they don't want to give him the Senate.
All right.
As he said,
Okay.
he's a minister.
Okay, that's fine. So you, without saying it, you believe that if he was there, at least we probably might not have the issue of this power issue. That's what you're trying to say. But
He's going to even, like, when Buhari, if you notice, when Buhari was in power, he spoke out to Buhari. Like when they were changing the currency, he spoke out that he doesn't like it. Everybody is a person that if he knows is going to affect some things or the masses or something, he's going to speak out. But most people feel like, oh, because they didn't give him that, he left. As a party, you need to still talk. I don't, because you're the president, don't mean you have to shun everybody. Your decisions have to. You have to you listen to people. At least, oh, what is this one saying? What is this one saying? You cannot be the only alpha and the omega. That's why you have ministers and cabinet members.
Okay, thank you very much. I would have loved to continue this conversation with you because there are some questions I would like to ask you, but a lot of people are raising their hand. Please, if you want to be part of the conversation, please do request for the mic and raise your hand, then we can pass the mic to you. We don't really have a topic. We started with nothing, but we are working on something right now. Mr. LJ, Lighthouse, I'll come back to you, please. Mr. LJ is back, our good friend from Borno State. Mr. LJ, you raise your hand.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Sorry, I will need to correct you. I'm not from Borno State, but my father worked there, lived there. I'm from Kano State, sir.
Oh, I apologize, sir. I take that back. Okay, go ahead.
Yes,
You were going to say something, then it appeared that somebody called you, then you left. You're back. Continue.
yes, my boss called me. So, what I'm about to say is that the opposition, from what I'm seeing, the opposition is not ready to take power from the ruling party right now. In the sense that the opposition, just like what we did, what Nigerians and the opposition did in 2014 to bring about APC, that is what is supposed to be happening. And the North has the power to do that. But the northern leaders, let's take Konkoso, Atiku, El Rufai, and Solalamido from Jigawa State, sir, they need to come together, choose one person, and support him and push his agenda. But these people I listed to you, every one of them wants to be the alpha and omega. Everyone thinks he's too powerful to follow the other. I'm sure Peter Obi can second for a vice president after 8 years, maybe he moved to power too. But the problem will come from northern Nigeria. Had it been because it's serious, even me, the present administration, I can score it about 40 or 50%. So if there is a better option, I would go for it. But as at now, from what I'm seeing, come 2027, APC will continue to rule this country unless the the elites of the north come together and push a single person. So that was what I was about to say before I was called.
All right. So you believe that if the elites of the North come together and support Peter Obi, you will support Peter Obi?
Yes, I can support him.
Okay.
I will support him, not
So
even.
if the allies of okay, you will support him. Thank you. So if the allies from the North decided that they are not going to support him, will you still support him?
If they bring a better person, you know, I'm not even.
So it's not up.
I'm not.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. So I wanted to find out if this decision is your decision or you're going to go with what the Northern elders would do. So let me rephrase that question again. If the Northern leaders or the allies, the politicians in the North decide that they are going to support Mr. Peter Obi, will you support him?
To a certain extent, I will, because what I'm trying to say.
If you when you're 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, sir, when you're going to vote,
Yes,
with your voter's card, you don't share the voter's card to certain extent. It's either you're voting for him or you're not voting for him. So let me repeat my question again. If the northern leaders say that they have decided that they are going to support Mr. Peter Obi, will you support him?
yes,
Or will you vote for him? Let me make it a little bit easy. Okay, that's fine. Now, that's on one hand.
yes.
Sorry, sir?
I will support him.
So on the other, thank you. On the other hand, if the northern leaders decided that they are not going to support Peter Obi, will you still support him?
No, you didn't get what I said. What I said is the northern political leaders, if they want to collect power from the present administration, they need to come together, choose a single person, and push his agenda.
Sir, I got your point. I heard what you said, sir, but I'm trying to understand where you're leaning. If you can make the decision by yourself, or then your decision will be influenced by what the northern leaders are doing. So let me go ahead, sir.
My decision doesn't go with the northern leaders, sir. I voted for Ahmed Tinubu in 2023 because of what he did to Lagos State and what I hope he will do for Nigeria. And as we are speaking right now, my vote is still for APC because the opposition is not ready to collect power from the present administration.
Okay, so sorry, is Mr. K still there? Hello?
I can hear you, Mindset. Who is Mr. K, please?
Sorry, since Mr. LJ. Sorry, I said Mr. K.
Yeah,
is he still with us?
I'm still with you, sir. I'm still with you, sir.
Okay, so in other words, you can still vote for Peter Obi even if the northern leaders choose not to vote for him, they don't support him, right? That's your own decision. Thank
Yes,
you.
Sir.
Thank you very much. At least we know that you're making your decision based on what you see in the candidate, not that somebody is making you vote for them. Mr. Adebayo, please go ahead, sir. Mr. Adebayo, please go ahead, sir. Sorry, guys, help me out. Am I still audible? I'm calling Mr. Adebayo to speak. It's not
yes, you are.
Yes, you are audible. You can hear.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Adebayo, can you speak? All right, Lighthouse, please go ahead.
Yeah, before LJ left the space, I want to ask him a question before he. LJ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
The first time you spoke,
yes,
and
sir.
the second time you're speaking, you're speaking from a two different, as if you're speaking from two different mouths. But I just want to ask you a question because I know the first time you spoke, you you were so convincing that this APC administration has reduced a lot of things and is working. And you made mention of, before this administration this came in, that the fuel that 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 we are buying fuel higher. Now we are buying fuel cheaper. Please, I want to ask you: are we like is it in this country, or there's another country that
Sorry,
that
you didn't get what I said. What I said is that even when fuel price, global fuel price crashes, it doesn't crash in Nigeria. What we are buying is still what we are buying. But presently, global market is determining the price of fuel here in Nigeria. That's what I said.
you're confusing me, AJ. Is it what you are buying before? Is still what you are buying now? How does
No,
that relate?
what I said is before the removal of fuel subsidy, even if global market of petrol has crashed, it doesn't
Yes.
reflect here in Nigeria. But
Sorry,
now,
Lighthouse, because I'm gonna round up very quick, please, because I've got I finished from work. I need to sign out. Let's leave LJ for now and
Okay.
allow, please,
Okay.
so we can come back to this. Let's allow those who have not spoken to be part of the conversation as we round up quickly. Engineer Mr. Adebayo, you're raising your hands. I've called you 3 times, but you're not responding. Let's try again. Mr. Adebayo, please go ahead, sir. There is absolutely nothing I can do to help you. Engineer Engineer Dada, good evening.
Good evening, Mindset. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead, sir.
Uh, Good evening also to my co-host, Captain, and Big Brother. Thank you for this wonderful space and the contribution a lot of people have made here. I want to make a little contribution with regarding to current Nigerian political trends that has been discussed here. You see, whoever is witnessing what is happening in Nigeria and has a knowledge of previous government or administration that happened in the past knows that something is definitely wrong. Forget about our religion, our ethnicity, and difference as a region. Let's talk as a Nigerians collectively. Things are not working. Let's not lie to ourselves. And then every day, this government keep on giving us excuses and promises that are not yielding positive results. The policies are not working. So there is need for definitely change, a new government that can make things work for Nigerians because everyone is suffering. Recently, there is a colleague of mine that called me. I was very shocked when he was complaining to me. This is someone that I knows that he's in a position that he do help others. Then suddenly he is calling me to also solicit for help. This is to tell you that something is definitely wrong, and I don't see anyone who is capable of doing unseating President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, if not the likes of Atiku Abubakar. Peter Obi is not a bad option, but then this is a chess game, a game of power, and for someone to unseat Tinubu, you need someone who is very competent like Atiku Abubakar. I don't know if you are with me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. We are listening. Yeah, we can hear you, so I can ask question.
So
Go ahead.
and my reasons is this is a man who has you know a blueprint and policy that I am very much optimistic that it can change the dynamism of Nigerian economy compared to what Tinubu is doing. I thought that what Tinubu did in Lagos would make a difference in Nigeria, but then my assumption was wrong. So definitely he needs to go from the way he is making policies that are uncalled for, you know, uh, and people have been weaponized with poverty, artificial poverty. removal of subsidies, which citizens supposed to benefit from. If you did not give citizens subsidy, what will you give them? Money or rice? Doesn't make sense. Currently, I'm in Russia. You see, their government are supporting each of their policies and they are working. Russia, it's a world on its own, which I can tell you they don't need any part of the world to exist. They can exist on their own because they have a working metro system, a working transport system, and a lot of benefit that their citizens are benefiting from. Mindset, can you tell me, and Captain, please, can you tell me one single thing that Nigerians are benefiting from? So why would someone come and tell me that, we should still give this man a chance when things are still going astray? So for me, Nigerians should just keep their difference aside. Let's work on how we can, unseat him, give someone a chance. You try and try until you get things right. As far as we don't like Buhari is better than him. Let's admit it to ourselves. So that's just it. And El-Rufai has every right to be, angry with this man because, like my brother here said, Muhammad Yaudi, if you followed all the people that were screened for the ministerial position, with exception of the likes of Ali Pati, Olubunmi Tunji, Minister of Interior, Tugga, and Dengiwa, who are you going to mention that is performing well? I don't know if I missed someone among them, but none of them is doing what is needed. They are all just, list of incompetent people that are there to serve him. They can't tell him the truth. They can't speak the truth to power. El Rufai will definitely do that. I can't even. What's the name of this minister of power that my big brother always drag him because of his incompetency, and now he is trying to add another artificial poverty to Nigerians by inflicting the price of this thing, inflicting electricity tariff. So for me, if I would talk, I would spend the whole time
All
just
right.
just just ranting.
Okay.
So let me just give others chance to speak so that we
All
know
right.
how we can
Thank you.
improve
Mindset.
our country.
Sorry, am I
So this
audible
is
now?
my own little contribution. I don't know if
All
you
right.
are listening
Thank you
to me.
very much. Adebayo, you are audible. Thank you very much,
Oh,
Engineer Dada, for your wonderful submission. You said you are in Russia,
yeah,
right? I
currently
hope
I'm
you'll
in
be
Russia,
coming
St.
back.
Petersburg. Currently, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Now,
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. If it's fair for you to do so, please let us
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I'm open.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Who did you vote for? Who did you voted for last year election?
I voted for Atiku. In fact, I and my brother we work on a book we are writing, The Route to Utopia, which is discussing the success and achievement of Atiku Abubakar because I so much believe in him, his competency, his credibility. But the likes of Tinubu, yeah, I do believe in him. He is a political strategist, but after giving him Nigeria, to be honest with you, he has failed me woefully, and I don't support incompetency. I always go for 101, not even 99.
Right. Thank you very much. So can you mute your mic for a minute, sir, please? Thank you. So
Okay.
there is this call from quite a number of quarters that Atiku Abubakar and the Peter Obi should work together. Is this something you see yourself supporting? You think you like that ticket?
Of course, I will support it because Peter Obi is someone that irrespective of our difference, he is someone that at least has shown concern to different part of Nigeria. You cannot please everyone as a politician. Some side would be okay with you, some would not be. So for me, him and Atiku would definitely unseat this current president, and they will bring
Oh,
better, resolution, something that will help Nigerians far better than what Tinubu and his, should I say his loyalist, not his team are doing. Because if it is team, they will tell him what is needed and what Nigerians needs. So they are not telling him the truth.
so the second side of part of my question is now there is this argument that the North has done their 8 years. right? The South needs to complete their 8 years. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a no-no for you. You're not going to, you decided you're not going to vote for him. Then if we're going to go with that, the South needs to bring somebody. If sorry, let me finish, please, and before you respond. So thank you. If Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi cannot work together, if Peter Obi is the president, Atiku Abubakar is the vice president, you know that's not going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what if the North, or okay, Atiku Abubakar decides, and for you people who are very close to him, convince him to say, it's the time of the South. We want you to support Peter Obi to be the candidate. You're not going to be, you're still going to be part of the government, but you're not going to be the vice president. Is there a ticket that you think you can support and make them win?
To be honest, I'm a realist. I'm a straightforward person. I'm not going to lie to you. Anything outside Atiku Abubakar, I won't support it because I know it's something that is not going to work. I like Nasiru El-Rufai. I am his and ardent supporter. But then I know even him at the moment, he don't have the tenacity and what it takes to unseat Tinubu. He can only be part of the team that can structure and engineer how to unseat the president. So anyone that you are going to bring who is not Atiku cannot unseat him, and we can discuss this again after election. If we are alive and healthy, we'll come back and talk about it. So even the
okay,
okay,
go ahead quickly.
So even the Atiku that we are talking about is a coalition that will bring him, will give him, the margin to win against him. Because looking at what Peter Obi pulled, the vote he pulled during the 2023 general election, and what Atiku single-handedly got would, give you a clear picture of what they can do together as a team. So, and both of them cannot exist independently. They need to come together and work as a team. One cannot achieve it on his own. That's just the facts.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, this is your opinion, and I do respect, and I believe other speakers and those listening will respect your opinion. But last question, please.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned the fact that individually, they are not able to defeat Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But if we are going with the numbers that they got, about 6 million votes, I'm still going to ask you this again because you say you're somebody who believes that things has to be done. You just don't want to waste people's time. I'm paraphrasing, sir. Now, if you look at the number that Mr. Peter Obi got during the election, over 6 million votes, and Atiku go over 6 million votes as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if Peter Obi, sorry, is it
Hello,
from my
can you
end?
hear me? No, I'm the one talking.
Oh, thank you.
You can talk.
Oh, okay. So if we look at it from that angle and say Peter Obi got 6 million votes, or over 6 million votes, right? And then Atiku have over 6 million votes. So Peter Obi's 6 million votes, for the sake of this conversation, is still secured. I'm just saying it's not 100%, but let's say it's secured. And now Atiku support him with some of the vote that he got from the North without Atiku being on that ticket. Don't you think that would happen? There's a chance of them between this guy.
Well, the problem is, you see, my state of origin is Kano. I'm from Northwest, and I was born and raised in Plateau State. I have traveled different part of Nigeria, but I've never been to the southeast. Let's talk about the North in general, because North is the determining factor of Nigerian election in the history of Nigeria. Once there is election, it's always the North. So would our people accept Peter Obi even if someone recommended him for them? The answer is no. But they can support Peter Obi if a Northerner is the one leading. I don't know if you understand. I don't want to go back to history, because there are a lot of things to discuss if we are to go into this topic, and we don't have that time. So this is just the answer I'm going to tell you, and be straightforward.
Okay, okay, that's fine. So that's a very interesting one. So with all these things that somebody like yourself, who is very, educated, and you have friends who are educated, who have seen this man with his campaigning and coming out to say what he can do for the North, not only for the North, but he's actually gone to the North, dig boreholes and reach out to every part of this country. you still believe that if there is no northerner to support him, in the sense that he should be the northern's, he should be the vice president, you do not think that he's stand any chance of defeating Bola Ahmed Tinubu, especially in the north, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
because of
that's your
yeah,
yeah,
that's my
that's
take.
your
I don't know if you want me to add.
absolutely. I mean, if you want to, but I think I got your point clear. I think I got your point, and it is your position, and one, not only me, I believe other individuals still on the platform will respect that. But let's continue the conversation. Hopefully, we round up by 6 o'clock, if that's okay with everyone. So quickly, let's pass the mic to Adebayo. You're back. Before I pass the mic to Michael, Adebayo. We always have problem with this, our good friend Mr. Adebayo. Since he's not responding, can we then pass the mic to
am I audible now?
Michael?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. I
Yes,
you are,
think
sir.
it's the network on my area now. It's been very, very erratic since morning. The little time I've been able to speak, maybe, I was just going in and out. So I try to move to another location so that I can hear you very well. Quickly, a lot of speakers, they've all spoken well. But one thing I want us to also bear in mind, our focus is on the north, and the way a lot of the speakers are spoken, they spoke as Tinubu's and Buhari's influence is very, very minimal, and it's being watered down. And I want to disagree with them. I don't think that is the position. This year, I've been to Kano, I've been to Kaduna, I've been to Kebbi, I've been to Sokoto, I've been to a lot of places in the north, up north. That's not the picture they are giving me here. It's very different from what I hear from the locals, from the people on the street that don't have data, that don't have even smartphone to engage us on X. So I want to say, to a large extent, in the Northwest especially, because the nature of business I do, I go more to the western side in the north than the east. I want to tell us here that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is well grounded. If election is conducted today, tomorrow, I will assure you it's going to be a landslide victory for APC. Even people that are speaking, most of the big wigs in all the opposition party, they are moving into APC. That is the true picture of what we have on ground, not just conjectures that I've been listening to. These are just personal opinion. When everybody is entitled to his personal opinion, it is all welcome. But I want to tell you the reality on ground. APC is well grounded, North Central, Northwest. Southwest is total lockdown already. South is almost total lockdown already. So, like one of the speakers said, except if by chance we can come up with another candidate, not all these known ones, not Atiku, not Obi, no, neither of these two can really challenge the influence of Buhari and Tinubu in Northwest. And majority of the votes this time around is not going to be the same thing that we had in 2023. It's going to be completely different from what we had then. Even in terms of performance, I begin to listen. He has not been able to deliver. You have just been elitist. Go to those places. I even bet you, especially the influence of Tinubu in Kaduna outweighs the influence of El Rufai take it from me. You can take that to the bank. What this administration have been able to do for people of Kaduna, right now, they are singing his praises. Remember when El-Rufai was their governor, they have this issue of security with him, especially Kaduna South. So I don't know where people are coming from that he didn't have anything and they support him before, they don't support him now. I think when you do the plus and minus, I think Tinubu is taking, except if any other thing, unforeseen reason. But from all the permutations we have on ground as at today, as I speak, Kaduna South is already locked out, is a lockdown for APC as I speak. I can tell you with every form of responsibility in me that Kaduna South, Kaduna North, they already love APC. So that is going to, in fact, I'm not saying that APC will need to be complacent, except for their complacency. There is no way, as of today, only God knows tomorrow. But I don't see it coming up because it's about political calculations that we are making here. And I know, Mr. Maise, I think I remember you are trying to collate some data and get some ideas from the people. Let me come plain now. In the north, that I know that much, nobody should come and tell me that even if Buhari decides, I can still tell you of today, over 65% will follow whichever direction Buhari decide. God keep all of us alive. I'm telling you, majority of them will follow Buhari's direction. So that being said, it's not. I don't think the purpose of this space is to tell us what the government have done, but I will mention three things quickly before I yield the mic. Talk of establishment of schools in the north. Go to Kaduna South as I speak right now. If any of them is still here, let them put call through to people in Kaduna South and get the feelers. What are the feelings of the locals there, the people there? What are they feeling? And then ask them that direct question. If election were to be held today, if they have that choice, Atiku, Peter Obi, Tinubu, I won't mention Kwankaso. Kwankaso is already coming to APC. So if that is the three options they have, I can tell you that out of 10, Tinubu will comfortably take 7. Comfortably take 7. So, and the coalition, like I said earlier, I think it's a little too late for any coalition to be agreed on because the gladiators, they are talking about, they are the one talking about the coalition. PDP governors and indeed PDP as a party, they have come up that they are not interested in coalition. Anybody that is interested in working with them can only be allowed to come and join them. That is PDP only. PDP's interest is party acquisition. They want to acquire other minor parties, not forming coalition. And I can also bet you that most of the PDP governors, I think they are done with Atiku. They are already done with him. And somebody will say the governors don't hold much political power. Well, again, That will be their own opinion, and I don't have anything against that. So right now, I can tell you that 60%, 2027 is already a concluded matter. A concluded matter as it comes to election for PBAT. I can say that comfortably. But then, everybody have their own opinion, and we are entitled to it. I yield the mind.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Adebayo. Let me quickly read out some of the things that's going on the timeline before I pass the mic to others who would like to respond to what you said. Please, for those on the comment section, let's be very mindful of the choice of words. I've always said it, and I will continue to say it, whether you're on the speaker section or your comment section, to not insult and use words that I will find, that's not nice to myself or the speakers, because, if that's been done to you, you will not be comfortable about it. I don't like the fact you're calling somebody a clown. If you don't like what he said, request for the mic and say to him, I don't think what you're saying is factual, but I will not condone such on my platform. It's not going to happen. Please, I just don't want you guys to get over comfortable thinking people can do what they want to do. And Mr. King says, I hope Adebayo is not talking about the north I am from and I reside in. And Oladipo said, is Southwest lockdown? It's a dreamer. So Bam Kate, I can't pronounce your name properly. Sorry, don't be offended. He said, Arewa still has a lot of waking up to do. I'm speaking from the middle belt. When I say power will not go back to the north again for a very long time. After the south, it will go to the middle belt and then back to the south. And so I'm not sure what this is all about. Okay, Ordinary Girl said, I sent a request. Kindly bring me up. Thank you. Ordinary Girl, unfortunately, I'm not able to see you, but if I'm able to see you, I will bring you up. And Siri said, Lol, dearest Obedient, I hope you see how others have spoken to. When it's your turn and you insist on Peter Obi, you are spoken to with disdain. Please use your tongue and count your teeth. This is pro article space. Understand that. And if you must speak, stand on the ground. This is the thing. When I speak about it, you people that call yourself obedient, there is something wrong with the way you narrate your stories. And I'm going to do you a favor and block you, because I've told you guys several times, you don't have to be here. If you're not comfortable with the speakers, you go somewhere else. It's not an obedient space. It's not an article space. But if you want to be stupid in this platform, I will block you, and I don't owe you any apology. All right? Go somewhere else and do whatever you know how to do. I am not going to kick anybody out on this platform. Adebayo is an APC member. We have other individuals who are PDP members who are, they have the right to speak. And if that makes you feel that the platform is against, it's not an obedient platform. I've told you guys before, my platform is not an obedient platform. All right, Michael, please go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mindset. Hope you can hear me. Hello?
Please go ahead, sir.
All right. Okay. I want to say, I don't want to reply the guy that spoke last. He's an APC guy, definitely, from the way he said what he said. But I just want to talk to Nigerians in general. Like, I think Nigerians, we mostly act as though we are defeated. Like, we act as though we don't have power, we don't have say. Like, we are always in people always decide what we do. We allow a certain set of people decide our actions and the way we talk, the way we do things. Like, we see things are wrong, but we are just like, we always be like, oh, it's wrong, but there is nothing we can do about it. I just feel like that's not the truth. This government of Tinubu has failed. In fact, Buhari was a mistake. Everybody knew. This present government has failed. There is no single thing you can just point out and say this is what they have achieved in 2 years. I can start listing their failures, like from here to should we talk about the petrol price? Should we talk about the effects, the poverty rate?
the GDP per capita. We can talk about so many things. There is poverty everywhere. I'm from the southeast. I'm residing in Imo State right now. There is, forget that sometimes the Igbos, they come on social media and they are forming like everything is all right in the southeast. It's a lie. Oh. It's not all true. There is also poverty here in the southeast, maybe not as rampant as there is in other parts, but the suffering is everywhere. It is touching everybody. And the truth of the matter is that we have to stand up and move. We shouldn't always, there is this mindset that until somebody does something, every other person should be quiet. Every other person shouldn't do. Now, the APC people are just saying the whole the Nigeria is locked down. Is a lie. That Nigeria is not locked down for any Tinubu. Tinubu has performed woefully. We can decide and say this man has performed woefully. The man, the average man in the north knows that he's suffering. It's not as if he is a rocket science. What is it that he did in Southern Kaduna that my last brother was talking about? Just a few days ago, there was a post on Twitter where a guy was talking about a school, a secondary school, that they cannot write WAEC because the community comes together to build this school, and each time they build this school, there is either flooding or security issue that brings down we are seeing these things. It's not as if we are blind. The situation of the country is bad. What Nigerians need to do is to rally around. I don't know what is happening between the coalition they are trying to have, Obi, Atiku, Erufai. My sole aim is that we should just kick out APC. As it stands now, I don't even care. I know we need good governance, but I'm not sure there is an opposition that will come in that will be as worse as Buhari and Tinubu. I don't think. These people have messed up 10 years of our life, and people think it's a joke. They have messed up the country. They have done badly, woefully. And we have to take a stand. We should stop this defeated mindset that, if Peter Obi is on the ballot, if Atiku is on the ballot, they cannot defeat Tinubu. Who told you they can? Is he God? Come out, vote, defend your vote. We did it in 2023. Even though Peter Obi did not win the election, but we showed capacity. People came out. There is a demography of voters out there. Imagine, INEC said that there are 94 million registered voters and only about 20 million voted. That means there are demography of voters that didn't come out to vote. And before the next election, there will still be registration of voters, which is new voters are coming into the pool. The job is to get everyone. See, if everyone comes out to vote, it will be difficult to rig. It will be very difficult. It's when there are scanty people around there that you can just write numbers. But if people comes out to vote, it will be very difficult. Let's come out, vote, speaking with one voice. APC has failed us. Even the people in APC know that APC has failed. They are feeling the brunt. It's just sometimes loyalty is just crazy in Nigeria that people will be like you are on top of fire, but you still want to keep moving. You still keep hoping. And hope is not a strategy. We have to take the bull by its horn. We have to move forward, defeat APC, push them away. Me, as I am, I voted for Peter Obi, but right now if he's going, if there is an opportunity for him to be the vice president to someone else to take over, and let's push APC. I just want APC out, for crying out loud. The last time I enjoyed Nigeria was when PDP was in power. Since APC came, it has been it's a story for another day, but Minister of Power is talking about increasing tariff again. People that are in band A are not even enjoying the power, and they want to increase tariff again. The only thing we can even I will not even say they are not, although they are doing some strike. Dave Uman is constructing road. Of course, they are doing some roads, but overall, what is the economic situation? It's very bad. We have to come together, refuse that defeating mindset that we cannot. If we cannot, the only way APC, the only way you think, the only reason you are thinking that nobody can defeat APC is because you believe they will rig the election. But the only way for them not to rig the election is if we all stand up, vote, pull out people, talk to your next neighbor. He's also feeling the brunt. Let them come out. Let everybody know that we need to change the government. Come in, let's vote, let's push, and they will be done and just go. Thank you, mindset.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michael, for your wonderful submission. And please, I have a question for you. If you're able to respond, that's fine. If you choose not to, that's okay as well. Do you still have your PVC and you say you're going to vote against. Obviously, you have your PVC. The people that you work with, when I say work with, some of the individuals that you know who voted in 2023. What is their mindset? What are they saying to you? Are they still willing to come back to vote again?
The mindset right now is everybody is feeling defeated. That's the truth. And with the defection that is happening from states, with the recent defection that happened, to get worried, and they are feeling like their votes won't count. And I just feel like, but me, I try to be optimistic whenever we are having discussion, especially political discussion, and I'll be like, is when you believe you are defeated that you are defeated. But right now, most people don't have hope in the system that is going to deliver what they want. But all the same, we don't have to keep to look down. We have to come out and show what we do.
All right. So the people around you are saying that they are not overconfident that their vote will work. Do you think there's anything the politicians, the opposition leaders have to do to convince, not yourself, which you're convinced already, the other individuals who have not made up their mind to say they will vote? Is there one thing you think that the opposition leaders will do to convince those people to come out and vote again?
Yeah, I think the coalition needs to happen, and it needs to happen before the end of the year. This will send a strong message that there is a viable option for the people, because right now everybody is just feeling like there is nothing else out there. So if the coalition happens before the end of the year, it will send a shocking, it will send a signal that there is something that is cooking, and people will automatically start catching interest in the coalition and trying to see if it will be a better alternative to what we have now. I think that coalition is even then after the coalition happened, then we should push for the reform of our electoral bills. I think we need to do that too. But the coalition needs to happen before that one. Because even if we reform the electoral bill, if we don't have a strong opposition, the opposition is not that they are weak, but they need to come together and be speaking with one voice. Because right now, P2B is hammering from the other side. Atiku is talking different. Erufai is feeling disgruntled with APC. So it's just like everybody is talking from different parts of them. But they need to come together so that if they are speaking, it will be more louder and it will have more strength. So that's what I feel.
All right, thank you very much. And that's if you have the opportunity to speak to them, this is what you will tell them. Thank you very much. Sorry, sir, if you permit me to ask the question, you're from Imo State, right? You voted in Imo State.
Yes.
Okay, and you still have your PVC, which is the most important thing.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your wonderful submission as we continue the conversation. Sorry, Mr. Adebayo, I can see you raising your hand. I'll come back to you, please. Do give me a minute. Watch, the person that has a stadium in their Child of God, attorney, passionate for peace in our world, share God's love. You know yourself. You're on the speaker section, but you have not contributed to the conversation. Let's try once more. If he or she is not responding, then we might have to remove them from the platform. Watch, you have the mic. Somebody help me out. Am I still audible?
Sure.
Okay. On that note, we're going to remove him so we can make spaces to bring other people up. Adebayo, you raise your hand, sir. Mr. Adebayo, you raise your hand. Have we lost Mr. Adebayo again?
Maybe he's trying to make some findings so that he come up and make.
All right. Okay. Okay. Lighthouse, can you please mute your mic for a minute? Let me read out what's going on the comment section as well. Ordinary girl, unfortunately, said I cancel and send again. Please check. If I'm able to see you, you know, one thing I will do, I will bring you up. Unfortunately, two of the individuals who were helping me to co-host are no longer here, so I'm not able to see anybody.
Mr. Mindset,
Adebayo,
I'm back.
yes,
I'm
sir.
back.
Okay, you raised your hand earlier on.
Yes, I quickly wanted to just add to what I said earlier because some of our opposition supporters, they are trying to come up with all these false narratives. Because he didn't do this, he has not done anything. That's why they are not going to be voting. No, sir. You have your choice. You have your bias. I don't have a problem with that. But that he has not done anything, I think I'm forced to begin to come up and tell them, because what this administration have been able to achieve is clear for the blind to see and very loud for the deaf to even hear. Now, the news broke yesterday. They will never mention things like this. Since I know Nigeria has never paid up IMF debt, never, not even the time of Obasanjo when we have debt forgiveness. But for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we are able to pay up the debt. The balance is now reading zero. And then the administration of Tinubu have not been able to do anything. It didn't achieve anything indeed. Another one, I mentioned about the education, the NEL fund. A lot of their children are enjoying the NEL fund. They are partakers of it. And then this administration have not done anything. Let me tell everyone that cares to listen with open mind. What I'm talking about is not actually for those that have their mind sealed already. I'm not going to force that. I can only force the horse to the stream, but cannot force the water down the horse's mouth. No, I will not even try to do that. But for those that have open mind, that care enough to listen to voice of reason, a lot of things have already gone bad. And for the first time, we have somebody who has the political will, who is bold enough to take the right step, to take Nigeria in the right direction that we ought to have been going since about 20, 30, 40 years ago that we refuse to do. I don't know how you're going to make it much better than it is at the moment. I dare any one of them, their candidate, I mean, if they have better means. After all, that's the work of opposition. You are expected and allowed to come up with constructive criticism. Tell the populace, the electorate, better ways you can achieve what the ruling party is achieving and has achieved. But if it is just the normal ranting and crying and wailing on the timeline, on spaces, I don't think that is strong enough to swindle the electorate in your favor. That I don't see happening. Like we all have agreed, Nigerians are more politically aware. A lot of people that are naive in the past
they are even more, politically savvy now. So the onus is on you to convince them with facts and figures, because trying to belittle or water down the achievement of this present administration, that was one of the tactics of the opposition in 2023, and they failed. And this time around, that tactic is going to fail woefully. They use
All
the
right.
religiosity. Okay, let me hold on.
Sorry. Yes, please. Let me quickly come in here, so we can round up and give others the opportunity. I mean, there are about 30 individuals requesting for the mic. You've mentioned you praised your candidate, the man you supported, and the man you're going to support in 2027. That's a good thing for you. And then you mentioned that Nigerians are saying the man has not done a lot of these things and this thing. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and I know you will answer this question. If for any reason you are not around, you traveled, and somebody tells you that your house, not your house, please, or I try to be very mindful with my choice of words.
Figuratively, I can understand.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
figuratively.
Thank you. That your house is on fire. Will you still stay there, or were you going to come back and see what you can salvage from the house burning? Mr. Adebayo, that question is for you. If you can respond, then
can you rephrase? I didn't quite get the question.
Okay. I said you traveled, or you went to the market, or you went somewhere else, right? And somebody just called you, Adebayo, your house is on fire. Were you going to relax, or are you going to come back quickly to see if you can quench the fire or rescue one or two of your properties, or save your family who, for this reason, they are not in the fire? Go ahead. What do you want to? Are you going to relax, or are you going to come back?
Okay. You asked the question literally, and I will answer literally. A prudent man in his right senses will come back immediately and salvage his family's lives and whatever property needs to be salvaged. And that I will do.
Thank you very much. Now, the reason I ask you this question, because you mentioned a lot of the good things that the president has done. When the president was traveled to France, there was a lot of killings in the Middle Belt, and there was a lot of killings in Borno. There was a lot of killing in almost everywhere. So do you think, as somebody who cares, who has done very well, who wishes Nigeria well, don't you think that the best thing for him to do as a father of the nation, if you will, is to come back and say, guys, I am with you people. I know what is going on here. Nigerians will feel like, okay, he forgot about whatever is going on in France. All right, he's back here. He's in Plateau State. He's in Benue State. He's in Borno State to visit these people. Don't you think that this would have been the best thing for Mr. President to do?
I will take your question in the light of it. But let me start by telling you, or for those that want to play the devil's advocate, the president is not in a state of incapacitation. It's just a matter of communication channel. Basically, it's not the one that will come out around and carry the bazooka, the machine guns, and the likes to combat whatever security challenges we have on ground. Just like the commander in the war front, you can be anywhere and give, what do we call it, technical backing to your troops, and victory will be assured. So that he didn't rush down immediately is not actually the narrative here. For me, what did he do? Did he give any directive? Is there any step being taken? And you and I know that the answer will always be in the positive. Yes, we can criticize that it will have been much better if we return and maybe give that moral support to the victim and to the troops. Yes, that also I will agree. But out of many other activities with which you can measure governance, that cannot be used to now jump into conclusion that the Mr. President, like most of the speakers of this space,
Sorry,
okay,
sir.
hold
Sir.
it. I will hold it.
I will respectfully disagree with you on this because I don't want to go into the issue of electricity. I don't want to go into the inflation. I don't want to go. I'm talking about the lives of ordinary Nigerians. Listen, guys. Before the Mr. Tinubu took over office, he made a promise to Nigeria. He will protect Nigerians, right? So I don't want to talk about how much Indomie is and all, lighting and roads and everything. I'm just talking about lives and property of ordinary Nigerians. So you're telling me right now that doesn't really matter. And that I mean, with respect, that's not sitting well with me. Because I will tell you why. If it's truly care about...
I don't want you to take that word. I don't want you to put the wrong word in my mouth. I never said it doesn't really matter. That the life of people doesn't really matter. Why will I say that? No,
okay,
I didn't say that.
Okay. All right, I apologize. I withdraw that statement. But what you are trying to say is we are not going to measure what he has done for Nigeria based on those insecurities and loss of life in Plateau State, Borno State, and Benue State. Is that much better? So are you happy with this so I can continue?
Again, you have tweaked my statement out of context. Let me put it in a simple sentence. What I really mean, or what I said, was that he could have stayed anywhere and give proper directive on what needs to be done. Like the example that you gave me in the beginning of this conversation, that when my house is burning, what about if I'm that far away and the house is burning right now? Will I need to travel from London to my hometown in Oyo State only for the purpose of quenching the conflagration on my building? When I receive information, the proper thing for me to do, because of the distance, first aid, tell them, do this for me, pending the time I will return. And I think a right-thinking man will have done the same thing. Did he eventually return to Nigeria or not? You also mentioned he began to visit most of these places. No.
1 minute.
The life of every Nigerian is sacrosanct. The lives of every Nigerian is that important. It's very important. A single life for me is too much to lose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adebayo. I didn't say that he came back and visited all these places. So let me go by what you said right now. If you have traveled and someone was to inform you that your house is on fire, it's not your house literally anyway, and then you come back, you're not going to come back. Do I expect you to come back? When you come back and when you come back to the place, and will you go straight to your house that has burned down, right, and looked at it and say, wow, I tried to retrieve some things? Or will you just say, okay, it has burned down, and you go to a different place and stay? What will you do, sir? Sir, thank you. So for this man that you believed in and you believe that he has done well, a lot of people feel that he has not protected the lives and property. He would have visited those places to sympathize with these individuals. He didn't do it, right? And then you want these people to believe that you have signed off this, you have signed off that, their life matters. He has not traveled to those places to sympathize with them. What makes you think that these people are very happy that they have, for once, as the president, he has failed to protect their lives and properties? The second thing is, when this happened, he did not even look at it that it warrants for him to try and visit them. You can respond, sir, if you want to.
Okay. let me put it this way. If you believe he has never been to any of those places where I will not need to dissipate my time, to force it on anybody, but I can tell you, directly or indirectly, is in touch with all those affected people. It's not even only just going. You can go, and when you go to somewhere and you didn't do what you're supposed to do, then what will not be the essence of going? But has it done what needs to be done? If you just go there to shed crocodile tears, like we have had in the past that people do, will that be the solution to the challenges we have? I think we should not just water the security situation down. That the president visited places will be the solution. No. The question could have been, has he mapped out any other plan on what to do to curb a recurrence?
All right. Has he done
that
that?
would be much better.
Okay.
Except you are in the presidency, and there are even levels to that. There's no way the presidency will come to the public and spill out all the information that are classified to the public place. It is not done anywhere.
All right. I do agree with you that there's classified information that shouldn't be available to ordinary citizens like you and I. But you've said he has done what he needs to do. But I would tell you this: when he came back, a few days after he came back, there was still killing in Plateau State. When he came back, a few days after that, they are still killing in Benue State. They are still killing in Borno State. They are still killing as it stands right now, even in Bauchi State.
Coming back, like you have established, coming back, rushing back immediately is not going to really be the solution to the problem on ground. This is not just starting today. It's not just starting today.
But
there's no way it's going to stop in a single day. It won't stop in a single day. It's an ongoing thing, and we continue to knock until
he promised Nigerians to give him their votes, right? They voted for him.
Every aspirant will give the same promise. I've given the same promise. We have been having that promise from our politicians from time immemorial. Atiku said the same thing. Tinubu said the same thing. Buhari said the same thing. Jonathan said the same thing. Obasanjo said the same thing. Even though Boko Haram started in the time of Obasanjo, you continue to assure your people.
All right, so you continue to assure your people and tell them that this will work, knowing fully well that you're not able to do it. That's what the message I'm getting. But thank you very much, Mr. Adebayo. Let me quickly best position to deliver a new Nigeria. That is from Sam Isaac. Believe that as it stands right now, the coalition should back Mr. Peter Obi, and that is the best thing that the coalition should do. That is his own opinion. And wow. So where's all the speakers? Mr. Michael, you raise your hand, please. Go ahead. Mr. Michael.
Okay. Mindset. I just want to respond to the last.
Sorry. Mr. Michael, I do apologize. Please, can you mute your mic for a minute? It's quite noisy where you are. please, can you find a more suitable place? Then you can speak properly. You can speak, so we will be able to hear you. Hope that's okay with you, sir.
Oh, I
Please,
want to
thank
get
you.
to this, I will let you know.
Okay, yeah. If we are still here, but if you're do raise your hand, then I would pass the mic to you, Mr. Adebayo. So you believe no? Sorry, Mr. Adebayo, I have a question for you before we started talking about what the man you supported and you're going to support has done. I forgot. So you said you've been in the north and you've listened, you samples opinions in the north. Are you still with us?
It's costing home for now.
Yeah,
in my opinion, it's costing home.
It's costing home in the north. Okay, but a lot of northerners, I mean, some of them are no longer on the platform, but I can read out some of the things they're saying on the timeline. It would appear that they're saying you're not on the ground. I mean, you mentioned Kaduna State. That as it stands right now, that's no pathway for him in Kaduna State. Kano State is not there, and all the states that you've mentioned. You're not on ground.
Kaduna. Let me explain Kaduna again. Kaduna. Do you know that for the singular act of giving them university in the southern part of Kaduna has already knocked down Kaduna in his favor? That is one of those things that people have been yearning for decades. That singular act, go there. See, people that come on the internet, like you and I, we are just a fraction of the electorate. Believe me. We are just like a...
The people in the north, 1 minute, Mr. Adebayo, with respect, sir. You're from Oyo State, right? Hello, sir.
Yes,
you're from Oyo
I'm
State.
From Oyo State.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. In the community that you stayed, that you reside, right? I don't know much about that community more than yourself. If I to tell you right now that I visited Oyo State and I've been to your community and I've asked 5 people questions, and I can there's those 5 people, for some reason they voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I come out and say to you, sorry, those 5 people, they voted for Kwakwaso, right? And I come out and say to you, as it stands right now, Kwakwaso stands a better chance in Oyo State. I don't live in Oyo State. These are the people that live in Kaduna State. These are the people that live in Kano State. These are the people that live in Yobe State. They are selling to you, sir. We live here. We know our people. What you're saying is not factual, because you only came in and you left. You don't live here. Because I have sampled a lot of opinions, right, from the north, and which is part of my project anyway, right? I don't want to say you're making this thing up. I don't want to say you're lying. But the northerners themselves are saying that what you're saying is not factual. It's not going to be a clean slate, because they have made up their mind that they felt that this guy has not carried them very well, right? So I'm not sure if you want to respond to that quickly as we round up.
Okay. If you tell me that you have been to my own state or your state and this is your own narrative, yes, of course, for me, that will be quite debatable. And even what I'm also saying about the North is debatable on the space. I will not deny that. But that's why my emphasis is maybe not those of us on Twitter, X Space. Maybe we are not the real deal here. Let even the people that claim that they are living in Kaduna, let them go to the locals, as I mean the locals of the locals, and try and take their own sample. I'm telling you of a fact. Kaduna South is locked down as I speak. But it's debatable, I agreed, but from my own experience, from my data I've been able to gather from people that don't even stay on smartphone like me, the feelings that I have is that these people, they are with PB80.
Sorry,
So
Adebayo,
I agree. It is debatable. I agree.
Okay,
that
I need
quite debatable.
I need your help now. So I'm going to make you a co-host, and I don't know who else would like to be a co, because it appears that a lot of people are still more interested in this conversation. So I will quickly move out to do other things, then I will come back. So Adebayo, let me make you a co-host.
Okay.
I hope people will be really, really happy that you're a co-host. Who else can be a co-host, please?
they will not
No,
be. They may
no,
not
it's
like
fine.
it, but I won't speak. Let me say that
No,
I won't speak. I will just
no,
moderate. I will allow
listen.
people.
No, it doesn't work that way. If you have something to say, please request for the mic, and then you air your view. This is an open platform.
Okay.
Everybody's welcome to be part of it. Please, let me read out. Thank you very much. Let me read out the people on my DM. Can you see Will? Can you see Med? Can you see Ima? Can you see Captain? Can you see Take Care? These are the people on the DM. So please, guys, anybody that wants to speak, please put out put something on the comment section so Mr. Adebayo will be able to see and bring you up. Light, go ahead. Somebody, who might that be? Somebody's mic was on. All right. So if any, Mr. Adebayo, can you see anyone? Can you bring anybody up? Okay. Mr. Adebayo is not responding.
I can see him. I can see him. I can see all those people you're talking about.
Okay. If I make you a co-host, are you able to bring them up?
I think Mr. Adebayo, is his network hanging?
No, sorry, Tina. Please do hold your thoughts for a minute. Mr. Lighthouse, you saw this individual that I mentioned, right? Mr. Lighthouse.
Yes.
Okay,
Are
are you happy to be a co-host and bring them up? Mr. Lighthouse,
I'm not seeing any request.
Okay.
Mindset, I'm not seeing any request for now.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. Let me get somebody to help you. And Lighthouse is there now to help you out and see if we can bring as many people as possible. It's quite a
okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Let's try it.
Yes, Mr. Adebayo, please, if you have anything to say, raise your hand and we'll pass the mic to you. It is an open platform. People will add their views. Some people might not be happy with it, but it is, we cannot say we are practicing democracy and then we have to kick somebody out because we don't like what they're saying and everything. So, Lighthouse, see if you can find Captain. Okay, guys. So who do we have now? Who do we have?
We have Take Care. We have Emma.
All right.
We have.
All right. Let's quickly pass the mic to Emma. Emma, go ahead. Hello.
Myself, good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Very well. Sorry about the noise.
Good evening, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. We're all rejoicing with the new Pope. Anyway, it's fine though.
Mindset will be engaged for some minutes. So go ahead with your submission.
Okay, go ahead, Emma, please.
Okay, thank you. Mindset, good evening, and every other person, evening. I have, yes.
Inside post.
Can I go ahead?
Sorry.
Yes,
Sorry.
you can.
Who might
Is
that be? I'm sorry.
Mahmood?
Yeah, please. Can you? Okay. Let me. Mahmoud, please. Muhammad, can you please
Yes.
mute your mic for a minute, sir? Please. Let's allow Emma to speak. Thank you very much. If you want to speak, please do raise your hand and we'll pass the mic to you. Emma, I do apologize. Please go ahead, sir.
No problem. It's fine. Good evening once again. I have listened, with keen interest to your space, and I think for about 2 hours or 3 hours now, and I've listened to a lot of people. But let me just make my own quick submission. With what is happening today in the political space, I believe that if anything is going to happen differently. In this case, the president losing an election. This is my own opinion. I believe that the candidate has to come from the north, and I have nobody in mind, but it has to be a candidate that can excite a lot of northerners, because I've listened. Yeah, I used to be of the opinion that I don't think these governors will do anything, but with the way the governors, especially governors from the south, are all coming out to endorse Tinubu, Tinubu is going to be contesting the election with a new national INEC chairman. We don't know who that INEC chairman is going to be. We do not know the mindset or, what that national chairman is going to do. But with the way the southern leaders are coming out, especially governors, I do not believe that these governors will not have any influence. The influence might not be much. We're talking about numbers. In some states, Tinubu will probably only need 25%. In some states, he probably want to win, you know. And these are the numbers that they're looking at, they're playing with here. So if anybody is going to, this is just the conventional truth that a lot of people might not feel comfortable to say. But the truth is, and my own opinion again, if you are going to challenge Tinubu, you need a strong candidate from the north. See, I have looked at elections before now, especially in Nigeria. For you to defeat an incumbent, especially an incumbent president who has shown this kind of desperation to want to return back as president, you need something from the opposite side. It can't be, you have governors already from the south. Today, Soludo has come out openly today to endorse Tinubu and say they are going to support him for 2027. You have virtually you can count maybe less than 4 or 5 governors from the south. And those ones, you're not even still sure that will come out to say they are not going to support Tinubu. Few days ago, Alex Oti was defending Tinubu's policies. We've seen the way PDP governors, especially from the south, are defending Tinubu. So I'm here wondering, and like, what is the catch that leaders, opinion leaders from the south, political leaders from the south, are all coming out to say they believe that Tinubu can do it? Just today, Ayoko came out to say he believes in the capacity of Tinubu to turn Nigeria around. So these are realities that are staring us in the face. That this man has the capacity somehow to mobilize a lot of southern elites. He has the capacity to mobilize a lot of southern elites. So for me, I personally believe if we're going to stand any chance at all, it should be an election that has to excite, especially the North. I don't know how it's going to be, but that's what I feel. This is my opinion. If we're not going to get that, honestly, I do not see any pathway to victory. I do not see any pathway to victory. I use the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Iman. Now, you mentioned that this is your opinion and people have to respect your opinion. And then there are a lot of politicians in the North, and I want to believe that you have somebody in mind, right? Who do you think in the North stand a better chance of defeating Bola Tinubu? Looking at all the politicians in the North, there has to be somebody.
Honestly, mindset, I don't, for now, I don't have any opinion on that. I believe that the northern elite, the leaders in the North will sit down. Who they decide and they give their full support to will change the dynamics. I don't really have any candidates from the North. I just believe that anybody from the North, it has to be a strong northerner. And that's just my opinion. It has, because even Jonathan, people have mentioned Jonathan. Jonathan has not shown the desire to want to contest. So it must be somebody that is ready to put everything on the line. I'm not seeing it, and that's the honest truth. Governors are not foolish. I don't think that them coming out openly to say they will support Tinubu and they will just fold their hands on the day of election day. And we saw what Wike did in 2023. I can tell I believe that more governors will do worse than what Wike did, especially from the south. So you need somebody that would, that will galvanize, that will excite that northern base. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Yes, I know it's your opinion, and I'm not going to let go, right? Because a lot of politicians in the North. your very good friend, the former governor of Sokoto State, right? And you know the man you supported last time, and there's quite a number of them. So there has to be somebody. Okay, forget about what the Northerners would do. If I come to you right now and say, Ima, give me somebody in the North, there has to, you think, stand a better chance. Give me a number. Give me a name, or give me two names. There has to be somebody. You can't just say you don't know. You're a politician, for crying out loud, Ima. You know. And I'm not going to let go until you say what you need to say. Right? Okay. If you don't want to go that right, let me help you out. You're talking about somebody in the North. Are you still there?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Hello?
I'm with you.
Since you don't want to give us a name, now if you see the likes of Saraki there, will you say, okay, let's go with this? Would that make you feel you stand a better there's a chance of removing Bola Tinubu with Saraki?
If the northern leaders, and we know these northern opinion leaders, if they come out and they say this is who they want, I will go with that person 100%, even if it's Saraki. That's the honest truth.
All right. So if the northern leaders say they're going with Datit Baba Ahmed, will you still go with him?
If they say, myself, I know where they're going. If they say they want to go Datit Ahmed, and they will give him full backing, myself, I believe you understand where I'm coming from. I'm saying that you need a strong northern person that can excite the northern base. See, you have, I don't know of maybe 2 or 3 northern governors who have come out to say they are supporting Tinubu in 2027, even those in APC. It's mostly from the south, and we are seeing it. So I'm saying, see, I'm seeing the issues here. We want to win election. In 2015, nobody brought about North and South conversation. Despite the fact that Jonathan was a Southerner, Tinubu was the one who orchestrated his removal, a fellow Southerner. In 2011, when the PDP nominated Kudirat, Kudirat, what's her name? The lady, I've forgotten the lady that was supposed to be the speaker. Tinubu and other leaders worked against it, spoke to Tambuwal, and they supported a Northwest person, a Northern leader. Nobody came out and started saying, oh, it's supposed to be the turn of the Southwest. And, nobody said that. So I'm saying, see, I've seen elections. If you want to win an incumbent president who is bringing up virtually almost all the Southern leaders on his side, you need a strong Northern leader. Because everybody knows that, I supported, just wait, let me finish. Everybody know that I supported Atiku. So people will be expecting that I want to mention Atiku's name here. Yes,
Okay.
but let me tell you here. No, let me finish.
I think I'm audible now.
But I'm not here.
Sorry, it's not from you, sir. It was from Adebayo. Adebayo, please do mute your mic so allow the speaker to speak.
Okay.
I apologize. Please
No
go
problem.
ahead.
I'm not going to come here and mention any northern person's name. All I'm saying here is P2B, for example, have not been able to excite the southern southern political elite. I don't know why, but he has not been able to excite the southern political elite. And 2027 is going to be like a major comeback for the southern elites, because the last election pushed a lot of them at the backside. They did not believe that P2B was going to come out with that momentum, and they're going to prepare for him. I'm saying they're going to prepare for him times 10 than whatever will happen in 2023. They now know that he's a force, so they are going to prepare badly for him. And I'm not seeing, if I was seeing the southern elite come out to say, oh, I would have been the first person to put out the map and say, P2B is it. But I'm not seeing it. But I'm seeing more of southern elite coming out to say, the Tinubu must complete his term. Tinubu must complete his term. So it is, I'm worried about it. And I'm saying, see, the way this election is going, even in the southeast, go and look at the political leaders that have decamped to APC. Those that are not decamping to APC are openly saying that they are going to support Tinubu. It didn't happen. Soludo did not support Tinubu in 2023. Soludo secretly worked for Atiku. So you are seeing political leaders coming out from the south to say they are going for one person. However, see, no matter how unpopular you think a southern president, this is a sitting president. Tinubu was extremely unpopular and he won an election. Is it when he's now the president? You need your South, you need that political elite, that political consensus too. They are the ones that will speak for you when in the inner rooms when these issues are going on after election. And I'm not seeing it. This is me being very honest. I have seen more of political elite from the north coming out saying that, oh, they do not want Tinubu. But I'm not seeing the political elite from the south saying they want P2B. So it's a challenge, it's a problem. I like P2B. I want him. And this is me being as honest as I can be. But what I want might not even be desirable. It might not even happen. And I'm from the southeast. And I'm seeing the fact that if the southeast do not play their game very, very well, presidency may even elude us, even when it comes back after